Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting today, Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 at 5:31 p.m. I'd ask everyone, may I please have a roll call?
Mayor Stephen B. Grant.
Present.
Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Katz is absent. Commissioner Christina Romulus is absent. Commissioner Typhon Serga.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Excellent. All right. Now may I ask everyone to please rise for an invocation led by Pastor Emily Ash from First Presbyterian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag led by Vice Mayor Woodrow L. Hay.
Holy One, we gather as servant leaders and concerned citizens of this community. Guide us to make clear and thoughtful decisions and to lead this city, the communities, and our neighbors with integrity, respect, and compassion for the well-being of all. We bring these words to you, Lord, in hope, in love, and in peace. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving forward with agenda approval. Laura, you said you have a revised item?
Yes, sir. Let me find it. It's under announcements. I'm just looking at the item number. On our community meeting, bear with me and help me. 3F. There it is, item F. So we spoke with some members of the community, and we want to move the meeting out of the PD and into the community. We have sought some advice, that we think would just make it a better community conversation. So we're going to do it at St. John's Baptist Church on March 3rd is when that's available for us, and we'll have a facilitator. Staff's going to be available to answer questions and hopefully have a good community conversation. So that we will be putting revised notices out to the public on the change of date and location, still 6 to 8 p.m. And that's right off of Seacrest. For those that don't know where St. John's is, just a little bit north of Boynton Beach Boulevard. And we'll get all the proper notices out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have one item to add to the administrative section.
Okay.
I'd like to allocate $1,000 of my community support funds to the Boynton Beach Little League.
All right.
And that's it for me.
May I have a motion to approve as amended?
Motion to approve.
Second. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. I'll remind my fellow members here on the dais that it's only you two, so if you don't first or second it, it's going to take a little bit longer tonight's meeting.
Just texted me and said that he's stuck in an accident on Boynton Beach Boulevard overpass, and he's stuck in a dead stop traffic, so he's on his way.
Thank you, Kay. Next, we have informational items by members of the City Commission. Commissioner Pinsurga, would you like to begin?
Yes, I want to disclose that I did attend the community meeting, which occurred on Riviera Drive. That's the Snug Harbor Colonial region. Great turnout, I would say about 50, 60 people. And I look forward to hearing from them tonight as well.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'd like to disclose that I did meet with Bradley Miller about the WXEL request. I also attended the Palm Beach County Day in Tallahassee, and attended also the next couple of weeks after that the League of Cities workshop up in Tallahassee. Also came out to the Friday Flicks on February the 4th and attended that next week the barrier-free free gift of a wheelchair that was given to a young man. So they were all very well attended. Thank you.
Mayor, just one more item I forgot to disclose. I did have a phone conversation with Mr. Bradley Miller. We had intended to get together and meet the property owner. Unfortunately, that has not yet happened for me, but I want to at least disclose that I had that conversation on the phone.
Okay. As for myself, on February 2nd, I attended Christa McAuliffe Middle School to award them the community award for the Boynton Beach Holiday Parade. And that evening, I attended a mayor's debate over in Gulfview Harbor. On February 3rd, I attended Boynton Beach Community High School's nonprofit scholar career coaching and spoke to their students. And that evening was at the community meeting at Snug Harbor. On February 4th, I met with Jeff Burns of Affiliated Development. And that evening was at the Arts and Cultural Center for the Go Red Health Expo, sponsored by the National Coalition of Black Women. And I just wanted to tell everyone here how wonderful it was to see everyone at the Arts and Cultural Center coming together for a better community. This is something that I was just dreaming of 6 years ago when it was considered a hazardous site. On February 6th, I attended the Immortal Four Chaplains ceremony at our Tom Kaiser Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park. On February 11th, I attended the Magic Deals and Special Wheels event over at Centennial Park, and then ran the barrier-free 5K and ended up getting second place for my age division out of 2 people.
2 people.
And in addition, I did speak with Bradley Miller and received multiple emails from residents regarding the 320 South Federal Highway project. And if that is it, I will move forward with announcements. Our first announcement is by Tess LaCroix, Grants Manager, regarding funding awarded $16.5 million through the Department of Economic Opportunities Rebuild Florida Mitigation General Infrastructure Program.
Good evening, members of the Commission, City Manager, and members of the public. The City of Boynton Beach is pleased to announce its selection for funding in the amount of $16.5 million through the Department of Economic Opportunities Rebuild Florida Mitigation General Infrastructure Program. Through a rigorous selection process, the City of Boynton Beach is one of the 8 communities awarded to make drainage, utilities, and roadway improvements in the Sandcastle neighborhood located in District 2. We want to particularly thank the project leads, Paola Mendoza, Associate Engineer, Chris Roshak, Engineering Division Manager, and Kimberly Horn Consultants, Allison McGrath, Ashley Pardue, Allison Monahan, Cassie Silva, and Danny Loader, who deployed tremendous efforts in completing this application. Your attention to detail, impactful narrative, and clear statistics resulted in the city being awarded the single largest grant it has ever received. Gary Dunmeyer, City Engineer, will do the honor of introducing the project manager for more details on this grant and its community impact. Gary.
Thank you, Tess. My name is Gary Dunmeyer. I'm the city engineer, and I wanted to tell a little bit of a story about how this grant came to be. The application started in the July-August timeframe. And at that time, I was interim public works director, and I had delegated a lot of the work that I had to Paolo. So she was working on a design for a $9 million Hester Center. She was working on the design for a $1.5 million Southeast 36th Street. She was working on a $3 million design for construction of Southeast 1st Street. She was working on Forest Park, some of the traffic calming we're doing there. She was working on Drive Safe Boynton. And so she comes to me and she says, Gary, I found this grant and I think we should apply for it. And I look at her and her somewhat frazzled hair because she's very busy. I'm like, you've got time for this? And she says, I really want to do this. And I've learned in the last 2 years to trust her judgment. So I let her, I actually encourage her to go for it. And so she hired a consultant. We found the money to do it. And then a month or so later, she comes back to me and she says, all right, proof this before we submit it. And so I started reading the documents and I'm like, oh, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. This is, wait a minute, $16.5 million? That's your ask? There's no way. And she just looked at me and she kind of gave me I'm like, okay. And so one thing that I've learned about Paula in the last 2 years is that she's very passionate about the community. She loves what she does and she's good at what she does. And so it's my privilege to introduce her tonight so she can tell you about her grant. Paula?
Well, that was great. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. I am so very happy to be here. It's a great reason to celebrate. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Paola Mendoza, and like Gary said, I'm associate engineer in the public works engineering department for the city. And I am so happy to be able to stand here today to celebrate together this $16.5 million grant that we just recently got awarded through the DEO. And today my goal is just to very quickly go over what made this project just an excellent project. What made the application an excellent project? And so before I do that, this slide, I'd like to just introduce, thank you, the team. Not only it was work from the people in the city, it was great work with my co-workers here in the utilities engineering department, but we also had an amazing team from Kimberly Horn, and one of them is here tonight. Next. So a project overview. This project is located in the northeast corner of the city in District 2. The project consists of a couple of different communities, one of them being Rolling Green Ridge, which was founded around in 1950, and the Sandcastle community, which was developed in the 70s. The project consists of about 510 homes and approximately 110 acres. The project limits are east of Seacrest, south of Mentone, and north of Northeast 36. On the east side of the project, we have the boundaries, the city boundaries. Next. All right, the project purpose. This project wants to mitigate 3 major issues in the neighborhood, which are flooding, unsafe road conditions, as well as aging water and sewer utilities. Next. So this project is not new to the city by any means. The utilities department has actually been conducting drainage studies since 2019. And this project was identified as an area of prone to flooding. So when I was able to understand and kind of read a little bit about the grant, and I was really able to put the two together and be like, oh, this is a great opportunity to meet the need. So I, like Gary said, I took advantage of it, got very excited, and with the support of him and his leaders, we were able to hire the consultant. And here we are, celebrating a big win for the city. One of the biggest things, that we're able to do through this project is to help with these community lifelines. And what it is that these are critical functions that need to be operational during and after a storm. So we're going to be able to help the community with their safety, their security, their food and water and shelter, as well with the health and medical and the transportation needs. Next. So just brief work to be completed includes road work, reconstruction. As we know, the city has been doing roadway assessments, and we're giving the roads a score. And so we knew this was an area that really needed improvement. As you can see in the map, every single one of the roads in there needs to be replaced. Next. This slide shows you the lack of storm sewer in the area. So this is what we're really trying to mitigate in the project. And by doing the storm improvements, we're gonna be able to also look at some of the existing utilities. Next. What you see here is the potable water system. This is an operational system. People are being able to use it, but it is an aging system. So when we install the drainage system, we look to be able to improve any of the pipes and even the fire hydrants that may need updating. So it's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to be able to upgrade these systems. Next. Very similar situations with the sanitary sewer, just aging system that needs to be potentially upgraded. Next. So the budget, this project is actually very much close to $20 million. So we being able to get 16 and a half of those $1 million it's very significant. What I really like about this project too, this grant, is that not only it will cover the design and the planning, as well as the construction, but it also allows us to get grant administration funding, which for these kind of projects we know is very, very significant. The city does have a 17% matching, local matching funding, which will include some of the preliminary designs that has already been spent, but also CIP money from utilities and public works. Next. The area of benefit. This project actually has 74% low to moderate population, income population. This is a major factor that made this project successful. This is the kind of people that this grants seems to help, wants to help. And so having this population that is very, very deserving put us in a very good position to be able to receive the funding. Next. We know that at least 3,760 people will be impacted. We know people are moving to the city, and this number is great, is even bigger now. The median household income for the community is actually quite lower than everywhere else in the city. And we know that it's actually declining since 2018. Next. So the last thing that I wanted to talk to you about, and this is an exercise that we did when I presented to the DO, Chris and I presented to the DO, was to allow the people to imagine what it was like to live in this neighborhood. This is a very typical road. This is Ocean Parkway, as you see in the pictures. Next. And this picture actually shows the flooding that takes place during a tropical storm, not even a hurricane. It's actually very scary to see how close the water gets to people's homes. And so imagine you being in that situation, trying to get your family out to school and to work. Very, very difficult situation that we're putting our residents. Next. So even though the city does everything they can to pump the water out, the roads just flood, and they flood for days. So the residents are really put in a difficult situation, having to travel through this kind of ponding. Next. So these are pictures of just very poor road conditions that are left after the water has been sitting there for days. Next. So I just really wanted to take a moment to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present, to celebrate together. And I'll introduce one of our consultants now, just she wanted to say hello really briefly. That's it.
Thank you, Paula. Good evening. My name is Allison McGrath. I'm a certified planner with the Kimley Horn office up in Gainesville, and I head up our regional grants team. And so on behalf of our team, I just want to say how much it was a pleasure to work with your staff. We work in hundreds of communities, thousands of communities nationwide, and we don't always have the pleasure and the privilege of working with such an enthusiastic and dedicated staff as we did with you with this grant application. As Chris mentioned, we started this application in July or August. It was due in September. It was a pretty ambitious, heavy lift, and it's such an honor for me to be here to celebrate with you for $16.5 million. So congratulations and thank you.
Mayor, if I just may add,
Yes.
boy, the competitiveness of this grant was unreal. Lots and lots of communities throughout the entire state, and we were awarded the second highest grant in the entire state of Florida. Pinellas County was awarded 17 million and change. And then in Palm Beach County, you probably saw some of the news coverage on it, that the town of Lake Park was awarded 11 and we got the 16.5. So it's remarkable. And really, if it wasn't for the motivation of our team, we're always looking for money. We're very aggressive at looking for grants, and this was a big win. And I'm just so very proud of everybody. Did a fantastic job. This will mean the world to this community.
So my quick question is that when does the planning begin?
Yeah. Now the real hard work begins.
Yeah, it has to start right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say a few words. I just want to commend and thank the work that Ms. Mendoza has done, including the entire team. This is obviously a significant amount of money coming into the city, and yes, it's for infrastructure. But given what you said about the neighborhood, about the median income, the declining median income, you're not just building new infrastructure, you're helping these people out financially. Because when it floods, who has to pay for it? They do. And these people do not have disposable income like others. So thank you for what you've done. Thank you for all the work that's going to come out of this. And I want to celebrate not just your initiative and hard work, but your courage in applying for something so high in the sky, right? Some people say 16 and a half, don't try. We're never going to get it. But I want to thank you for trying, because sometimes when you do, you just make it and makes it all worth it. Thank you, and to the team and Mr. Dunmeyer for encouraging her.
Yes. Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'd like to echo those comments also. Job well done. But also, when I look into the future, there's another area that I would hope that you would take a look at and consider and look for grant monies. Northwest First Court. Every time it rains hard and I get a phone call. It's flooded. And I would love to see, if possible, something done over there with grant money or whatever. Maybe you can carve off something or make some recommendation what we can do over in that area. That's Northwest First Court, right off of Gateway. I think we all know it. Okay. Thank you. Job well done.
Yes, and also our team was nominated for the State Safe Street Summit for the Complete Streets Community Award as well for our second year in a row. So Paula, thank you again for keeping our streets safe. Welcome, Commissioner Katz. Is there anything you'd like to disclose for tonight's meeting?
I spoke to a number of residents regarding the project on Federal Highway on the agenda tonight, as well as Bradley Miller, representative for the property owner. And that is it. Thank you.
Excellent. Next, our announcement is from Public Art Manager Glenn Weiss to announce the upcoming art exhibitions managed and sponsored by the Public Art Program and Art Advisory Board.
Hi, nice to see you. I just, if the images would come up. Because the images are the art. Before the arts come up, so I just wanted to invite you all to the Black Creativity Exhibition, which is this Thursday at 6:30, which is also part of the Black Business presentation also at the Arts and Cultural Center. So I hope that everyone can join us. There are 18 magnificent artists that are showing their work in the Cultural Center lobby. I'll go to the next slide, please. This is the introduction. Next slide, please. And you can see the work that's some of the work which is on the walls today. There's also terrific poetry, which some of the visual artists and some of the poets created for us. Next slide. All the artists are from Palm Beach County and Boynton Beach. Then we will open on March 5th. We'll open the 10th Annual Avenue of the Arts. Next slide. The work is by Louise Montagna and Leslie Ortiz of West Palm Beach. A lot of the work is about vegetables. They are just kind of fun artists. Some of the work will be in the lobby and some will be outside. Next slide. And then we'll also do a series of banners all the way down the Avenue of the Arts in order to show their work and to provide a pedestrian activity for people walking between Federal Highway and Town Square. They will, after they've been up, they're going to have a significant exhibition at the Ann Norton Sculpture Garden in the fall after our work. Next slide. And then I just wanted to let you know that we did try to do effort in order to help artists out financially, which is in December, we did a show called the Affordable Art Show of 36 artists, and we did sell 14 artworks. anywhere priced between $25 and $250. And so we'll continue to do that to try to make sure that we can put some money in artists' pocket.
Yes, I was there, and we need to make sure that the lighting is a little bit better, because it's tough to buy art and when you can't see it very well in the light.
I agree. Let's see what we can do, yes.
Yeah.
Glenn,
Sure.
is one of these artists the one that you use for the art over at the amphitheater in Saracen Park?
No, unfortunately, Tracy Caddell, she is so busy that she didn't have any work. I did ask her, and she will not be there at this particular show. But since you brought that up, I did want you to know that the Arts Board did approve her officially, so that I can sign the contract with her to do the work.
Okay, so what's your estimate ballparkish now that you have the green light?
I think maybe we're looking at early April to have the work put in.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next announcement is by Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director, regarding Oceanfront Park at Oceanfront Park on Saturday, February 19, 2022, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And is Casey here virtually? Okay. Casey, you're unmuted. Yep, we hear
Good
you.
evening. Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. I'm here tonight to announce Oceanfront Bar being hosted at Oceanfront Park, 6415 North Ocean Boulevard on February 19th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. This is the last of the 4 events that have been held that allow licensed, well-behaved dogs and their owners a day on the beach in a fenced-off designated area. Parking will be free during this event. This is the last event due to March being the start of turtle nesting season, which will last until October 31st. For more information, you can call 561-742-6221 or visit the Recreation and Parks website at wemakelifefun.com. Thank you.
And Casey, I did have a question about the Oceanfront. I tried to get there at 10 o'clock over on Saturday, and it seems that it was already filled out. Is there any plan for the future of what we can do to make sure that our residents have access to the beach?
For the event or just in general?
In general.
Again, we have sold our beach passes to residents and our non-residents. Again, the beach is first come, first serve. We're looking into ways that maybe we can, have designated times for residents to come to the beach.
So I know that in the past, to find designated spots for our annual beach holders is something that we may want to look into. And because the reason why I state this now is because of next year's budget cycle. This is kind of when we need to start planning what to do, and to see if, with all of the new people that are coming here to Boynton Beach, if the fact that our Parks and Recreation can create a shuttle service from our City Hall area for the next commission to determine if that's something they feel is valuable.
I will keep that in mind and have that discussion.
All right. Thank you so much.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just have a brief question for Mr. Young. Casey, do we keep track of numbers of attendees at these events? Do we have a mechanism for that?
Yes. Anyone that attends the event can sign in. Typically, we take the sign-ins to build a database to send information out for any upcoming events at the beach. And also, we use that to provide a raffle of some sort after the event to give out. So we take the information for anyone that attends, along with the type of dogs that are there, to use that information for future events.
And is that sign-in mandatory or voluntary? I'm just trying to gauge whether or not that's an accurate count.
It's not mandatory, but most of the residents do, most of the attendees do sign it because of the incentive of the raffle.
All right, thank you for that.
No problem.
In case you're ready for the next announcement regarding the Black History Month celebration on February 26th.
Yes. Casey Young, Recreation and Parks Director. Again, to celebrate Black History Month, the Recreation and Parks Department is hosting a Black History Month celebration on February 26th from 12 to 6 p.m. at Saracens Park, located at 209 Northwest 9th Avenue. The event will include educational lectures, art exhibit, local vendors, dance performances, musical performances, food trucks, and kids activities. Family fun for the entire family. If you're interested in being a vendor or sponsor, or for more information, call the Carolyn Sims Center at 561-742-6642 or visit our website at wemakelifefun.com.
Thank you. Next, item E, early voting for March 8, 2022 special election for the office of State Representative District 88. And the municipal election will begin on Saturday, February 26, 2022, and will continue through Sunday, March 6, 2022. The early voting hours are from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. daily at the Ezell Hester Community Center, located at 1901 North Seacrest Boulevard. A listing of early voting locations throughout Palm Beach County is available at the Supervisor of Elections website. Please note that due to public feedback, the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections has extended early voting, moving the daily end time from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And Lori, would you like to make the announcement for 3F?
As I had mentioned it earlier, and we do have this as a corrected agenda, so it has the accurate information on it for, we'd rather say a community conversation regarding the tragedy that occurred on December 26th, this past day after Christmas. To have an opportunity for staff in the community to have a kind of a Q&A to the best that we can. Obviously, we know we can't talk about the investigation specifics, but to talk about process and decision-making timelines and so forth. So we're going to have that at St. John's Baptist Church on March 3rd, which is a Thursday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. and open to the public. And we look forward to having a conversation. We've invited the Florida Highway Patrol as well, and whether or not we have not had a confirmation that they're able to attend just yet, to possibly opine on process. I will be there, the police chief, our city clerk, we'll have some legal counsel and other staff members that may be able to help with the conversation. And we'll be putting revised notices out because we had initially a different date.
Thank you. And next, we will have a proclamation recognizing the month of February as African American History Month. Is Dupree from the EJS project here to accept the proclamation? City of Boynton Beach proclamation, whereas African American History Month affords an annual opportunity to become more knowledgeable about African American heritage in the United States of America, and to honor the numerous African American leaders and citizens who have contributed to the progress of our nation. And whereas such knowledge can strengthen the insight of all people regarding the issues of human rights, the great strides that have been made in the crusade to eliminate the barriers of equality for minority groups, and the continuing struggle against racial discrimination and inequity. And whereas we recognize and acclaim the pivotal work of Nannie Helen Burroughs, Miss Burroughs in 1909 created the National Training School for Women and Girls, now known as the Nannie Helen Burroughs School. The school was one of the first vocational training schools for African American girls and women. Whereas Miss Burroughs traveled the country as an educator and suffragist, demonstrated the importance of education, self-reliance, and economic freedom. Whereas as we journey toward a more united nation and world, let us use this commemoration of African American History Month to serve as a reminder of the need for meaningful dialogue and shared commitment to actions that uplift and empower all. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, to recognize the month of February 2022 as African American History Month. And I urge residents to join together in this period of rededication of the principles of justice and equality for all people.
All right, Mayor Grant, I want to say thank you. Commissioners, I'd like to say thank you as well for this proclamation. I also want to say thank you to the city of Boynton
Excuse
Beach.
me 1 second. Mr. Orr, if you cannot control yourself, you need to leave the chambers. It is that simple. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say thank you to the city of Boynton Beach, and I want to speak on behalf of Rohan Sutherland, the organizer of the Black Neat Festival that will take place right here at the amphitheater this Saturday. Just an excellent event that he's putting together to recognize Black excellence. Honored to be one of the charities that will be benefiting from some of the funds that are raised from that event. And if you are, well, I want to invite you out, but tickets are all sold out. But I look forward to having an amazing day honoring Black excellence. So thank you again, City of Boynton Beach.
Our next proclamation is the proclamation recognizing the 45th anniversary of the Boynton Beach Gold Coast Band. Patricia Tricello and Barbara Rubenstein will accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas the James E. Buffin Gold Coast Band was founded in 1976 in the city of Boynton Beach by the late Dr. James E. Buffin, who conducted the band for 15 years. And whereas subsequent musical directors were DeVere Fader, James Fader, Kenneth Wilbanks, and current artistic director Barbara Rubenstein. The multi-generational band is composed of volunteer musicians, many of whom are current or retired professional performers or music teachers. And whereas the band performs a variety of music, including classical pieces, movie themes, marches, holiday favorites, and popular tunes, and features the vocalist Donna Singer, an internationally acclaimed singer who has produced chart-topping hits. And whereas the Boynton Beach Gold Coast Band audience includes residents from Boynton Beach and surrounding local communities. And whereas the band, while supported in part by the City of Boynton Beach Recreation and Parks Department, is a not-for-profit organization, and through generous donations has been able to maintain a student scholarship program for graduating high school senior members who are continuing their studies at institutions of higher learnings. And whereas 2022 marks the 45th year that the Gold Coast Band has entertaining residents of Boynton Beach and Palm Beach County. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, to hereby recognize the 45th anniversary of the Boynton Beach Gold Coast Band.
Hello, my name is Barbara Rubenstein. I am the current musical director of the Boynton Beach Gold Coast Band, and we are thrilled to be celebrating our 45th anniversary this season. It is an extreme, wonderful milestone for a community to have a performing organization in existence for the longevity of our Gold Coast Band, and I am honored to be the musical director and to continue the tradition of our founder, Dr. James Buffin, and his goals of inspiring musicians and entertaining the audiences. And we appreciate the support of the City of Boynton Beach and the Recreation and Parks Department as they continue to support our endeavors, and we continue to entertain the citizens of the community of Boynton Beach. I'm here with one of our longstanding members and our past president, Pat Trusella. She has been a member of the band for many, many years and has served many offices in the band. And I hope to see many of you at our concert celebration, which is this Sunday, February 20th, at the First Baptist Church at 3 o'clock. And we will be highlighting the musicians, the conductors, the music, and the traditions of the Gold Coast Band of the past 45 years. We are privileged to have received a lot of memorabilia that will be on display, and we will be highlighting music that has been significant to the band for the past 45 years. So again, thank you, City of Boynton Beach. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, citizens. And we hope to see all of you on Sunday. Thank you.
Our next proclamation is recognizing the week of February 21, 2022 to February 27, 2022 as Eating Disorders Awareness Week, and the weekend of February 25th to 2027 to February 27, 2022 as Not One More Weekend. Yael Sarig with the National Alliance for Eating Disorders will be online to accept the proclamation. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas eating disorders affect 28.8 million Americans, or 9% of the U.S. population during their lifetime. Eating disorders, including the specific disorders of anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, binge eating disorder, avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, and other specified feeding or eating disorders, are complex biological-based illnesses. And whereas eating disorders are associated with serious physical health consequences, including irregular heartbeats, heart disease, and heart failure, kidney failure, osteoporosis, gastric rupture, tooth decay, obesity, gallbladder disease, diabetes, and death. And whereas at least once every 52 minutes, someone dies as a direct result of eating disorder, resulting in 10,200 deaths per year, and anorexia nervosa has the second highest mortality rate among all psychiatric illnesses. And whereas eating disorders knows no boundaries with respect to genders, gender identity, ages, race, ethnicities, body shapes and weights, abilities, sexual orientations, and socioeconomic statuses. Eating disorders have a high prevalence amongst active military service members and veterans. And whereas the yearly economic cost of eating disorders is $64.7 billion, with an additional loss of well-being per year of $326.5 billion. With early detection and intervention, full recovery from an eating disorder is possible. And whereas the National Alliance for Eating Disorders, a 501c3 nonprofit organization, is a leading national eating disorder organization headquartered in the state of Florida, dedicated to the outreach, education, support, and early intervention for all eating disorders. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim the week of February 21st, February 27th of 2022 as Eating Disorders Week, and the weekend of February 25th to February 27th of 2022 as Not One More Weekend. Yael, it says you're currently self-muted. If you'd like to unmute your microphone to say a few words.
Yes, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Yael Sarig, and I am an advocacy intern with the National Alliance for Eating Disorders. I just want to say thank you so very much for the proclamation of Not One More Weekend and Eating Disorders Awareness Week. This proclamation is incredibly important to address the stigma associated with mental illness and particularly with eating disorders. A proclamation to increase awareness of the prevalence and severity of eating disorders, as well as awareness of the services the Alliance provides to help support those with eating disorders and in recovery, is integral to aiding in the promotion of eating disorder recovery nationwide. So thank you again to the City of Boynton Beach.
Thank you. Last proclamation, we will proclaim February 21st, 2022 as International Mother Language Day. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas a mother language is a vital to every individual's sense of identity and development, and whereas language is the cornerstone of culture and is the means of communication among people, and whereas languages and multilingualism can advance inclusion, provide for education on human rights, and the Sustainable Development Goals focus on leaving no one behind. And whereas the theme for the 2022 International Mother Language Day is using technology for multilingual learning, challenges and opportunities, raises the potential role of technology to advance multilingual education and support the development of quality teaching and learning for all. Whereas on February 21st, 2022, at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the United Nations is holding a virtual event to enhance the role of teachers in the promotion of quality multilingual teaching and learning, and reflect on technologies and their potential support of multilingual teaching and learning. Whereas today there is a growing awareness that languages play a vital role in development and ensuring cultural diversity and intercultural dialogue, but also in strengthening cooperation and attaining quality education for all, in building inclusive knowledge societies and preserving cultural heritage and mobilizing political will for applying the benefit of science and technology to sustainable development. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim February 21st, 2022 as International Mother Language Day. And I believe that is it for our announcements. And we will be moving on to public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to a 3-minute presentation at the discretion of the chair. This 3-minute allowance may need to be adjusted depending on the level of business coming before the City Commission. So I'll ask the City Commission if we are going to allow, stop people at 3 minutes and then give them another opportunity towards the end of the meeting, or do we want to allow people to speak for an additional 3 minutes and stop at 6 minutes?
I would recommend we follow the rules that we've adhered to for the 6 years that I've been up here.
Okay. Yeah, so which
follow the established rules that have existed for at least the past 6 years that I've been up here.
Okay. Yeah.
Mayor, I could address that. It's in your general rules that's attached to the agenda. It does provide for a 3-minute regular commission agenda items, 3-minute time limit for public audience on any matter that's not on the agenda.
Correct. Within the jurisdiction of the commission. And so I use that jurisdiction of the commission to ask for them to maintain the 3-minute time limit, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that is what we will do for tonight's meeting. And I'll invite people to please come to the podium. If you'd like to form a line at either side of the room, so we know how many people would like to speak at tonight's meeting.
Can I begin? Hello, good evening.
Is the green light on?
Yes, it is. I'm just pretty tall.
Yeah. So you might have to lean over.
Sorry.
And I'll ask everyone to please state their name and address before they begin.
Good evening. My name is Cortland McGuire. I live at 506 Whispering Pines. I'm here just to bring a few things to your attention, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission, Council, and City Manager. I was asked to attend the Snug Harbor Riviera Drive meeting in regards to the building that's being built front-loaded on Federal Highway. The community did show up in droves, and they asked me because I'm a candidate for District 3 City Commissioner. And I took a look at the drawings and some of the things that they...
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This is an agenda item later on the agenda, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you
I can do this in 3 minutes. I just want to make quick comments on it.
I understand that, and just let anybody know that who would like to speak on the Snug Harbor, you will have another opportunity when that item is on the agenda, when we're speaking on that item. So
Cortland, what they're saying is this is for non-agenda items, and since that issue is on the agenda, there will be another opportunity.
All right, fair enough. I'll move on to I have another item here I'd like to bring up.
Okay.
I chair the Arts Commission in these chambers, and it was brought before the board. It was Thursday, February 10th. We began at 6:30. When we got to the announcements and reports, we saw that the item B, Pride Street Mural Declaration, a memorial. We were a little bit confused as the steering committee for the arts for the city. This was not brought before us. I am speaking as the chair, not for the board as a whole. I'd like to be clear, but I find it concerning that artworks are being passed by the city commission and not being used or put through or bypassed to the appropriate board, which is the Arts Advisory Board. So, there's some questions that I have about declaring this a memorial. Is this the combating public disorder? Is this subject to hate crime? Is this subject to mandatory prison time? Also, murals have life expectancies. Essentially, art does. Something that's not discussed is all art is terminal. It doesn't last forever. So this mural might have to be taken care of in perpetuity. I believe we've already repainted it once. It could be an expensive long-term endeavor. And it is also a mural that's on the street. So potentially can bring up incendiary issues unintentionally or intentionally by a dumb youngster. So I have concerns about it. I just wanted to mention it, and I think it should be in second writing later, be brought back to the Arts Commission to get our advice on that. And that's what I ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Orr, if you'd like to speak. All right. Yes, if you'd like to come up to the podium. Yes.
Oops. Sorry. Hello, my name is Debbie Rogers. I live at 304 Southwest 8th Place in Boynton. First and foremost, I want to apologize for my hat and sunglasses. I took a fall at my workplace on Saturday, and so have an unsightly shiner that I was trying to camouflage. I'm here tonight on behalf of myself and my husband, Dan Rogers, and to ask for permission for our food truck that is on a commercial property that is just under an acre. We have been parked at the 625 Southeast 6th Avenue for approximately 9 months. 1 month ago, the city tagged our truck with a notice to have it moved. And more than 9 months ago, we came to the city of Boynton to apply for an approval for operation, is what we were assuming. That got declined, but never did we think that the truck itself, without being operated, was not allowed to be parked at this location. So therefore, we did. we stayed parked there. We also paid $500 for a power box to be added onto this site so that when we mobile our mobile kitchen elsewhere, we would be able to come back and park and plug in our refrigeration and be able to park overnight. That was our intention after we were turned down about operation. This property is commercial and in the neighborhood of neighbors of lawyer's office, medical office, and the club retirement home. And it's a city block long with across the way. It also has some land, not a different address, so sorry about that. We would like to be approved for the 645 location by being mobile and possibly be able to mobile and move our truck to the front of the property, which was our intention to be on Federal Highway and parked in front of a business that gave us the approval. And it has parking. That's right on Federal Highway. We feel it's non-intrusive. We have been approved by the state, and I have brought we have our state tag and license for operation. We have also had the health department has inspected and approved our truck several months ago for this location to be as our commissary. With the box and our city water, she saw all of our attachments. She gave us the okay. We have had many years of experience in the food service. We did move here from North Carolina and brought our food truck down from North Carolina. We feel that we would be an asset to the city of Boynton Beach, and if it's only in Palm Beach County, if we're only allowed to be mobile elsewhere. But at this location, we're also very close to Pence Park.
Oh.
What's that? Is my time up?
That is mean your time
That was
is up.
3 minutes.
That is 3 full minutes. So what I'd like to say is that we would request, or I would request you show me the denial letter. Basically, the situation is that there are certain things that you're allowed to park the vehicle at certain times and operate it at certain times, because I know that we do allow for a food truck to operate on Gulf Road, but they can't store that food truck there. So we want to make sure to clarify what you can do at each location, whether it's stored at one and have it, and have to move it back each day, forth each day, or can it be there on a permanent and it would just need to change it a little bit because you're saying that the property is not a half acre?
It's not a half acre, it's just under a half an acre. But it's very commercial and.
So what is the size of the property?
And unfortunately, I don't have the exact size of the property. However, the size of our truck is 7 by 18 in the neighborhood, because I did go petition the neighborhood and I have several.
Excuse me. So,
okay.
So, basically that size of a truck, is what the city did not want to have on a smaller size of a half an acre. And so if you would like, we would, this city commission or our next city commission could hopefully change the current ordinance to allow for that size of a vehicle on a certain property as long as it is maintained properly. So I will do what I can to work with you to find a solution within the city code.
Okay, so so I could contact you, Mr. Grant? Is that what you're saying?
And that way we'll work with the city staff to see what is exactly that you can do to have it there during the day or not. And, the worst case scenarios, you may have to get a 71 square foot truck is what fits into our city code.
Well, that's, we have a kitchen, we have a truck, we're not.
Mayor, could I interrupt for just a second? This is an administrative review matter by staff. It would be more appropriate to have the speaker contact a staff member through the city manager's office to discuss the issues and then report back to the commission what the outcome of that would be.
So Lori, are you gonna?
Yeah, and I would invite you, Adam is standing up in the back, and before you leave tonight, he's our development director. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to talk to him yet, but perhaps that'll start it. And
I've
then
only talked to Mike Rumpf,
okay,
who actually recommended me to
and
be here.
Adam's his boss, but we'll
Okay.
see if there's something we can work out.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, and sorry for overtiming.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Wright,
Please.
if you cannot control yourself, I would offer the same advice that I previously gave. Respect the chamber or exit the chamber.
Who else you gave it to? Say it. Yeah, you trying to make this personal or something, man. My name's Tori Orr, man. This guy's up here making this personal. Can't y'all hear him? Justin Katz? What's going on? Can I speak now? Since he bluntly calling me out?
If you'd like to say your state your address, I'll start the timer after that. You want to say
106 Northeast 7th Avenue. Tori Orr, what's going on, Katz? I'm rubbing you the wrong way? You wouldn't feel like a man, meet me outside. You feel like a man. I know you ain't no man. You a boy. Okay, now, what I want to say. What I want to say. Okay, how everybody doing today? What I always start off with, I stand with the David family. I stand with you, Shannon. And I'm going to keep coming up here. Every chance that we have an open meeting, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to bring what I know. These some bullies up here in this new commission. This commission, we hope the next group come ain't as bully as these. We just hope that the next group we get March 8th is better than this shit up here. Excuse my language. This what we've been going through for the last 6 years. You how much you've been up there 6 years? You understand me? Bullying people. That what you want to do now? Ain't none of y'all standing behind what I said with Officer Sean. Nobody put their recommendation for Officer Sean to be fired. So we know where you at with the black community. But you want our vote. But y'all want our vote. You know, y'all want our vote so bad. You know, this next commission that's coming up here, it's gonna be 3 new commissioners and 1 new mayor. And I'm gonna give you the respect that you deserve, Woodrow Hayes, but you got to give it back.
That's that you resign. And lied to me and the family.
Oh, well, I'm just stating my fact. And like I said, we respect you, but y'all not showing no respect back. We're not getting no respect in our community to knowing what's going on, accountability. We deserve answers in our community too, not March 3rd. Y'all trying to put us in St. John to think they're gonna hold our tongue because we in the house of the Lord. But I'm gonna bring everything when I come in.
Game changing time, baby.
None of your rookie, none of your bully police is gonna be there waiting for me. Right there, you a bully. You understand me? Can't stand y'all bullies. I've been dealing with y'all for the last 5, 6 years.
I've been dealing with you for 9
Cats, your ass out of here, buster. You a buster, and you should be took off the school advisory board too, buster. You should be took off the book. You a bully, and you're part of the KKK. That's what you is. That's exactly what you is. I got 25 seconds.
Tell it like it is.
That's exactly what you is, Justin Kelsey. You was a
Exercise
Jew.
the constitutional right.
You racist. You all that. You all that. You all that.
Did you
You all that.
just say that I'm in
You
the
all that.
KKK and I'm
You all that. Yes,
a
yes,
Jew?
yes, you all that.
Did you just say you are a Jew?
You all that, Humpty. But you ain't one. I'm sorry, but you might look like one.
You're Jewish. No, you're not a Jew. You're Jewish.
Thank you.
Jews this color.
What are you doing?
There's no you got.
Let's get real with it.
Just used your 3 minutes
All y'all.
nonsense and to disrespect your.
Y'all ain't heard from the governor yet. But that's what it's gonna take to see a change for the better for the people.
Sir?
Good.
Yep, thank you. If you'd like to begin? Yes, you may begin.
Good evening. Good evening, council. Mayor, I'm asking that I have more than 3 minutes. Being a citizen in this community for 58 years, I think I deserve a little bit more than 3 minutes. I have some history I want to talk. I understand.
If you want to speak, or the timer's running.
Okay. The one thing I want to speak about is Reverend Hay, I had an opportunity to actually look at that video today again for 7 times. Okay. I looked at it on the 7th time. You understand what 7 is in the Bible, Reverend Hay? Completion. That's it. That's right. Bro. And so what really, really puzzles me, Reverend Hay, is being a government employee for 33 years in county, right? I understand how it works. Trust me. I understand how it works. But what really puzzles me is, right, here's an officer, right, that had an opportunity, right, to go to that young man and just talk to him. Because I can tell you right now, if it was his neighbor or was it his biological nephew, he would have not chased him. He would have not chased him. And so that would really, really puzzles me about this whole entire situation, right? And not only that, right, with my experience, right, and the blessed knowledge I've had, Reverend Hay, right, I've talked with several former police officers that worked in this city, and it's amazed of some of the stories they told me. One of them told me, right, that when he started as a rookie 15 years ago, in his training, he was told everything east of I-95, go at it hard. Go at it hard. And he personally apologized to me. We went to lunch. Every white person that's on the police force ain't bad. But guess what? You got some of them on there that got more demons than Legion in them. And you know who I'm talking about, Reverend Hay, Legion in the Bible. So before I take my seat, I want to say this, right? And you can give Mark Stone this message, because I'm not recognizing him as Officer Stone because he doesn't represent this city. You know the text say giving honor where honor is due, and he's not doing any honor. So I'm going to say this, and I hope he's listening. I hope he's tuning in on the internet. Mark Stone, one of these days, right, martial law won't protect you. One of these days, the Palm Beach Union, the police military union won't protect you. John Costanza, the president of the union, won't protect you. And that day is called the Judgment Day. Okay, and when that day comes, right, he's gonna bow and he's gonna confess, whether he want to or not. Or he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it, Reverend Hay, whether he want to or not. And I believe that it's coming sooner than later. And guess what? When that day does come, right, he just better hope, right, that S.J. Stanley Dale Davis III blood is not on his hands. Because guess what? If S.J. blood is on his hands, Reverend Hayden, fire and brimstone is waiting on him.
Bishop Bernard Wright, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministry, current candidate for mayor, CEO also of Real Talk Radio and Real Talk Marketing and Consultants. First off, I stand up for SJ the third, justice and equality. We haven't even gotten the first initial attempt at justice. It comes with firing him. None of y'all even initiated that, but I got something else I want to talk about, but I'm gonna get back to that. But that's where I'm standing on all my broadcasts all day till we see justice and equality about SJ, and it's bigger than that. Blood on all of y'all hands. But I stand on the Historic Resource Preservation Board. I wasn't there last night because I had a screening. I thank you, Mr. McGuire. You're a great man. I like what you said in your presentation last night, but I had to be there. And you had Ty, you was there. Thank God. I don't know why the others weren't even invited, but let me just say this. Latasha Clemens deserved being on that building. And I don't know why y'all and why they did last night, brought it back to you all, and y'all using some codes for procrastination, which is the weight that y'all always use for us to just let it go away. It's not going away. And it just, you know, put a name up there, because what you're saying, Calvin Sims, Sarah Sims, the template been set. Robert E. Webb Memorial, I had that set. So what did it take and just put a name under it? Could have did it, but for you, Mr. Hay. Could have got an audience on whether you are to be fired 4-1, but you, Mr. Hay. Mr. Hay, you, because of Mr. Patterson, was the first black fireman, true enough, but there have been many black firemen since then, but not one female black fireman. Not one female black fireman got gone through the ranks to become deputy chief. And y'all should have, you passed up for chief. Georgia had the sense, by the grace of God, to get her up there. They got a jewel. You don't think her name deserved being there by going through all these changes? Now I'm getting back to SJ. This is all systemic racism. This is that corrupt system. You 30 years, you're a multi-millionaire and your firm over by the grace of God. How long you been here, Laurie? Where have y'all and what have y'all done for District 2 over there? All the money been spent everywhere else but District 2. Man, I got so much garbage on y'all. Thank you, my brother Ernest Magnolia here. You need to be talking to him in the media too, because we got a lot of this stuff. And Ty, man, look, man, I'm not anti-gay, anti-Asiatic. I got a sister that's a lesbian. I got cousins that's gay, been in the maximum penitentiary where it's rampant all my life coming out this ism. But let me just say this, man, love you to life as a minister of the gospel, knowing how to love. It begins with the principle of giving. He so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son that you wouldn't give, not for another, but for your own agenda you might, because there are cuts who do sacrifice their firstborn for themselves and their own agenda, but none has ever and will sacrifice for another, but Jesus the Christ, who been sacrificed for us. We gonna get justice. We ain't going nowhere either. And look here, man, we don't want to see in a whole long time before you see Latasha Clemens on #1 fire station while she's living, not while she's dead. Let's don't talk about a code about these folks are dead. That's why, no, bring me my flowers to smell while I am a living. To God be the glory. This justice and equality for SJ. We're going to fight this till we see it. To God be the glory. Change for the better for the people, bringing unity in community. To God be the glory.
That Deputy Chief Clements told me is that it's no longer policeman, fireman. It is police officer, firefighter. That anyone. I just want to tell you what I was told is that, you know, the terms firefighter is what we should be using now, and police officer, because it is not a gender term anymore, just to say policeman or fireman. Hey, thank you. If no one else would like to come up, I'll ask Yuri. You haven't to see.
There is one hand raised at the moment, Mayor Grant.
Okay.
And it's from Ms. Jasmine Rand.
Do we have someone with their hand up? Jasmine Rand? Okay, we'll go to you. No. Ms. Jasmine? You're currently self-muted. If you unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Commissioners. I wanted to take the opportunity to address you this evening on behalf of my clients, the mother and father of Stanley Davis III. There are several pressing issues that we wanted to bring to the attention of the City Commission, including the fact that the family is yet to receive any evidence at all from the three public records requests that have been submitted to the city dating back to December. I had a meeting with the city attorneys about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. They promised me a written response and any written objections to producing any of the documents. They were supposed to make a partial production. That's overdue by about 9 days now. I followed up with an email. I've not heard anything back from the city attorneys. And unfortunately, in so many of these police shooting and police brutality cases, we end up spending a lot of time and money and resources litigating what's really the city's duty to release certain public records. What's particularly concerning is that the city attorneys seemed ready, had a pile of documents they were ready to produce, told me that within 3 to 4 days they would be able to send a written response to which I could raise objections. And I have not received any communication since that date. That's very troubling. And then the pattern of corruption in the Boynton Beach Police Department itself is also troubling. I would think it would be a priority of the city to determine what happened in this case, to ensure that the records that are able to be released, lawfully released to the family at the moment, are released. We've heard a lot of talk about whether or not they're cameras. If you're saying that the officer's camera, the officer didn't have any cameras that captured the incident, why didn't he have those cameras? What is the remedy for that? What are the consequences for officers who fail to engage cameras? What are the consequences to the city for failing to ensure that police vehicles have cameras properly installed and functioning? And so, just to say that, there weren't any functioning cameras that evening, that's not a solution. You're telling me part of an ongoing problem that's failing to protect the community that you all have been elected to serve. And so we need and we demand transparency in the investigative process. We demand the immediate release of records. And to just let you all know and put you on notice, Attorney Benjamin Crump and myself are going to be requesting an investigation into the police department itself. And we've been engaging in conversations with both state and federal authorities. This is not the first time that this officer has killed somebody. This is the third time that he's killed somebody. He should have been fired, long before this incident ever happened. And from our preliminary investigation into several other incidents involving not only the officer in this case, but other officers, we have a real concern about the pattern and practice of racial discrimination and police brutality and the failure over and over again of the city to hold these officers accountable, in particular the city manager who observes officers violating laws and writes letters of recommendation, saying that their employment should be maintained. So these are some of the issues that are very concerning to me as an attorney. These issues are obviously concerning to my clients, and these issues are concerning to the citizens of Boynton Beach who don't feel like they're being protected.
Thank you. All right. The next person that we have their hand raised is Sharday Hunter.
Hi, Sharday Hunter. I'm SJ's aunt, the sister of Shannon Thompson, the older sister. My address, 12400 Northwest 17th Street, Sunrise, Florida. So I just want to say, yesterday was Valentine's Day. And it just reminds me of another thing that SJ has to miss out on due to no fault of his own. One of the many firsts that SJ would not be able to participate on. As a 13-year-old child just beginning his life, he won't be able to participate in prom, college, filling out college applications, dating, having babies, all the things that Mark Sean and his 2 kids get to do. SJ would not be able to do that because a few moments interaction with that cop, it's just layers and layers of trauma that he has caused us, not just SJ's death, but everything that comes along with it as the years come, holidays, because of people failing to do their job, do what's right. Lori, you should have did what was right in the first place, regardless of your job, your reputation. At the end of the day, you need to figure out what is the right thing to do and do that. That's how you sleep well at night, and that's how you find yourself in the predicament that you're in right now. You should have fired him, not just Mark Schoen, but everybody with his mentality, everybody who thinks like him. Because that sort of thinking, that behavior, that us against them mentality, that's cultivated, that's facilitated. They don't just come up with that out of nowhere. When these citizens report to y'all and tell y'all that they are being harassed, you take it seriously, because now look what has happened. Children have died behind this officer. He has a legacy of a pattern of children deaths. That's his legacy. And Lord, you have blood on your hands. I don't know what's this guy mean to you, or what's this guy mean to this community, where y'all just couldn't fire him in the first damn place. But let me let y'all know something. Y'all fucked up this time. You fucked up this time, and there's going to be hell to pay about SJ, because SJ, he's not just any other ordinary child. Yeah, any child's death is bad, but SJ was a king in this community, as you see. SJ was a king from 5 years old. I said, I wanted a child just like SJ. He is everything to us. He was smart. He was involved with sports, memorable, everything. And y'all took that from us, from the community. I don't know what it's going to take for you guys to arrest this officer, but that needs to happen, to say the least. Just start there.
Comments? Next, we have Rolando Changbarero.
Hello, my name is Rolando Changbarero. My home address is 1021 Avon Road, West Palm Beach, Florida. My business address is 410 West Industrial Avenue, Boynton Beach, in the industrial park area of Boynton Beach, in an area recognized as the Boynton Beach Art District, where we currently, and have for over 10 years now, had a mural project called the Activista Bay Gates Project. My question is, I am aware that a new process has been established for the city for murals for approval by the Art Advisory Board. My concern is, will they, I'm going to have to relinquish most curatorial process, because I am not allowed to be on the advisory board since I do not reside in the city of Boynton Beach. And are they prepared to do the art calls and the reviews and everything that comes with that mural project, if in fact we fall under the auspices of the new regulations? Or are we still going to maintain a working relationship with the city where I had complete curatorial say in the murals, as long as it abided by the city's decency laws and regulations to allow young artists to practice? We have community high schools, grade schools that do murals, that we hold different levels of projects, including national, local, as well as student projects throughout the year.
Good evening. This is Catherine Matos, Assistant City Manager. The art ordinance actually provides for the Arts District to have the murals the way we've been doing it. We plan, the whole goal of the mural ordinance is to actually increase the number of murals throughout the city, not to put a damper on them. So there is a carve out for the Arts District area and areas that are already designated. But we'd be happy to talk with you further. You can reach out to Glenn Weiss directly, but we'd be happy to set up a meeting and chat with you about it further.
All righty. Well, thank you. I appreciate your candor and the answer. I look forward to speaking to all of you.
Thank you.
Mayor Grant, there is a request to speak inside the questions section.
All right. I believe it's Stephanie Hayden. Stephanie Hayden, you're currently self-muted. If you'd like to speak, please unmute your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Dr. Hayden, Stephanie Hayden. That's STPHANIE I reside at 2181 Southwest 15th Avenue, Condo N102, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33226. I wanted to piggyback on the speaker. I believe it was the attorney for the family of Stanley Davis III. I had 3 items that I wanted to pose and ask. If there are no cameras per se, was there a policy or is there a policy put in place that stops without non-functioning devices on vehicles are called in prior to the stop? That's one question. And repeat it again so it's on record. Is there a policy put in places for vehicles, whether they're body cams that are out of services or vehicles that do not have updated information, software not available? Is there a policy put in place for every stop to be called in if it's going to be a pursuit? So that's my question, because in this situation, I am hearing the can'ts and not what we will do to ensure that we get some type of information, right? Release. Secondly, is there a way to get the record of the route before, during, and after the shift of the officer that's names that's not being released, such as what is the duty, position, and post for that officer and the officer that came on before him, and then the officer that came on after he left? What is his location during that day? 4 hours leading up to the incident and 4 hours after the incident. That's the next question that I would like to get. If you don't have camera access or you don't have a recording that you can release because you're in an investigation right now of it being called in. I'm pursuing a vehicle or a 2-way off-terrain vehicle if it was called into the dispatcher. Thirdly, and this is my last statement and or question, since it seems that there is a holdup in data being released because you have a current investigation, what can and how can you ensure that, as the attorney requests, since you have impropriety and acts of impropriety existing back from 2000 with this department, how can the citizens of Boynton feel rest assured that the actual transparency and the actual thoroughness of combing through records, if they have access to it, will actually be done, and we can actually have a thorough investigation that is not biased? That is my third question or request. Thank you.
All right. I have a statement by Shakira G. We've been very patient with the city of Boynton Beach. What is the status of the investigation of the death of Stanley Dale Davis? The third, we are grieving but yet giving up. We want accountability, transparency, and justice. SJ Life mattered. Exclamation point. And next, we'll allow people from the audience if they'd like to speak. Yes.
Hi, Ernest McNally, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, also known as Harbor Hall Inlet Club. There's 1 and 2. I'm living in a development next to a development that's filled with crime, child abuse, domestic violence, drugs, police not willing to come in. Last night, women beating men, men beating women, but they're all friends with the firemen and the police. And you know what's frightening? If you go on the corner of Boynton Boulevard and Federal, and you go on the corner of Ocean and Federal, you see 2 political banners. And up at the top, they say, endorsed by the first responders. And then the other one says, endorsed by the Florida police and the Florida firemen. So here's what these 2 candidates, Mr. Pensaga and Miss Crete, whatever, Carrot, whatever her name is, Merritt, here's what they're saying. Listen, let's keep it going. Vote for, get us in. And don't forget all the groups and the cover up and everything we got going. And we'll take care of this investigation. Just make sure this gentleman becomes mayor, right? And make sure, and make sure who he sits with all the time in that bar and makes horrible statements about the power and influence they're going to use to get elected. You know, and it's what's known as reverse bias hate. And you know what? They're bragging about money, power, influence. It's already been decided, okay? The fear in this city, if this person becomes mayor and that lady from that bar becomes commission whatever, 3, is frightful. Now, I only have a minute, but let me tell you what I've been doing with the Florida police, the patrol involved in this investigation. I've already been for a 2-hour sworn interview with 4 of them. Now, it's very problematic. I'll tell you why. Those Boynton Beach police and the Florida police, if you ever go to Goodyear, they're in there partying together. They're down in bars getting busted for drugs. They're getting fired. They're covering up for each other. This investigation is so corrupt that let's pray Benjamin Crumb's firm does exactly what he says. And the worst in all this, the mayor, forget, he's gone. But this city manager and this city lawyer from Fort Lauderdale, forget about it. If they're not investigated by the FBI over all this stuff, we're all going to lose. We're all going to lose. 8 seconds. Can I thank you for the time?
Yes, you may.
Yeah. I can't get, and would you tell the chief to come out from hiding in the back there? Come on out, chief.
Thank you.
Hiding in the back room.
Bryce Graham, Second Vice President, National Network, Central Florida Chapter. Say his name. SJ. Say his name. SJ. It has been 7 weeks. 7 weeks. And yet this community and this family has gone without answers from an ongoing investigation. And all you want to say is a process. Don't tell us about no process when it has come to a 13-year-old child's life who was chased, pursued, and killed by this officer. We don't want to hear about process. The process should be that this officer who has killed a 13-year-old child and 2 others should be fired. That should be the first order of business. that this officer is still collecting a paycheck off the back of the citizens of this community. He must go. He must go. These are our demands. And we are saying no justice, no peace here in Boynton Beach. But when we come, we say no answers, no justice in Boynton Beach. We are coming with demands. Fire this officer. Forget the procedures and the policies that are protecting this guy. Fire him. Release the evidence. I just landed back from Washington, D.C. I met with policymakers. I met with one of my friends in the industry who has changed police policy around this country. And might I say, your officer has violated several policies, the chase policy, racial ethic policy. He might have violated the use of force policy by using his vehicle as a weapon. Fire this officer. Release the evidence. Release what we need to know about this case to this family. It is ridiculous that we don't have an answer yet. I come to let you know, you better get the train rolling, or we're going to roll the train over all of you.
Good evening. I don't know how I'm gonna come behind that, but actually after the last meeting, I did speak with the chief. We had a nice sit down. And
Do you mind saying your name for the record, please?
Purnell Davis. Again, I did speak with the chief. We had a great conversation, him and the Internal Affairs Director. And some of the stuff, it was pretty constructive. But what I did, I went back and I looked at an old video of Officer Shorn pulling over Major Michael Johnson. I'm pretty sure all of y'all seen it on YouTube. If you didn't, we should give y'all the link to watch it. In the video, Officer Shorn pulls over the major for what he said was speeding, which he was going 97 miles an hour, which is against the policy. So throughout that, the major comes back, he pulls over Officer Shorn for him breaking, let's say, traffic laws, right? And in the video, Major Johnson says to Officer Shorn that he's gonna have to let Chief know in the morning that he's been pulled over for speeding. And Officer Shorn come back and said, for what? I'm not gonna tell anybody. So, and then Officer Johnson rebuttals with, I have to tell him per policy, right? So that small statement tells me that the officers follow what policies they want to follow. That's a very small thing, but it's huge. Now, after that, an Internal Affairs investigation was conducted, and Major Johnson was deemed to be guilty of violating the policies that was set in place by the city. But nothing happened because Ms. Lori rejected the reprimand. When every policy was broken, it was an investigation conducted, and he was found guilty of breaking these policies. And once again, Lori, you save your guy. So now policies are broken. We have no guarantee that you're going to follow the rules. It says here, policies are formulated by management to guide the decision-making to ensure uniformity in decisions. What's going to keep you uniform? You just let everybody that break policy stay on the force and police our people? You can answer. No, you don't, but he stayed. Why was Why was he still on the force after breaking policy? Even a reprimand, he didn't have to get fired, but he didn't even get reprimanded for what he did. If we drove 97 miles an hour, that's reckless driving. That's more than a ticket. You can get arrested right then. Your officer had your other officer for breaking the law. That's not even a policy. Going 97 miles an hour is against the law. Your officer broke the law, stated that he broke the law on camera. On camera, he said, yes, I don't know how fast I was going. I wasn't going 97 miles an hour. And you rejected the reprimand. So, in your memorandum that you sent out to everybody, you said they're going to do their investigation. The chief is going to find his findings. He's going to come to me with whatever he think. And then what you going to do then? Reject that one too? What is the point of having policies if nobody has to follow them?
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
No, I'm breaking the policy now by over the 3 minutes. Well, go ahead and reject this one, Lori, so I can stay a little longer. Man.
It's not how the policy works for each individual speaker having the 3 minutes.
At this point, I'm really not really caring about policy because at this point, we've seen people break policy on camera and they get rejected after investigation happened that used taxpayers' money for the investigation. Or was it a free investigation? Somebody had to pay, right? Who paid for it?
I would assume the city has to pay for these.
Right, and I mean, the city don't get money out the air. So, we want to know what happens when people break policies in this city. What happened when a police officer breaks a policy? What happened when a firefighter breaks a policy? What happens? What happens? Mr. Cass, you was very vocal earlier. What happens?
I think that everyone should follow policies as they're stated, whether it's in this meeting, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's teachers, lawyers, everyone should follow established law. And if they're found to violate it, they should be held accountable. Now, I cannot speak to what you're speaking to, which happened years ago, but I can tell you right now, it is my understanding that policies if violated by any city employee will result in accountability.
Right. And Major Johnson wasn't held accountable that night for going 97 miles an hour. If I get out here in my car and I go 97 miles an hour, I will be in handcuffs when I get pulled over. I want to know. Nobody. And I'm glad Mr. Katz, you said something about teachers because my nephew didn't get the chance to get Marcy's Law and not have his name spewed everywhere. And an article from Congress Middle School comes out. His name is spewed everywhere. Kids are fighting because of him. The stuff that happened at Congress Middle School predates this incident. So to have his name in there and we wasn't afforded the same opportunity as the officer that's still getting paid, that's a shame on the city attorney. Shouldn't we have that option? Because we didn't get it. How did Officer Shorn know about it?
The person you're citing that referred to Stanley Davis III was a school district of Palm Beach County employee.
Right, and you are what is your title in the school district?
I am a teacher, but this is beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. So I'm asking you respectfully.
You asking me what?
To use your time to express yourself so that we can continue to allow other speakers to come up and have the same.
Last week you had a whole meeting off. You should be well rested.
I was sick last week. I missed 4 days of work. So yes, I apologize for being sick. Thank you though.
So what is policy, Lord? We're gonna leave with that. What is policy, Lord?
You know, we're trying to set up a time and we're waiting for Shannon. You know, we're going to meet, so we will discuss that.
Oh.
I ask you to speak in the microphone.
I'm working with the chief to meet with Purnell and Stanley Davis, and he knows that. And I just want to say, lay off the theatrics because you don't have half of the facts of what you're talking about. But I am happy to meet with you when Shannon is back in town. The chief is trying to work with us to sit down and talk. This isn't the forum, and you know that, and he explained that to you. So as soon as we can get Shannon together, we all agreed that we want to sit down and talk, as you did once already, and that helped. So as soon as we can do that, the chief's working with Stanley on it, and you know that.
I understand. I just seen that you didn't care about policy then. I didn't know that you cared now.
Well, see, and I can't respond to that, so stop. I'm not going.
Thank you for your comments.
Nonsense. Yeah. Not productive.
Good evening, Shannon Thompson, Stanley Dale Davis III's mother. Last week when we were here and there was a lot of things discussed, the city attorney was very vocal with all the statute numbers and policies and regulations. You guys were very forthcoming last week. So it's kind of funny that you guys are kind of a little mute tonight. In beginning, I guess I want to remind you guys of your policy, your pursuit policy. Once again, that states the Boynton Beach Police Department pursues will be initiated only if the officer reasonably believes that the person fleeing has committed a forcible felony defined as murder, manslaughter, sexual battery, carjacking, home invasion, robbery, arson, kidnapping, or serious aggravated assault and battery, which we know Stanley Dale Davis III did not commit any of those. I also want to remind you guys again, since you guys seem to be oblivious to a lot of things, your job descriptions for a Boynton Beach Police Department officer does state that they are to know the basic first aid method and to stop the bleeding. I would like to know on December 26, 2021, why did Mark or any of the other paramedics render first aid, or why didn't Mark use what he was taught as a skill to stop the bleed? I want to know what's the policy of first responders getting there and declaring somebody dead on the scene without even actually touching the person. How do you just declare somebody deceased by looking at them? I also want to remind you that your job description does state that officers are to accept responsibility for their own actions. Reverend, what I want to say to you, because you're supposed to be a man of God, so I just want to put this in you that has been resting on my soul for a while. Jeremiah 4:31. For I have heard a voice as of a woman in labor, the anguish of her who brings forth her first child. I am that woman and I am that mother. And I want you to know this is pain. I also want to state some statutes. Since you guys had them last week, let me tell you some this week. 119.07 does state the inspection and copying of records, photographing public records. Every person who has custody of public records shall permit the record to be inspected and copied by any person desiring to do so at any reasonable time under reasonable conditions. So why are we hiding these records? Who knows? Why are you guys not releasing them? Who knows? I also want to go to the statute 92.525, which states the verification of documentation, perjury by false written declaration, and penalty. Laura, you stated that the investigation was going to include all the facts before y'all made y'all decision and y'all couldn't release certain things. However, you guys did release that Stanley Dale Davis was riding reckless according to the police officer's statement that was a sworn under oath, I'm assuming, right or wrong, and that he was on Boynton Beach Boulevard. Well, we know that that's a false narrative. Stanley was never on Boynton Beach Boulevard, although the officer put that on a sworn document. So I would like to know, is he going to be reprimanded for that, breaking that? Also, I would like to know what's the protocol that the officer was involved in this. How was he able to leave the scene of a crime and also the vehicle as well? Why was that not a part of investigation? How was he allowed to leave with the vehicle? What's the policy on that? Was that something else that he broke as well? Also, you guys keep stating he was driving reckless. Are we going to see any video footage that supports this false narrative of him driving reckless? I would like to know that. And let's also remind everyone that on December 26th, 2021, when the chief came over to myself and my sister, and he issued a statement, an apology, and I asked him what was the protocol and policy of video cameras and pertaining to officers. And let's remember, I have the audio recording of him stating that all the vehicles are equipped with dash cam and the officers have body cam. Whether it was working properly in this incident, that's another story. So now you guys are retracting and releasing a statement that says only K9 units have dash cam, but that's not what he said initially, and we will be replaying that evidence that I have of him also. So I would like you guys to know when you're releasing these false statements that you guys are under oath, and let's see how you're going to be reprimanded for these false narratives as well.
Mayor Grant, there are two hands raised in the virtual.
All right. Okay,
Can I speak before the virtual?
yes,
I
you
won't need
may.
the 3 minutes.
Okay.
Hi, Mayor Grant. I see you about twice a week. You come to my job, Valencia Isles. I smile, I wave, I let you through. And here we are at your job, and you can't even remain indifferent. You can't even keep a straight face as we speak and tell you our concerns. Everybody's rolling their eyes, throwing their heads back. That's uncalled for. To piggyback off of what Shannon said, if he was once a K9 officer and he was demoted, does that mean his vehicle was demoted as well, or did they just take the K9 sticker off of it? Because if that is the case, that means he has a dash cam in that vehicle. So what happened with his vehicle? Was his vehicle demoted as well?
I don't have that answer.
You don't have any? Oh, okay. So that's okay. As far as releasing the documents to the family, I am a part of the family. What is going on with that? Is there any way we can get any type of information as to what's going on? I don't see why the police would be investigating the police. I said that once and I'll say it again. It makes no sense. Like this gentleman said, they sit in the bar together, they hang out together, they get drunk together, so they're going to protect one another. This needs to be a federal case. This needs to go to a higher court because I don't see what it is that you guys are going to do. Lori, you have yet to make any of your officers take accountability for anything they do. They get to do everything, and you guys, you don't even slap them on the wrist. You just tell them don't get caught next time. So what are we going to do about this? Dash cams are very important. We need those. Even if you didn't have them then, we need them now for incidents like this to never reoccur. We shouldn't have to go to several different businesses putting videos together. We should have had that because this is what the officers are required to have. So if we can start there, that'll be great. I told you I didn't need my 3 minutes. I just wanted to know what was going on with the dash cams and what are we going to do from here to make sure that all these vehicles are equipped with them. So yeah, those are my concerns. I guess no answers. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Esther Jerry Green. My address 800 South Federal Highway. And I've been coming to the meeting since SJ demise. And I stand with the family, the Davis family, the Thompson family. I'm hurt because I felt like this incident never should have happened. And I'm here to say that the city of Boynton Beach and the police department is responsible for SJ death. Now we're talking about a young man who had a bright future. And every time we come, I see a double standard. And it is so unfair. I also watched the video about Michael Johnson when he was pulled over by Officer Sean. They said, okay, Officer Sean did his job, but Lori, you did not do your job. You dropped the ball. You had a chance to make a decision, but you did absolutely nothing. And this cannot continue. It really cannot continue. And also about the red light cameras, I myself received a ticket from Boynton Beach Boulevard and Seacrest. I received a traffic ticket. And in the last meeting, it was brought to our attention where you guys can check the red light cameras, but nobody would give us no answers, no nothing. I mean, the simplest questions. Nobody would answer our questions. I see a double standard here. What's so hard about answering our questions? What did Mark, what did he report happened December 26th? What did Mark had to say happened? We talked and we said last week, I asked, can we have a Q&A with the chief of police, Mr. Gregory, with Lori, with the mayor, and nobody gave us no feedback on when we can have a Q&A. So with this double standard that we see going on with the Boynton Beach Police Department, you break rules when it's convenient to you. This young man life matters. It matters to us. We're sad. We're grieving. We're hurt. We take time out of our busy schedule to come here just so you can answer just simple questions. When can you answer our questions?
So earlier today, we did make the announcement of the meeting with the city manager, the police chief, the city attorney, and I will be there as well on February 22nd from 6 to 8 p.m. over at St. John's Missionary Baptist Church.
It's March
3rd.
3rd.
March 3rd.
Third now?
To the church.
Not the
Yeah.
22nd.
No, March 3rd. That's on the revised agenda.
So you said we'll have a Q&A with Lori, the chief of police, where we actually get our questions answered.
Every question that we can answer, yes.
Okay, we understand that it is an ongoing investigation, but I mean, these questions, they're like, we need some answers. And you said it's March 3rd at St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
What
6 o'clock.
time?
6 to 8 p.m.
6 to 8.
And Jim, as for criminal investigation regarding public records, is there a statute that you could provide people in regards to public records? Why they haven't been released?
In addition to what was read into the record earlier about what's in Chapter 119, for the requirement to produce records, there's a long list of exemptions to those record releases that are set forth in the same statute. I could provide the details of those citations, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Carmen Morris. I reside at 333 Northeast 12th Avenue, and I'm an SG grandma. Y'all can't give me no answers, man, about my baby. Everybody up here with the hush mouth. Talking about what y'all can't talk about, the policy and all this and that. I don't get no understanding. Because if I'd have killed Mark Sean, I'd have been gone. No doubt about it. This man chased my grandbaby down, man. And y'all still can't tell me nothing after 7 weeks. This is the only way I get to see my grandbaby. I sleep with this every night. Y'all get to go home to y'all people. I don't understand it. I don't understand none of this. What y'all can't talk about because of policy and all this shit. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Ain't nobody looking at me. Lord, you ain't looking?
Careful.
I'm talking, sorry. I'm talking mainly to you. Because you keep this killer on the streets, man. Now he home enjoying his family. But where my baby at? On Hyperluxo. That ain't fair. No cameras, just like I said last time in this meeting. I got a DUI. Y'all had dash cam, body cam, all that. But this man done ran my great baby down, and y'all gonna tell me ain't no video? Y'all gonna tell me y'all can't do nothing about it? 7 weeks my baby been gone. I mean, we want answers. I want answers to know why my great baby is in the grave. And that son been sitting home. Nobody can say nothing. Y'all sitting up here looking like 2020 in the waist. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Can't speak on this and can't speak on that. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. My baby was just 13 years old, enjoying his Christmas gifts. And he ran my baby down. Just like they say, he nowhere to be seen after he done murdered my son, my grandson. Car gone, he gone. Where they do that at? Yeah, Boynton. Exactly. Boynton. And you keep washing your hands like it ain't nothing. That's crazy. We need your ass off the force too. All of that.
Thank you. Andrew, do you mind helping fix the barrier? If that's okay with you, Lori. I don't want to. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Mercedes Morris. I'm SJ's cousin. I'm just here to say that, like I said, it's been 7 weeks. We still have no answers. We still have been peaceful. Starting Friday, ain't no peace. Y'all got y'all movie night y'all having, we crashing it. Anything the city has, we gonna crash it. Y'all having a Black History Month celebration, it's Black History Month, we black, we crashing it. Cause we don't give a damn. No more peace. SJ deserved answers. He deserved justice and transparency, and we haven't been getting nothing. We can't be peaceful and not have no answers. We ain't got no answers, we ain't got no more peace. How is it that Riviera, Reverend Masters, never seen nor heard of Stanley, a day in his life, paid homage to Stanley? Here in the city of Boynton, where he was born and raised his little 13 years, haven't said a damn thing regarding SJ. Haven't paid homage to SJ. Y'all having a Black History Month celebration. SJ name need to be in somewhere in there. Black History Month. He didn't even get to make it to Black History Month. His school is honoring him on the 28th for Black History. What the city of Boynton doing for him? Besides hiding evidence, ignoring the fact that he was chased down by Mark. He's not even an officer to me. I don't even care to speak his name, say his name. What is the city of Boynton is doing for Stanley? Sitting up here giving us bullshit faces. We no more peace, man. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. No more peace. I went to Walmart and bought a big ass speaker. I'm ready to say something on my speaker with my microphone. We ain't got time. No more peace. Shit ain't peaceful no more.
My name is Yolanda Bird Davis, on record 832 8th Avenue. I have a question because we spoke about the 22nd being the forum.
Yeah, it was changed.
Okay, and when did you or were you going to notify the family that it was changed? Because if we're going to speak on behalf of SJ and everything going on and you guys being transparent, it would be convenient for us to know that you changed the date.
I found out today, and we mentioned it at the city commission meeting that it is March 3rd from 6 to 8 p.m. over at St. John's Missionary Baptist Church.
But that is an inconvenience for certain family members. So how can we come to another date that works for everybody? Because it's not fair for it to be convenient for you guys, but an inconvenience for the family. You want to be transparent and accountable, but if certain people aren't there, it's not fair.
I don't know what to say. Lori, do you have a response?
Yeah, I will have Chief Gregory. We literally decided probably about 3 or 4 o'clock today, because we had certain people there to be able to assist us. We asked the church. We just got confirmation today the church will be able to facilitate it. I will have the chief reach out to Mr. Davis, and if that is not a date that the family can attend, then we'd be happy to move to adjust to that.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we have Justice for SJ, who is currently self-muted. If you'd like to unmute your microphone, Justice for SJ.
Good afternoon. My name is Herbert Thompson.
Okay.
And I'm the grandfather of SJ.
Hold on 1 second. Let me give you your 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Go ahead. I'm Herbert Thompson. I'm the grandfather of SJ. And I don't have much to say, but I was observing. And with what all going on now, what come to me is, if the shoe was on the next foot, if this was a black officer and a white child, I think we all know what the outcome would be. I have a good relationship with my daughter. I called her about 2 days ago, and she was so upset, crying. And I mean, as a father, I don't know what to tell her for comfort that I'd be there for and everything, but it hurt. And I see him every night. I mean, it really, you all wouldn't know because it never happened to you all, or, you know, how you all feel about it. And like everybody else say, we get questions and no answer. You all answer what you all want to answer, but this is one thing that's not going away. I'm telling you, this ain't going away. This ain't a sweep under the mat. And they always say, with this officer is a rotten apple, but it isn't only a rotten apple, it's a rotten tree, but produce the rotten apple. So all y'all up there, y'all is a part of it too.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak? Go. As I mentioned earlier, Justice for SJ has their hand raised. You're currently self-muted if you'd like to speak. And LaShonda Wright, I'm going to allow you to speak as well. LaShonda? You're currently self-muted. If you'd like to speak, you have to unmute your microphone. There's another person with their hand raised, Mark Waters. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Or, I'm sorry, please unmute your microphone.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question is, so what's going on with this investigation? Because the family still haven't got answers yet. So, like, what is the process? What's going on? I don't understand what's going on. That's my question, and I hope hopefully you can answer that for me.
From the information that I have is that Florida Highway Patrol still has the matter under investigation. And until the matter comes, until the investigation is over, there is rights provided to an officer under the police officer's Bill of Rights, which I believe the city manager, the police chief, and the city attorney are trying to inform where the city is on March 3rd from 6 to 8 p.m. or at a different time, as it has changed recently, to provide answers, because the answers that we can provide do not provide a full explanation of the investigation.
Yes, it's not adequate for the family. And I think if that was your child or any of you guys' child's up there too, it wouldn't be adequate for you guys either. You see what I'm saying? You understand where I'm coming from? That's why it's such a lot of anger and a lot of people are upset, because it's like the child is gone. You know what I'm saying? The child is gone. So there's nothing to heal that spot that's taken. And what you're saying is not enough. It's like this is their child. That hurts. So I don't know. Maybe they need to come up with different rules on how they do investigations and come to a bottom line quicker than what they're coming to, because this family and the city is hurting from this every day, while this investigation is taking, all this time. Like, they're still hurting. They want justice, and they mean that. Like, we want justice for this. And it's like, after so long, you get tired of saying it. You just get angry. So maybe they need to come up with different ways of investigating scenarios like this to bring more comfort to the family quicker. Like, it need to be quicker. This process is taking too long. Is that understandable or no? Is that asking for too much? That's a question.
Mr. Waters, yeah, it is
But I'm just asking, is it asking for too much though? I don't think it is. I believe you guys can answer that. I mean, it's other people on that panel. I'm quite sure they can speak up too. Is that asking for too much? These people are hurting. Imagine if that was your child. You got to deal with this every day. That's not fair to them. That's not fair to his family. And, I don't know, but it's the same thing week in and week out, man. It's the same thing week in and week out. And I feel sorry for them. I still feel sorry for the family. I know the family. I mean, my heart goes out to y'all, and we still praying for y'all. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments. I have Otisha Thomas.
Hi, I just want to say that I'm praying for the family of SJ the third. And why have the chief been there as of yet on that panel with you guys? Is he that? I'm sure he work 24 hours a day. Why isn't he there to answer questions? I mean, at least one meeting wouldn't hurt.
Ms. Thomas, he is here.
Do he fear his life or something?
But this
Why
meeting,
isn't he there?
he is, and this meeting is not necessarily the question and answer time for the city. The current agenda item is public audience, where we are here to listen to the public, to hear their concerns and comments, and to see what we can do for the future. However, it is not necessarily a question and answer phase.
So what are you guys doing for the future? Did you come up with anything yet? I mean, I think this is the third or the fourth meeting. Have you, as the mayor, came up with anything yet?
I thought
Are
there
you
was
going to change things?
I thought there was a meeting on February 22nd. I was just informed that that has changed. So I don't know more than I can do except to say that
I've had about 3 or 4 meetings already. What have you done or changed, or, I mean, what have you done? I mean, we've been here 3, 4 times already with the same people coming. Everybody's showing their compassion and everything. We're still asking for the same old questions, the same old answers, whatever. What have you done as of yet?
family has called me. I've answered my phone and spoke to them and done my best to answer any of their questions. I've stayed after the meetings and spoke with them to try to my best to answer any of their questions.
I heard that every nights in your days, in your mornings are very miserable until this family have peace. Justice for SJ. We will get justice. And I'm praying that it comes as soon as possible versus taking forever like it is, because it's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. Hopefully the next meeting you guys have some answers for this family. Hopefully at the Johnson Church, you guys have some answers for that's all.
Okay, thank you. Justice for SJ, you're currently self-muted if you'd like to speak. LaShonda Wright, you're currently self-muted if you'd like to speak. I'm going to mute you and come back to you before the end of public audience.
Hello, good evening. I'm Kayla Franklin, SJ's aunt.
Can you move the microphone a little bit higher?
Please.
Please, I'm sorry.
All right, so I wasn't even gonna talk today, but I'm just so frustrated. And I just want to know, like, how would you feel? You have kids, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay, so this is gonna be to you. So when my sister came up here and she asked Shannon, she asked about the city rendering aid to him, right? So vividly, like, imagine this. Officers, paramedics arrive to the scene and they see a child, or whether they know it was a child or not, because Mark didn't call it in, or did he? We don't know. So they don't even know who it is. And you guys arrive, well, they arrive on the scene and they just see a child or see a person just laying in the middle of the road, right? No one go check a post. We don't even know if my nephew even had a chance, an opportunity to even try to fight for his life. While we out there just sitting around crying, he could have had a faint, real faint heartbeat, right? Nobody went to check for a post. Yeah, wouldn't let nobody check because his uncles was on the scene too, and nobody would let them touch him. So at what point did the people, Lori, you put in place, knew that he had passed when he had on a helmet? He was lying face down, so you don't even know if his heart beating. You don't know nothing. They didn't touch him. They didn't check him. You get what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine your child possibly having a chance to fight for their life, and then everyone just ignored them and just automatically assumed that they was dead? No, y'all can't imagine that. So here we are again, 7 weeks later, still begging for you guys to see where we are, like in this grieving process, because it hasn't gotten easier, especially when we have to meet here every 2 weeks like clockwork. We got to come here first and third Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Like, it's so much other things that we could be doing. But we got to be here with y'all, seeing the same thing, asking the same questions for 7 weeks. We haven't gotten an answer to nothing, not one thing, the simplest things. So you telling me that y'all moved the meeting from February 22nd. Who suggested the meeting to be moved? Yes.
Lori.
In conferring with the chief and Stephanie, we felt we should move the venue away from PD.
You felt that you wanted to move a meeting
And we needed to know if the church would facilitate us. They said they could facilitate us on the March 3rd.
So
We
they
have
couldn't
someone that's going to
facilitate you on the
assist us run the
22nd.
meeting. See Ron Allen, he is going to be his availability. We've asked the FHP. They've, I think, just recently confirmed.
I
and
didn't
that
ask
works.
that. That's not what I'm asking.
Yes, I did
On-
just answer your question. That's why the
No,
meeting
you
was
didn't.
moved.
You didn't. I need more time. My question is, like I said, how do you guys feel? Y'all felt that it was necessary to move the meeting, but y'all not feeling how we feel right now.
No,
Why do y'all feelings matter in this case?
The situation that I have is that on February 1st, we had this conversation about the meeting, and that on February 15th, we would clarify it at the February 15th meeting. And I believe when this original agenda was published, it was supposed to be on February 22nd. And so the question then becomes would the family still like to have a meeting on February 22nd at the police department as originally planned?
Hmm.
And we may not have all the answers there because according to the city manager, they're not going to be able to get everybody. They're not going to have necessarily all the different resources, but it's kind of the point that I have is that if there's still a possibility that there's the police chief and you are able to be there on the 22nd to have the opportunity for an explanation of the memo that you put out, to have any backup information, I would be there because that's what I originally planned to do. So that's something where I'll ask Lori, are you
So it
able to
was
still
for
have
her
the meeting?
convenience.
Huh?
I'm just making sure it was for her convenience. You said if she would be there.
Because it's kind of, I don't have the authority to hold that type of, or am I able to hold that type of meeting?
Okay. I just want to know why y'all feelings matter on a subject that took 7 weeks to, well, it's going to be like 9 weeks in to even be placed on the agenda, because this happened December. So when this happened, December 26th, in January, SJ should have been on the agenda the first meeting, but I digress. Anyways, so yeah, back to the 7 weeks. This officer who's at home, right? I'm sure he makes more than me, and my hourly salary is $35 an hour, and 40 hours a week, right? For 7 weeks, that's 280 hours, right? So that would have been like $9,800 for me. But for this man who's been on the force terrorizing everybody for 17 years, have made well over 10 to 15,000 in the past 7 weeks doing nothing, and that's okay to y'all. Okay, good night.
Good evening, everyone. Stanley Davis. Mr. Grant, Attorney Rand asked me, can you give her 3 minutes to speak? She just called me.
Who?
Jasmine Rand.
We already provided her the time to speak.
Well, she told me to say that they received the 911 call, the CAD report, and the audio from FHP. So there's no excuse to where you're not producing anything. The FHP is not holding them back from producing records that are not privileged. That's what she just texted me, the lawyer.
So that's more information than I have.
She just told me that, but I'm not getting up here, really about that.
Okay.
I felt like with time it would get easier. Like I said before, his mom was being stronger than me, but now I see it's really like it's weighing on her. And this weekend, me, my family, her sister, we went to Belgrade to help a family out that was in a situation with their child being killed. Now here it is, we're not even from Belgrade, whole hour away. We go out there because we can feel the pain that that mother and that family is going through. But here it is, me and my son is from this district, and I receive no help. I receive nothing. Like, if I'm the mayor in this district, there's no way I don't reach out and just embrace that family, see if they need anything. I felt that day when my son passed that that was the worst day. And it's like, as the days go by, it's like I'm getting worse and worse. I'm having nightmares. Night before last, I had a dream of me standing over my son while he was being lowered into the ground. That was more hurting than, me seeing him on Federal Highway. At least I was able to see him. Once they lowered him that day, I knew I would never see him again. I play his videos back. Like, I surprised him with a bedroom set. And he had the biggest smile. He was happy. And it's like, I constantly watch the videos over and over. And that's hurting me more than anything. And it's like, I come out, I'm understanding, like I said, my brother said, we had a talk with the chief, so I kind of understand what's going on. But still, it gives me nothing, no closure. Like I say, my son, with the situation with the school, his name shouldn't have been in that. Mr. Katz, I seen your name in it. His name shouldn't have been in that. You don't have anything to do with nothing negative. Obviously, you can see my son was a great kid. He was a leader. There's no way that my son's name should be tied up with that article at all. My son was a leader. He would have been one of the ones telling them, nah, man, don't fight. And it's like y'all have no sympathy. It's like y'all just highlighting whatever you can to paint this picture of my son, you guys doing it. The city of Boynton Beach should be apologizing for the narrative that they put out of my son. Chief Gregory, he's seen the video of my son going south on Boynton Beach Boulevard. On Federal. He was never on Boynton Beach Boulevard. But here it is, you got a sworn statement from your officer stating that he was on Boynton Beach Boulevard. So I'm quite sure that you guys spoke with Mr. Gregory and confirmed that he wasn't on Boynton Beach Boulevard. Still, we haven't gotten an apology for that. And I know you guys know he wasn't on Boynton Beach Boulevard. And that would rock me to my core. Like, I can accept the investigation, I can accept the course and time, but I can't accept for you guys to keep putting my son name and stuff that don't fit him. Has nothing to do with him. Mr. Cash, you should never spoke on that. Nothing should have been there with your name, which means you gotta come, they got a confirmation from you before they put it out.
Mr. Davis, first, I want to say I apologize that I even have to explain this to you because Congress Middle is not comparison to what you were facing. I have no words, and that's not to clarify. The school district of Palm Beach County made a statement in reference to your son. I did not. I refuted that reference because the issues at that school predated anything recently. So again, this side conversation means nothing compared to the serious issue that you're facing. But I just want to make clear that I did not use your name, son, when I saw that they tried to blame the dysfunction at that school on this tragedy. I felt sickened by the fact that they made it about your son. So I just wanted to clarify that for you.
That's the case, cool, I accept that. Like I say, it's crazy. His mom, that's her biggest thing. Like the picture, I ain't gonna say y'all, the picture that Boynton Beach is painting of my son. If you guys know he wasn't on Boynton Beach Boulevard, what would help me and his mom and his family is an apology. That would be help. That would be start. You guys want to build this bridge? That would be a start. I want the world to know and understand the type of child that my son was. He wasn't doing what they said he was doing. So that would be a start in his apology. And we need to hear it. That's the least you guys can do for him. Thank you.
Renee Morris, the 800 block of Federal Highway.
I'm gonna be nice tonight, but my feelings are hurt that people are telling my family that lost our family member, no theatrics. If it was your child, why you're not paying me any attention? If it was your child, you would be livid. Do not ever tell my family no theatrics. This is not theatrics. This is feelings. You took away a 13-year-old honor roll student for bullcrap because he wanted to be macho man on Christmas Eve. I mean, the day after Christmas. This is tearing my family up. It's not theatrics, it's feelings. And 2 weeks ago, I asked the mayor about red light cameras. He told me there are none. One of my friends got a red light ticket from Federal and Boynton Beach Boulevard. So if there's not red light cameras that stretch a mile down the road, why would she not? Why would she have gotten a ticket from that red light camera?
On, that's Boynton Beach Boulevard and Seacrest.
Boynton Beach Boulevard and Federal. You can see CVS in the picture. So
That's new.
yeah, it's new to you, but it's old to us. Red light cameras have been all on the news in Boynton, that Boynton is the only city in Palm Beach County still with red light cameras. But all of a sudden, y'all don't have red light cameras. What you guys thought that we were going to get tired, we were going to wear down. We're not going anywhere. Until Mark Schoen is gone, we're not going anywhere. We'll be here listening to y'all stuff about spending money for bull crap that nobody asked for, spending our taxpayer dollars for out west. Forget east. Don't give a damn because black people live here. But west has to be beautiful. But we're not going anywhere. You're spending our taxpayer dollars on out west, but not east. And the people that we elected, that we signed and put y'all in office. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. We're going to have theatrics. You might get cursed out, might be some threats, but we're going to still be here. Thank you.
And we do have an item on tonight's agenda for the red light cameras that will discuss all the different locations. That, yes. Yes.
My name is Nisha Burgess. I'm the sister of Shannon. One of the questions that I have for you is, where does it say that a person can't come back up and speak for a second time? You limit it to 3 minutes a person, but where does it state that they cannot come back up and speak for a second time?
I would say that if they are only allowed 3 minutes, it's for the meeting.
It's okay, but where does it say it in this packet? Because you keep referring to this packet and policies and procedures, but in here it does not say that a person cannot get up here and speak for the second time. I understand there's a 3-minute limit, but it's not saying that they cannot get back up here if they have something to say, especially when they're presenting new evidence.
So the answer to your question is that if someone says that they would want to take a minute and then reserve the 2 minutes later for public audience, I would say that would be acceptable. However, according to your question is that we are trying to limit the people voicing their concerns or comments to 3 minutes.
But they can get back up here. I'm just saying because we're referring to policies and procedures. So, I mean, that's something that you want to take account for if you're going to have these papers for us to follow during the meeting. Just putting it out there. But I'm going to use my time wisely. As a medical personnel, a nurse to be exact, knowing that EMT did not render services to SJ, that is sickening. Because as a nurse, I know when someone is coding, we're there. We're there until EMT gets there and calls that. Whether they're breathing or not, we don't call that. You have to render services. So to hear that no one attended to him, you just looked at him and called it death, that is very sickening. And if you guys cannot see that, where is your heart? Where is your heart? Because I'm in the medical field because I choose to help people, especially in a time of need, especially when they cannot help themselves. A 13-year-old, that is sickening. When my son falls, I'm there.
And I'm hoping that the next person is there to care for him, to ask him if he's okay. So to know that that baby was lying there face down and no one had the audacity to render services to him. Face down with a helmet on. I want you to imagine this, face down with a helmet on. You don't see his eyes, you don't see his face, but you look at him and you don't render services. You don't rush over there to see if that baby's okay. I have a problem with that. That is sickening. And if you guys cannot see that, you have no heart. Where's your heart? Where is your heart? I say that with passion. Where is your heart? His blood is on all of your hands until you do the necessary step and fire that officer. Look in the mirror, take a look at yourselves. Look at yourself. What if that was your child? That could have been any one of our child. That could have been any one of our child. I look at my son, my heart hurts. I have 2 daughters as well, but I look at my son, my heart hurts. When I talked to my sister on the weekend, she was crying on the phone. I didn't know what to say to her. I didn't know what to say to her. I see her every single day. I see her pain every single day. The last time I was here, you guys talked about mental health. That was the topic, mental health. Has anyone rendered services to her or Stanley? Ask them about their mental health. I deal with this every day. What about their mental health? Do you know if they're contemplating suicide? Do you know if they're contemplating running their car off the bridge? Do you know? Where is their help? They are pleading with you guys. The family is pleading with you guys for answers. Since when has answering questions been so hard? It takes my breath away, and I did not want to get up here, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I found the courage to get up here and look every last one of you in your eyes. So when you go home, take a look in the mirror. Where's your heart? When you get up and put your uniform on every morning and take a look in the mirror, are you happy with the person that you've become? Are you happy with your day's decisions? Because I know I can go home every day from days of work, caring for people, knowing that I did my best. I don't go home with any regrets because I know if a person called it, I was there to render services for them. We're pleading with you, and we just want answers, transparency, accountability. These are everything that you guys have in your policies, but it seems like no one is following policies and regulations. So look in the mirror and ask yourselves, are you happy with yourselves? That's it.
Bishop Thomas Masters. I am the International Ambassador for the World Conference of Mayors, former mayor of the city of Riviera Beach for 12 years, pastor of the New Macedonia Baptist Church. And in some ways, I think I'm Shannon's pastor. But I want to say, first of all, I want to commend Shannon and Stanley, a man and a woman of peace. And that's what it's all about. It should be about peace because they are people of peace and of love. They're leading. They are leaders in this community. And it's so important to have parents, yet they're hurting, yet they're in pain, but yet they're asking for peace, justice. I've been in the struggle for freedom and justice all of my life, adult life, as you probably know. In Ferguson, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, I was there. Corey Jones, I was there. Minnesota, George Floyd, I was there. Ahmaud Arbery, I was there. And what I've learned is that there are 3 levels that you may want to look at. First level is confrontation. That has probably already taken place. The next level is demonstrations. And then the next level is negotiations. And so I would suggest to you that do that as soon as you can. I'm so happy to hear that the police chief sat down with 2 members of the family. You know, the longer this goes on, it continues to boil and boil and boil. And people are saying to you, we want answers, and we want them now. And without answers, the community is in the dark. So I suggest to you to pray and ask God to lead and guide and direct you now in order to sit down and bring about some resolutions, some answers. And that's all they're asking for. And that's not very much. And because of Shannon and Stanley, we don't have a Ferguson here. We don't have a Minnesota here. We don't have the violence and the burning and all that because you have parents, God-fearing parents. And I commend them for that. And I commend everyone that will continue to work through this and to work for peace. One of the things that I've learned, Mr. Mayor, and this may be for you, that if you invite the United States Justice Department into this situation, they will help you. They will come in as they have done in all those cities I've named. And they have been very, very helpful to the mayors and to the elected officials and to the community. So my thing is invite them in. Invite the United States Justice Department here and see how it works for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. And I appreciate that information because, I don't necessarily know if I can do that because of our city charter. I'm not a strong mayor. However, that is something that this city commission could request the city manager. And so that is the information that we will hopefully discuss as soon as possible. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the audience that would like to speak for public audience? I have two people with their hand raised, Justice for SJ and LaShonda Wright. Yuri, is there anyone else with their hand raised or asking a question?
There is two more hands raised, one of which is Crystal.
Hello, LaShonda Wright.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to unmute my mic, but I figured it out. So I'm just gonna say this. This whole situation is it's disgusting and it's sad. To you, Steve, as the mayor, I have watched you walk the streets of Cherry Hill, MLK. You have been all up in the store on Cherry Hill. And your demeanor of when you were at the store and to look at you now is like it's like you're a whole different person, and that's disgusting. I mean, I know it's not your fault and it's different rules and regulations that you have to follow as a mayor, but to me you can do more than what you are doing as the mayor of Boynton Beach, and that's just my opinion. You got the cloud when you take pictures and you posting just to make yourself look good, but when things like this happen in the city of Boynton Beach, I feel like you as the mayor has or have room to say what needs to be done because you're still on the panel, and you're not doing that. So that's saddening. That's very saddening. To Lori, you're disgusting. You are rude. You have no heart. And I'm not going off of what everybody else is saying. I'm going by just sitting back and just watching these meetings. Every time someone tell you something or ask a question, your comeback is very irate. You don't know how to speak to people, and you have to understand this is a family that's hurting. And if the shoe was on the other foot, you would be upset. So to my suggestion to you is maybe you need to go to some type of training or classes for them to educate you on how to deal with things like this as they come about. Hopefully, none of this happens again. But you need to know how to be a people's person. And just be there for the family. They're gonna ask you all type of questions. You're gonna get all type of comments thrown at you. You need to be to me, you need to be professional at all times. And the rate that you're showing tonight with the side comments that you made after the uncle asked the question, that was inappropriate. You are disgusting. And you need to be off the panel. Not next week or however they vote y'all out, but you need to be out. The whole panel needs to have new members.
Ms. Wright, thank you for your comments. And yes, there's an election on March 8th.
Like, when are you guys gonna answer the family questions? This has been an ongoing investigation. This baby then lost his life. The dad and the mother and all their family members. It's like, excuse me. Hello.
I'd like you to finish your comments if you'd like. I put another 3 minutes on the timer for you.
Yes, please, because I do have a lot to say. But I'm gonna keep it short and I'm gonna keep it simple. You guys need to give the family the answers that they need. At least give them something so they have some type of, they will never have a closure. But to give them something that will ease their mind, especially the father and the mother. Y'all,
Got
you
it.
guys are not giving them anything. You're not giving them anything. They keep coming back asking the same questions over and over. Okay, next week we'll discuss that. Oh, this week we'll discuss that. And then when they come to the
Ms. Wright, it seems that you become self-muted. Your connection wasn't the 100%, and so I'm going to move to the next person that has their hand raised that has not spoken. Crystal Hayden.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good night to everybody. This is not really a question. This is a comment. Miss Laurie, let me tell you something. You explained to Pernell Davis, the uncle of SJ, stop with the theatrics. Theatrics. Was it theatrical when SJ was looking in fear in his heart and saw the officer on the right-hand side of him? Was it theatrical to see SJ on the ground with piss coming out of him with a sheet over him on the ground for nearly 5 hours? Was it theatrical for y'all to give away that dry ass Gatorade out there thinking somebody's gonna be calmed down? No, what's theatrical is your capability in your position. Good night.
Thank you. Okay. There's justice for SJ. And you raised your hand last time. You didn't say anything. So if there's no one left for public audience that has not already spoken, there are 3 minutes. I'm going to move forward to Mr. Graham, I believe.
I'm requesting that the attorney, Jasmine Rand, get 2 more minutes, please. Thank you.
I apologize that this item is over for public audience. There is another item on the agenda regarding unfinished business. The Citizens Engagement Committee, that if people have other comments, I'm going to open it up at that time.
Mayor, we need to proceed according to the rules.
I'm not trying to rush you.
Go ahead.
I wanted to address the issue to the commission.
I'm sorry, this is not how that works, where you get to bring up a phone. I'm sorry, but this is not how the meeting works.
Continue.
And so I'm going to ask our officers, if you don't mind,
Continue.
that this is not the way it goes. Lori, if you'd like to assist me with this, but we're not having the.
Hold on, Jasmine.
Yes.
I'm trying to.
If you say at the microphone your name and what you would like to say, that's fine. But I've never held someone to bring up the phone to speak so far in the 6 years. Sorry, but I'm going to have to answer that you're not able to do that at tonight's meeting. If I said that. Commission wants to overrule me and say that that's not allowed, I'll be happy to allow it.
Everyone who's in the audience needs to sit down and stop talking over the dais and the chair and the speaker who is at the podium, or we'll follow the rules and ask people to leave. Ma'am, if you would like to speak, since you have not spoken, you have 3 minutes. The individual on the phone is not able to do that.
Yield the 3 minutes back to him on the virtue.
One thing that I can do.
Mayor, could I just make one recommendation? If the attorney for the family, Jasmine Rand, wishes to call me tomorrow morning, to talk to her. I spoke with her last week. I placed the call to her, and I will communicate anything she needs to communicate to the commission after that call.
So I don't have any ability to move forward if you're not willing to speak. Is that correct? I don't have the ability to mute any microphones. I don't have the ability I could ask people to please allow, if anyone has not spoken at public audience, you're allowed to speak. And I do see there's someone online that has just raised their hand that hasn't, 2 people, a Cameron Simmons and a Skya Charles, that I will allow to speak, because that is what the rules that we've followed so far. So Cameron Simmons, you're currently unmuted.
Good afternoon, Cameron Simmons, 544 Northwest 10th Avenue in the heart of Boynton Beach. Why y'all won't let the attorney speak? What are y'all trying to hide? Let her speak. That's all we ask. Let her speak. And Stanley asked for apology. Can he get an apology tonight from you all? Is that too much to ask for? Mayor, is it too much to ask for an apology from you? You're the leader of Boynton Beach. Is it too much to ask for an apology? Lori, can he apologize? That's all I have. It's ridiculous, man. It's just ridiculous. Can we get an apology to the family?
So Mr. Simmons, are you finished with your comments? All right. I'm going to ask everyone that if you've already spoken public audience, that you not disrupt the meeting anymore. Or I'm going to ask you to leave. And I'm going to ask you to leave because you've disrupted the meeting. And I believe I have that authority, if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Mayor, you do have the authority to maintain order at the meeting. That usually requires a warning to the people disrupting the meeting, and then you can restore order by having that person removed if necessary after warning.
Thank you. And that is the warning that I. And next we have Skya Charles. You're currently self-muted.
Okay, well, what I wanted to say is I want to know that I don't know at what level we're able to speak because you're saying people are being disruptive when they were asking for an apology. I mean, is it disrespectful to request an apology from the city?
No, it is not disrespectful to request an apology.
Do you think it's even necessary to apologize, or you think it's not up to you?
I've spoken to the families on numerous occasions. And so that is where, if the families need me to speak to them again, I'll be happy to speak to them again.
But a public apology isn't in your alignment.
I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating that?
I say a public apology is something that's not in your alignment.
Ms. Charles, do you have
Do
anything
you?
other?
Okay, well, I understand that's something that y'all don't want to do. I guess probably apologizing is admitting that, you feel like the police was wrong and the police was wrong for pursuing what he did to cause the death of SJ, and a lot of us are heartbroken as parents. And I know I'm heartbroken because I have a son too who, was once chased by a cop on a motorcycle, but he, the cop was, concerned with his safety, and he dealt with it in a proper manner. And I know that that cop was very angry, and I told the cop, I know that sometimes y'all get angry and y'all have to chase these kids, and I'm glad that he didn't harm him, and the officer was upset. And just by hearing, he was upset that I thought that he would harm my child, and just knowing that my child wasn't harmed that day by that officer, I know that an officer can be concerned of the child. And I think the situation that occurred with SJ just proves that not all officers have that, that respect for, human life, and it just proved to me that, my child was saved that day, knowing that SJ wasn't saved. And I barely could really, it's like I'm kind of like choked up about it because it's a very emotional topic. But, I just wish that the community that's in leadership, the administration there would just be considerate that someone has to take accountability and be able to stand up and say, that there needs to be some type of different ways of going about pursuing things in different cases like this, because at the end of the day, it's not like what the kid was doing was something that required his death. It's all types of ways that this could have been dealt with. And I feel like if we don't get no accountability or no transparency now, then it's possible that something like this could occur again. Because it's not the first time that a kid was pursued in a chase. It's just this is the first time, in our community where it was a death. But not with this officer. It's not the first time it was a death, but it's just the fact that in our community it was a death that touched us. And I just feel like the people who are in authority isn't taking accountability, and it really hurts.
Thank you for your comments. And the new person with their hand raised, Ted Kazan.
Ted goes on, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Listen, I've been there for about 3 hours waiting to discuss Snug Harbor Drive and Riviera Drive. So now I'm online. And a lot of people that were there with me have had to leave. So I'm suggesting maybe we can postpone the Snug Harbor Drive and Federal Highway construction till some other date, because of the other people had to speak their mind, and it would be beneficial for us to get to speak our mind when the project comes up, and it's obviously going to be a lot later tonight. What can be done about that?
I'm sorry, unless the city commission wants to change the agenda to put public audience after the business of the city, there's nothing else we can do.
Well, I don't understand why. I've seen you break the rules a few times tonight, so I don't think it would be breaking the rules to suggest that we postpone the Snug Harbor Riviera Drive construction site at a different date.
Well, I appreciate your comments.
Is it going to go on, or will you check?
I believe it will go on.
Okay, so then I'll be able to speak at the appropriate time again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Yuri, I'll ask, is there anyone that has not spoken? No, Justice for SJ and is Sharday Hunter. Have they spoken before?
Mayor Grant, Justice for SJ has not spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Justice for SJ, if you'd like to speak. Sharday Hunter, if you'd like to speak.
You reset the timer.
Okay.
Man, let me ask you a question.
No.
You gave another. No, you're not going to tell me no.
I'm sorry.
You
Yes,
gave
no,
another
I'm
lady
telling you.
6 minutes online,
Sir,
and you are refusing to let the attorney talk for another 2 minutes to 3 minutes. That is unfair. That is unfair. That is unfair. Give the attorney 3 more minutes to talk.
For this gentleman to be removed.
I'm requesting.
Sharday Hunter, my apologies. If you'd like to make public audience comments, now would be the time.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I would just like to speak on the flippant comments from Lori, telling Purnell, save the theatrics. I don't know what theatrics you're talking about. These are real raw emotions, and people want real answers. So, you need to save the theatrics and do your job. Because if you have done your job in the first place, we wouldn't be here. All right? So that's all I have to say about that. When my sister or anybody there is speaking, act like you care. Don't be doing all that yawning. Don't be flipping through papers and stuff. You look at them, because we are grieving and we are upset. Thank you.
Thank you. And Yuri, I don't believe Justice for SJ is going to make comments at tonight's meeting. And so I'm going to now close public audience.
Understood.
All right, thank you. Our next item on the city commission meeting is administrative, appoint eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. We have 1 regular and 2 alternate positions available on the Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals. 2 students on the Education and Youth Advisory Board, 1 alternate on the Historic Resources Preservation Board, 1 regular and 2 alternates on the Library Board. And next we have a community support request from Commissioner Romulus for $500 to the Boca Raton's Promise to support the Boynton Beach Mental Health Committee.
Motion to approve 5B.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. I request to distribute $500 of my community support funds to young men of distinction.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Is Jacoby here? Thank you. If you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. Young Man Distinction is a mentorship program where we do mentor young men ages 7 through 18. And for me, it's an honor and a privilege to be a part of the city of Boynton. And, we're here to, for the community. We will be here at Carroll Sims Center starting next month, every other Monday. Like I said, we'll be here for our young men and eventually starting the girls chapter. So if you want any more information about the organization, please go to our website, youngmandistinction.org. And again, thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, Jacoby. And I just want to commend you for all the work that you've done. Starting your organization, I saw from May 2019 to where you are now. Next, I have a request to distribute $200 of my community support funds to Congress Middle School.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Request to distribute $500 of my community support funds to Manuel Jackson Senior Project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next, we have Commissioner Pensurgo's request to distribute $200 of his community support, or how much?
$1,000.
$1,000 of his community support funds to the Boynton Beach Little League.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
I'd also like to request to distribute $200 of my community support funds to the Boynton Beach Little League.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next, we are moving on to consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item from consent agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 6E as
Okay.
in Ethel.
Likewise.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none. Proposed resolution 22-033, approve and authorize the city manager to sign a notice to proceed pursuant to the professional service agreement between the city of Boynton Beach and American Traffic Solutions, Inc., doing business as Vera Mobility for the expansion of the red light traffic enforcement system.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to know where the cameras are going in, how many, why, and all those kinds of things. Just kind of give us a general overview of the cameras that's going to be added to the city of Boynton.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Michael Gregory, Police Chief, thank you for the question. We do have a short, couple of slides, a presentation of the overview of the program and where the new cameras are going. So if Yuri could bring that up on the display.
And by you, Gregory, I'm going to go to the item.
I'm sorry?
I'm just going to go to the item. It should be in there, yes, in the attachment?
Yes, for the item number for this resolution.
Understood.
6E.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, next slide. If you can make it any larger. Thank you. So as discussed earlier, mentioned earlier, the city of Boynton Beach has operated a red light camera program since 2011 in partnership with Vera Mobility, which was formerly known as ATS, American Traffic Solutions. The purpose of the program and the mission behind it is to reduce red light running in the city of Boynton Beach. It's well known that the cost in lives as well as dollars that T-bone crashes and crashes at intersections can cause, and efforts to try to reduce those in areas that are known to be prevalent for these traffic crashes is a noble initiative for the city. Obviously, another goal of the program is to enhance safety to the public. Aside from just reducing the running of red lights, again, the goal is to reduce the crashes that result from those who are running red lights. Maximizing enforcement. The utilization of this technology is 24/7, unlike what we can do with police officers at intersections. By having technology assist with this and augment the program, it's a 24/7 program that continuously monitors locations where you have it installed. So you only pick the worst locations or the ones with the highest proclivity for crashes to place this type of a system. It's an educational format for the public, and the other beauty of the program is that it's self-funded. The entire program is funded through the revenue that it generates. The entire program is funded through the revenue that it generates. Currently, next slide. There are about 6 intersections in the city that are covered by red light camera programs. What you see on the display are the actual camera numbers. And the way the system works is that there's 1 camera per lane of traffic. So you see that the first 2 is BB001 and 002. One covers northbound, the other covers southbound at South Federal Highway and Southeast 23rd Avenue. So again, we only have 6 intersections covered, but because there's multiple lanes at those intersections, that's why we have multiple cameras. Next slide.
Chief, quick question. So for example, Federal Highway, there's 2 lanes. So you're saying there's 2 cameras, or is there 1 camera for both lanes?
I believe there's 1 camera for both lanes going north and 1 camera for both lanes going south. There is a limit to how many lanes can be covered by the camera. So when you go beyond the ability of the camera to cover either 2 or 3 lanes, they have to add more cameras.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Chief, do we place cameras by the number of incidents that we have there or accident?
Yes, they do.
So how does Federal Highway and MLK Boulevard, that intersection there, does that stack up as
it has not come on the radar.
It has not.
No, it has not come up into the top intersections with traffic crashes or the possibility of having a benefit from this technology.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question for the chief.
Yes.
Chief, I want to make sure I understand the data that's being presented. Could we take a look at the data that's shown on the row of Congress and Gateway, the first one? Is that saying that the overall traffic on that intersection is down 20% in that direction? It says there's a 20%, negative 20% traffic increase.
At Congress and Gateway?
Yes, it's the 3rd row.
BB003.
Yes, BB003 at Congress and northbound on Congress and Gateway does reflect a 20% decrease in traffic volume, is what we've been told by the vendor who manages the technology.
So the data is being provided entirely by the vendor?
That's correct.
And so I'm looking at just that row, for example. So if there is a overall negative 20%, a decrease in overall traffic flow, but from 2019 to 2021, it seems like the notice, I assume NOV stand for notice of violations?
That's correct.
So it seems to have doubled even though the overall traffic flow has decreased by 20%. How does that make sense? Are people just keep violating it more and more?
Correct. That jumped out to me as well, that we had a reduction in traffic volume there, as well as at BB007, which is eastbound on West Boynton Beach Boulevard and Congress. Each one of them had negative numbers, which show a reduction in traffic volume. Obviously, that jumped out to me. I asked for some additional research and I haven't gotten additional answers back to further explain that. But basically, the technology is counting cars going in those lanes of traffic that are being monitored. And that's the counts that camera reported.
I'm just trying to make sense of that. It's highly unusual. Overall traffic is down, but the violations have doubled. I would assume if these red light cameras are working as we think they should, it should be going downwards, right?
In general, I would expect it to do the same as all the other intersections. So when you see an increase in traffic volume, you typically see an increase in the notice of violations. So to see one that's in reverse, we've already asked the vendor for further clarification on that.
Okay.
I haven't gotten anything
I'm going to
yet.
look for that information. Thank you so much, Chief.
So
essentially looking for, are the cameras actually working to decrease the number of violations? I mean, that's the ultimate goal. We want less people running.
You're 100% correct.
Yeah.
Yes, we agree there. And what this shows us, because I looked at this when I first inherited the program, going backwards, you do see the number of violations increasing. And I asked myself, and I talked to the vendor the same questions: why is it going up when, it's supposed to be a deterrent? And the response came back looking at the statistics of the traffic volume. And we were seeing significant increases over the last 8 years on our thoroughfares with traffic through the city. And one of the other notes that the vendor was able to provide me that we don't have on all these slides, though, is that we only have less than a 5% recidivism rate. So less than 5% of the people who get these tickets get a second one. So these are all initial violators. So if there's people who found new traffic patterns to take, if people who moved into the city that didn't live here before, what it's telling us is that 95% of the time, if they get one ticket, they don't do it again. So from that perspective, it is working. And what we're seeing is new people getting these violations and getting their notices. Moving on, next slide. And those are the additional intersections with lanes of traffic that are covered. Again, we were looking at years 2019, 2020, 2021 for the notices of violation that have been issued. We had an asterisk on 2020 because we were in most cases in a lockdown with businesses closed, and we saw lower amounts of traffic in some cases to account for some of the volume decreases. And then we saw on the far, you see again the percentage of traffic volume that occurred on between 2020 and 2021. Next slide. This further highlights those in a bar chart format, those traffic volumes strictly. So you can see the little clarity there. The blue bar represents 2019. The orange bars represent 2020. And then of course, where you see that the orange bar is lower than the blue bar, in two of those situations are where we see lower traffic volumes in the negatives compared to the previous year. Next slide. These are the intersections that are being proposed. Our partner, Vera Mobility, has done their study of these locations, and they've recommended that these be the next ones that the program is expanded to incorporate. It's really 3 intersections, but again, when you add up the different directions of travel, eastbound, westbound, northbound, each one of them, you'll see it requires additional cameras. So we're talking Woolbright Road and Seacrest. We're talking about North Congress Avenue and Minor Road. And then lastly, West Boynton Beach Boulevard and Northwest 8th Street being added to the program. Next column shows you the estimated number of violations per day that are anticipated at a minimum. I'll note that there are definitely more violations that occur there. However, that number is based on when you apply the statutory requirements strictly, that comes down to these numbers. So an example would be, it is illegal to turn red on right or to coast through an intersection on right when the light is red. That is illegal. That would be an issuable traffic citation by an officer. However, and that's counted as a traffic violation. However, under the updated state law, Electronic digital camera equipment can't issue that citation in most cases. So there are more violations that occur. If a tag is unreadable, it's not captured. If there's inclement weather and we can't see the traffic signal clearly, it's not a violation. So there's a number of more red light running occurs than they account for the violations that we can issue based on the requirements of the statute.
Chief, so again, estimated daily average is how many tickets are issued?
The notices of a violation, that's correct.
Okay, so again, just to put that into context, because people ask about, how much activity is there, and are the cities using this to have it to generate revenue? Based on the numbers before us, you're saying that any given intersection on this list that has a red light camera during the course of a day with thousands or tens of thousands of vehicles, 3 to 4 people might get a ticket.
That's exactly the opposite of what I just stated. So let me state it once again. More violations occur than we're able to cite for under the statute. So there are more red running incidences than we're able to issue tickets for based on those exceptions that I just listed out, such as inclement weather, such as a license plate is unreadable, such as a bad registration, not showing the owner of the vehicle, there being some sort of a exemption if the person had to go through the intersection and clear the way for an emergency vehicle. There are many more violations that occur at each of these locations than what we list here. So this is the bare minimum that we can expect.
But again, though, just to differentiate, I'm not asking how many people violate or run a red light. Or those numbers are how many tickets are issued through the red light camera?
After we exempt all the statutory requirements, yes.
So there are additional
more violations, there are fewer notices going out.
And removed because they don't. Okay.
Yes.
Understood. So
the goal is obviously to reduce the number of people running red lights.
So just to rephrase then, that is the average number of tickets issued.
Yes, sir.
At a given intersection. So again, I like to highlight these because I'm a proponent of these. I don't hide it for a second because I know it's a controversial topic for a lot of people, a lot of hard opinions. But just to be clear for people who look and think this is, some sort of trap or some sort of effort to screw people, at Woolbright and Seacrest on a given day, 3 human beings end up receiving a ticket on average.
This is what you're looking at, the proposed locations. So there's no one receiving citations here. We're anticipating, we're projecting. This is a forecast. The previous pages, though, those are actually installed, and those are the numbers that we are issuing.
So I won't belabor it any further, but the point I'm trying to make for the public is that most people tend not to violate the law and run red lights, and even those who do only end up being ticketed on a handful of times a day.
Yes, sir.
I think
that is correct.
That shows the care that's put into making sure this is not just tagging 1,000 people a day and issuing 1,000 tickets. That's not what happened.
It is not. It is not.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Just projecting off from the side there, actually, these are actual numbers, not projections, but at these locations of Woolbright and Seacrest, we've seen 36 traffic crashes at that intersection in 2019, 28 in 2020, and 33 last year in 2021. At Congress and Minor, we saw 26 violations in 19, 25 in 2020, and then 27 crashes in 2021. And lastly, at 8th Street and Boynton Beach Boulevard, there were 17 in 2019, 13 in 2020, and 23 crashes in 2021. So those are some of the numbers that we're using to look at and analyze if these are appropriate locations and they warrant a installation of this technology. And this is our recommendation at this time.
So Chief, you didn't necessarily give us, what type of crash, whether it's a T-bone or a fender bender, but do you have the statistics on any fatalities?
No, I don't have that with me tonight. I can certainly send that back to you separately.
All right. Well, I heard about a fatality at Woolbright and Seacrest. And so that is something where it's, I think it was in the New York Times or Washington Post today that this is throughout the country, people are driving worse after the pandemic than before the pandemic. It seems that because of the time off, they lost some skills needed to drive safely. And especially with a lot of the drivers that are new to South Florida that doesn't necessarily have the topography of mountains or, hills, that they feel the straightaway roads that we have, they're able to go faster because of our 12-foot wide lanes. And this is something where it is scary to see the trend that, especially in 2020, that more pedestrians and bicyclists died in 2020 with less cars on the road. And now that there are more cars on the road, there's actually more people dying. And that's something where we do not want any more road traffic fatalities. And it's something where, it pains me to see that, the horrific accident that we had last September with someone going 100 miles per hour. It's something that was caught on our red light cameras, and it's just a point where we have the technology. Everybody who has a Waze knows that there are red light traffic cameras in the city. It's something where we're not trying to hide the fact that we have red light traffic cameras. We want to let everyone know that we have red light traffic cameras because we do not want people running red lights. And so I'm in favor of, moving forward with this. And, it's something where back in a few years ago, we used to have the PIO release some of the footage. I haven't seen any footage recently. If we can get some of the footage released of cars going 70 miles per hour or something like that, we'd like to show the public that this is the reason why we have them here, is because there are dangerous people on our roads that we need to have the community to say this is what is best for our city, because one life lost is too many.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And so if there's no further comments, I'll take a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. So motion passes 3-1.
Thank you.
Next, we are on consent bids, purchases over 100,000. Would anyone like to pull any of the items? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving forward with public hearing, item 8A, first reading, amendments to the land development regulations, ordinance 22-006.
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, Chapter 1, Article 2, use definitions, Chapter 3, zoning, and Chapter 4, Article 5, minimum off-street parking requirements that address medical care or testing, inpatient, beverage manufacturing, microbrewery, brew pub, taproom brewery, and takeout restaurant uses, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
This is city oriented, city suggested.
City initiated.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Would anyone on the commission like to have a presentation?
Mayor, I would. I have some concerns. I just want to make sure that those concerns have been addressed. I know there was discussions between parties, and I don't know where that conversation ended, but if there is a resolution, I'd like to hear it.
All right, Yuri, do you mind pulling up the presentation?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission. Mike Rumpf, our planning director, is online. He's ready to lead us in this presentation.
All right, thank you so much. Mike Rumpf, you're currently unmuted. Mike?
Mike.
It doesn't look like his microphone is working.
He's currently on his way down. He's having technical difficulties.
Okay.
But in regards to the question, I believe there was a question related to some resolution that was for the 1320 project, I believe. Commissioner Bensberger, is that the one you were referring to? Whether
Yes,
there was
it
a
is.
resolution?
Right.
Yeah, that's going to be for the 1320 item.
It's the under C, is that correct? Do I have that right?
This ordinance would not be site specific. It would apply as stated to other properties as well.
Good evening. My apologies. Laptop sometimes doesn't cooperate. You want to go ahead and advance the slide? In the interest of time, I can address what question there is. There was reference to a discussion or an issue, so I can jump right to that if you'd like to try and save time, or I can go through.
How many slides do we have?
6.
No, let's do 6 slides.
Okay, there's 3 different main subjects. One is inpatient medical category or groups of uses. Second has to do with breweries. And then the third are takeout restaurants. Each of these has really been prompted by interested parties of the public, business plans that would conflict with the regulations if adjustments were made. So studies have been done to exercise additional best practices in our regulations to allow for business expansions or additional uses in the city. The first one, in brief, you'll recall several years ago, we evaluated a group and created a cluster of uses called inpatient medical care. And the reason for that was we realized that some of those uses needed to be regulated more stringently in the city. Instead of just taking one particular use, we took one use that was of particular concern and clustered it with other uses which have something in common that at that time, given the level of study, should be regulated similarly. Good zoning practice does not take one single use and regulate it differently than others. So we grouped several of those uses. Now, fast forward to today, we had reason to look closer at those uses to see if they really warranted equal regulation and restrictions in the city. And the finding was no, they don't. That there is a wide range of intensity in this group of inpatient medical care uses, which essentially are a medical use, which provides some type of medical care or service around the clock or past a 24-hour period. So we did that, and we looked at them and saw, after further and closer analysis, additional regulations and restrictions could be applied, which would separate them out to the less stringent and the more stringent. For example, some of those could be very small businesses, very few patient loads per day, and if they are grouped with the other intensive uses, they wouldn't be allowed on an arterial roadway or a collector. Our medical campus or concentration of uses is along Seacrest Boulevard, which is a collector roadway. Gulf Road has a collection of medical uses converted from an old single-family homes and neighborhood. They would not be. So we looked at 3 main topics or characteristics of them, which has to do with the size, patient characteristics, and physical appearance. And if they pass those 3 tests, which are itemized and summarized in the recommended changes, then those stringent rules would not apply to them. Let me take each of these at a time. Are there any questions on the inpatient medical care category?
None from me. I just
Okay.
wanted a general overview.
Sure. Okay. Moving along, if we could advance the slides. One more. Okay. A review of our brewery regulations. It's come after some time since they were originally established to address a growing industry. And what has happened, we've had inquiries for retail-oriented type uses, and that is a smaller brewery, if you will, within a retail environment. What would it take to allow that? Obviously, you wouldn't take the due south model, if you will, and put it downtown because that's heavy, more heavy industrial. Unlimited number of barrels of production, or due south was, I'm sorry. They were our first, they were our model, our poster child, if you will, of brewery regulations. You wouldn't do that. So we did, we reviewed our current regulations, we reviewed what is out there in the world on the horizon and what is thriving, the sizes, variations, production levels, and basic versus basic characteristics of them, meaning more locally and on-site versus distributed within the state or outside the state. We created definitions, different use categories, and basically created a use which can fit within a retail environment. You'll see additional definitions involving beverage manufacturing, breweries, brew pubs, and microbreweries are the main ones, of course, tap room as well. There is a maximum production level that would be such retail environment type breweries would be allowed to. Is there any way to enlarge the font on the screen? Could you blow it up a little bit? Running out of my office, I didn't grab everything I would have, knowing I'd have a slideshow here. Ask and you receive. Okay. There's some facts here that may be of course of interest to some, and we've looked at what the production characteristics are of certain types of breweries. Go ahead and advance the slide. This is just a general graph illustration that shows the more intense, it leans toward the industrial zoning districts, the less intense under a category of the brew pub and tap room being accommodated in the commercial districts, or that is what we're also seeing in other cities. Go ahead and advance. Starts to go into some descriptions of the different types of uses. Again, your more industrial or heavy intensive brewery, which we've experienced here. Best example was Due South and also Copper Point. There is no limit on production, and the commercial component is not required, but it's optional. And no food service is allowed. And that's relevant as I get to go on through these, and as well as introduce the third of the three topics that I'm going to talk about in these code amendments. Next slide. Microbrewery produces up to 3,000 barrels per year max, combines manufacturing and distribution of the beverage with on-site food service. A commercial component would be required. And then lastly, next slide, the tap room and brew pub. So it's giving you an idea of what these different types of uses are. And now I'm going to, of course, I've gone lower in intensity. So let's jump right now to the next slide. It's a table which shows the different uses, how they're regulated, and most importantly, the zoning districts where they'd be allowed.
So one of the questions I have for, I guess, the brew pub, what if their customers have like a beer of the month club that they want to take home like a 6-pack? Would that be allowed under our ordinance?
In a brew pub? Yes, a brew pub would be similar.
Because it's distribution, it says that distribution is not allowed. So what is the definition of distribution? Is going through a distributor Or does it mean that that's the definition of distribution? It does not mean on-site sales or consumption off premise?
Sure. It's a good question. That might be a question I'd have to return with unless my planning partners who are listening in as well have that answer. And they can just raise their hand if they have a clear answer to that. Otherwise, I'm going to say that that would probably not be considered distribution itself. We do know that typically these sometimes sell the growlers and things like that. That may be allowed.
The example that I went to recently was a place called Lazy Dog in Uptown Boca, I think it was. If you wanted to, not to necessarily take a work trip out there, but
the principal reason why distribution is not permitted has to do with the intensity of it. Not necessarily customers like us walking out with a growler or a sample of something. It has to do with the truck traffic. It has to do with loading and things like that, which are more intense in the retail environment. So that probably would not be. Also consider the fact that this would be allowed in zoning districts where bars and restaurants that sell alcohol would also be allowed. Package stores would be allowed. So it's consistent with the general zoning uses that are in that area. Okay.
And I just want to be clear that, you know, it said 1,500 barrels, which is not the same as 1,500 gallons. What is our definition of barrel? How many gallons? Do we use 42 like in oil?
I was looking at that. I did have that. That is somewhere in the notes. One conversion under one of the uses. I've been looking at too much information. Well, in the definition, perhaps it's in our definitions. Hold on, this is where I saw it. Yes, 1,500 barrels, 46,500 gallons.
Okay.
Or conversion.
So over 100,000 ounces of, you know, beer being manufactured. All right.
All right, let me pause there. Questions?
And so I see that it's a conditional use for the microbrewery or tap room, but the brew pub is a permitted use. Is that correct? And
no.
I just want to know what's the reasoning behind the conditional.
That's correct. Brew pub, again, a brew pub is equivalent to a restaurant. No, wait a minute. Yes, brew pub is a restaurant, so we don't require conditions approval of restaurants. So it must be principally a food server, but it just has higher than what we think of in terms of beverage manufacturing. We used to have one years ago when I lived here. There was on Congress Avenue.
No.
I don't remember the name. We talked about it in the office. We finally came up with what that answer was. It was on Congress right there in front of, I think, where Dick's Sporting Goods is, and it was converted. No, it had.
It's not within the last 15 years.
Going
Sorry,
back,
Laurie.
yeah, yes, we're going back about 15 years.
Yeah.
So there was one, and in fact, the dining room really evolved around big glass.
A place like, there used to be a place called Bruzy's in City Place and in Boca Raton, and where they manufactured and it was a full production restaurant, bar,
right.
And they had brewing facility.
Right.
So, and then my other question is what is the A symbol for brew pub? So it's kind of like, is there a possibility that the new golf clubhouse becomes a brew pub?
Yes, they could accessory to those other institutional type uses, recreational uses. We could have it. So, for example, there could be a small one at the beach.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, I think that is.
Yes, Mike. So again, the clarification here with regards to food service and not referring to food trucks, how, if any, impact will this have on the lower quantity production area? Like, so if a brewery, and have you, well, I guess preface, have you reached out to our two remaining breweries, Nobo and Copper Point, to get their opinions on, you know, their views as people within the industry.
Sure, we have, and actually that's probably one of the first inquiries that prompted us to consider some of this. These changes, as well as the last item, which has to do with food service. Now, honestly, there was a request from a restaurant and a brewery that wanted to partner and do something. Obviously, we've experienced the breweries' popularity and them being industrial areas initially. The tap rooms grew and the parking areas filled up. And that has become an issue in some of the areas that don't have very large parking areas or to adjacent buildings and uses that sleep basically shut down when the breweries are popular. So we looked and considered best practices and what could we do without exacerbating and turning these places into restaurants, which is another category. It wasn't easily accomplished. We really didn't accomplish exactly what we were asked to do by some businesses in the city. We've come close. If I jump into now keeping that same question in mind, jump to the third category, which are takeout restaurants. This is a growing industry with the continued lingering effects of the pandemic, many being concerned of being out in public, in connection with the popularity of internet, connections to restaurants, and there's even businesses that operate only through the internet. There are actually some restaurants that partner or are subsidiaries of an existing restaurant, brick and mortar. They actually share kitchen space and deliver food. They can deliver it themselves. They can use some of the delivery companies that have grown very popular. Because of that, we've looked at this. And what the ultimate change for regulations that this accommodates are these types of food providers within the M1 zoning district. Now that takes a food product closer to some of these breweries. It takes a food product close to industrial employees, customers in those areas. And it gets closer to meeting what we were hoping to meet in terms of a business plan that was proposed to us. What it means is there's a limitation on size of square footage. There is not, it minimizes traffic by requiring all transactions to be internet and not tendered on the site. So you're going to pick something up. Because they don't have signage and are visible, it is going to be really internet. Delivery dudes and those other businesses would be principal sources to get this food to the customers. And we're all used to ordering food by the internet now. It's very popular and common. And it also, you would get information on location through those websites and apps. So it's close to merging a business plan, but not perfectly the way it was originally described to us. But again, giving additional options to businesses out there to grow beyond what we currently are limited to, and that's essentially catering type businesses that are allowed in the M1 zoning district.
So do you know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, where those two existing breweries would fall in these new classifications? I know that Copper Point, from what I understand, brews around 2,000 barrels a year. Nobo is significantly smaller. I don't know what they produce, but significantly smaller. So under these proposed amendments, would these two breweries at 2,000 barrels and then significantly less than 2,000 now have the flexibility to have some form of controlled on-site cooking versus just having food trucks, which is what they're having right now?
You know, it does not directly increase or allow food service preparation at the industrial uses themselves.
Oh.
It could be an adjoining bay. It could be lease space separate, but not served internally to the business like a restaurant. We've been trying to brainstorm this, and obviously kind of a gray area or loophole could be someone leasing space within a brewery,
Gotcha.
separate, and having it still being ordered and provided electronically, but not through menus, not by signage. Again, we're walking a fine line. We're trying to assist this. We like the idea that food is served at these quasi bars, if you will, because it's just healthy, but not to a point where it becomes even more popular because it just cannot park it.
So I guess the other thing is we wouldn't want them driving home either. They've been there too long. My question is that I know that Devour, before they closed, they had somewhat of a wet bar for food preparations that was, catered food, so to speak, where they had a heating element, so to speak, for catered food. Does this allow a microbrewery to have catered food through online sales?
Well, even warming of the food and handling of the food is not allowed. The food trucks, the customer goes out to a food truck and brings it into the establishment, which is allowed.
Okay, so what if there is a third party that is handling let's say I want to have an event at a brewery and I want to bring my own catered food, is that allowed?
I believe they allow food catered or brought into such businesses. On a formal basis, I think that's called the food truck, but not if they're actually bringing. Now, you say an occasion, it could be a special event, and we have processed various special events at the breweries.
So the question is that, let's say there is that type of, indoor event that it's not necessarily special, that let's say for Sunday football, there is a catering company that brings in food that people are able to say, yes, I would like a plate or something in that manner that is separate from the brewery. That they are able to have as their own space to create the plates out of the pre-made catered food. Is that allowed in the microbrewery?
No.
Okay, because that's kind of where we're not saying that the food is made there. We're saying that the food is assembled there.
Correct? No, correct. That's still handling food preparation to a certain point and serving of food on premises.
So if they do it in a truck outside, it's okay. But if they do it inside, then it's not okay.
Yes.
So they would have to say, we can do it in our van outside and then bring it in, but we can't have it on a table inside the restaurant.
We're getting our uses mixed up, I'm sorry. So the microbrewery is the one that's allowed within the commercial districts, so it can have food preparation and service. If you're talking about breweries.
I'm saying, is a microbrewery allowed in a industrial area?
No,
Okay.
not if it has the food service. You don't have a minimum barrel of production for a brewery itself, it's just a maximum. So the smaller ones could be there, just smaller in production.
I see where, I see where the difficulty is lining, that the microbrewery is allowed in a commercial setting that can allow for the food preparation, but our current breweries that are industrials are not allowed to have that. They have to have the food prepared outside to be brought inside. And this is kind of what they're saying. If it's raining, it doesn't work.
Perhaps.
And so and what is the limitation for us to say that the industrial area is allowed to have the wet bar, so to speak, to provide food assembly services?
Well, what we've done is we've reviewed it under certain conditions, if you will, and what is common. It's not common to have restaurants or food service in industrial areas. We've already kind of grown above that by having breweries with tasting rooms, if you will, which is really morphed more into bars themselves because of the size.
Yep.
And then we promoted food trucks. There's been a period here where the city was accommodating food trucks, truck rallies and things like that to promote business, and it has a lot of following. So we merged those two ideas together, and we really were not having the food produced on site. You then start crossing over that line of if you're now assembling it but not producing it on the site, then you continue to more and more move over that line, closer and closer to becoming a restaurant.
Okay. And so I understand. And so one of the things you said is that what if there's a separate bay, and now let's say they open the wall between those two bays. Now, does that separate bay no longer apply, even though they have their own door?
We'd be looking for some type of separate leased area. However that is, whether that's by a wall or whatever building codes would essentially require. Then we'd also be looking for the lack of signage for that food use, restaurant, food delivery use.
So then the question then becomes is, let's say there is a door that separates the the brewery in the industrial area from the food preparation, is that door enough? If there's a separate, bay and door to, between it, that's kind of where I'm trying to find the place that allows for the food assembling. Is that you're absolutely correct. You don't want it with where the brewery is, where the tap room is. But what separates it from a different bay? Do they have to go outside and come back inside? Or are they able to use, the dumbwaiter or something in that sense that there is a separation between the bay,
We'd like to see a separation. The less we have, the less separation. The closer they're becoming, the closer they potentially merge to become one. So if there is a separate lease space, if it's delivered outside, if it's ordered electronically, obviously you can see the way this is written, and your mind has already gone there to see the potential. I hate to use the word loophole, but yes, how close it could become. What is that line? We see that it could be drawn pretty closely. We've kind of already conversations and talked through this potential scenario.
Right. And so if there is a fire safe door between the bay and the industrial area from the brewery, would that qualify?
We'd probably look, well, we would, here summarizing, we'd look for a separate license for the business.
Okay.
Some type of lease from someone.
It's separate.
Some type of distinction between the two uses in compliance with building codes. That's what we'd look for. I don't think beyond that, we'd be micromanaging it, inspecting, get to see how the food got to the patron. If we walked in, we had a big sign over the tasting room bar that had the food product, then you can see how it's merging. Versus they might hand out menus, just like the food trucks perhaps put menus and things like that inside. And you could order online and have it separate.
Okay, so we do not require the separate bay to have a certain amount of foods sold to someone else besides their neighbors.
We wouldn't be looking for that at this point in time. Of course, this is new. These are new regulations. And like any new regulations, particularly if it's unique, we'd be testing it over time.
So basically we're saying that we are part of this approval is having takeout restaurants that are in industrial areas. And that is where we're trying to find that, food manufacturing, where it's okay if they make a product to sell. So for example, they are manufacturing bottles of jam and they also put it on bread. And someone can say, you know what, I want the jam to go and the jam on a bread as well for my ride home. That is something that would be allowed in the takeout restaurant as long as there's no obvious signage as part of the industrial area.
Right.
And no seats.
Is that with peanut butter?
But that's kind of where I'm glad we had the conversation that I get a better understanding of what we're approving. Yes.
What is the hesitancy? I've heard parking with, it feels like this is like the Publix and the liquor sales type situation where the state doesn't let Publix sell liquor in a Publix, but Publix then creates an adjoined but not connected exterior exit only bay, but it is effectively a Publix liquor store in a Publix segregated by a wall. Is there anything other than the parking that's prohibiting us from not walking down that path of saying we want food that could be produced in a brewery, but now we're trying to create this division? Is there anything besides that? I heard if the brewery becomes more popular because of food service and there's more people and more parking needs, then we're underparked. Is there anything else that we couldn't fix by making sure that if a brewery was given the ability to produce food, cook food on premise, they have to follow obviously every health code and things of that nature relative to the scope of their production? But it kind of feels like we're creating one of those public situations where everyone knows that there should probably just be a hole in the wall where you can walk into the Publix liquor store, but there is a state law that says you can't do that. Won't get into the politics of all that, but I feel like we're creating a Publix liquor store situation when we're trying to get food produced in breweries, but we're like not willing to go the full steps, so we're doing the half measure.
I'm I mean, one of the main reasons is that no one under the age of 21 is supposed to be going to the liquor store. And so that's a big reason why they don't sell that liquor with our grocery store. So I think that's, and that's, I think is the main reason where I could see. But
Commissioner, yes, parking is the principal issue and capacity because industrial projects are not designed and built for that type of parking ratios and supply. But secondly, it's a retail business versus your model or example, both those products in general allowed within a commercial zoning district. That's liquor and food. In this situation, food itself for general customer service and sit down is not a use that's allowed within the M1 zoning districts, except in unique circumstances where they're accessory to a major headquarters or an office or industrial use. So it's trying to, again, walk that fine line. It is. And parking is, we're talking some of the warehouses or manufacturing uses can range between 500 and 800 spaces per foot versus retail, it's 100 or 2.5 per seat. So it's significantly different. They're not designed for it.
Understood. And I get it, mathematically or robotically, but whether the food truck is parked outside of the restaurant, which doesn't require additional parking requirements, or if I have a bay and I pull the food truck into the bay at the back of my brewery, now if I want it to be static there, now it does require parking, even though intuitively I don't know if a kitchen on wheels out front is going to produce more patrons than a kitchen built into a bay in the back of a brewery. So again, I won't belabor it any further. I like the direction we're moving. I've seen breweries in other states where they do have minimal food production. The example I'm thinking of is in Boston. There's a brewery called Harpoon. It's on a wharf in a gigantic, wharf factory. It's got massive industrial production levels. They're a nationally produced, beer brand. And they also have a tap room that has in the corner, like a kitchen that just makes pretzels, and they sell different types of pretzels for people when they're drinking. It's a kitchen that manufactures and cooks pretzels, but it's not a restaurant. And I won't belabor it. I like the direction we're moving because it gets closer.
Interesting. That gives me an idea too. I mean, you're right. That's not a full food service menu. It's not our entree and something like that, but then it complements the alcohol.
all right, so we have a motion and second. Would anyone like to comment on this ordinance? Mr. McDonald, thank you for raising your hand. Please come to the right.
Whenever I come up, everybody tells me, shut up, God, don't talk. Get out of here.
Can you please state
You
your
think
name
I
and
care what they
address for
say? You think I care what you say or what they say? I don't
I'd like
care.
you to state your name.
You know what
for
I
the
care
record.
about? The children, the infants, and the families in the city.
Please state
And
your
every-
name for the record.
Oh, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, 33435. In a building where with all these things you're approving, they're running barber shops out of condominiums. Now they're starting to make beer. You're letting people cook. Now on my street, you allowed construction companies to occupy 50% of their homes. Now they're out in front of the house with trucks, cement makers, making things in the street. And that's all from this building department, this code, and this planner. They're destroying this city. Look at that hot dog stand out on Federal by Boynton Beach. The thing stinks, right? It's gross. There's rats all around. There's liquor and whiskey bottles everywhere. You're going to approve all these? You're turning the city into a dump. And this guy Katz is leaving. He goes, I like the way the city's going. The only good thing is you're going. That's the only good thing, Mr. Katz.
I don't plan to move out of the city, I assure you.
You know what? Yeah, I know. Just stay and mess up things in the school like you do now. We're going to have to deal with you, even though you're off the commission. Troublemaker. Yeah. Let's just hope we get a new mayor, not this one to my right, a new one, and then we'll get a new city manager and a new lawyer, and we won't have to listen to you anymore. And you're not even supposed to interrupt me.
Excuse me, he has the opportunity to speak on the ordinance, which
On
is.
the ordinance.
I'm talking about the impact of what they're talking about. It's going to destroy the city. You walk around now, there's whiskey bottles, beer bottles everywhere. Why are you going to keep allowing more? And they don't enforce the code. You ever see them enforce the code? Come down by my house. People running boat yards out of their marinas out of their house. You see them doing construction on my street. I'm using my street as an example because I walk there every day. They're the construction people, and they're drinking beers and whiskey while they're doing heavy equipment. They're driving on the lawn, going on sidewalks. And these guys, all they want to do is keep moving it so that we have massage parlors, liquor, everywhere. That's all they care about. Marijuana is probably going to be next. They're turning the city into a dump. You know what a dump is? I don't like a dump. You know, we have kids here and families. Even when you come to family events here, you know, you bring liquor into like family events right outside this building, and then you have the police. They're supposed to not allow people with liquor. People walk everywhere with the liquor. They're all over. They're on motorcycles, you know. It's all okay. But no, you get a little kid, that's not okay. But you get a drunk in these parties, drive their motorcycle with a license plate on Ocean Avenue at a bar, when somebody's running for office, right on the sidewalk, and the police don't do anything because they keep expanding. They want to have liquor everywhere, booze, and next it's going to come out of our faucets. You should vote no for this. Please vote no for families, for safety, and look at the DWI and DUI in this city. You don't want to keep increasing liquor. Increase family things, not liquor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yuri, is there anybody virtually that would like to comment?
A staff member has a hand raised at the moment. I don't know if.
Yes, Mr. Meyer said the brew pub in Boynton was Hops.
Right, and then Luis Ben Cosme has his hand raised at the moment as well.
Mr. Ben Combs, you're currently self-muted. If you unmute your microphone, you're able to speak.
Hello, Mayor and board members. This is Luis Ben Cosme. I had my hand raised earlier during the conversation with Mike Rumpf and Brew Pub, but no longer. He already clarified.
Thank you. All right.
You need a motion.
No, we had a motion at the beginning. So may I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant. Vice Mayor Hay.
Aye.
Commissioner Katz.
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus is absent. Commissioner Pincirga.
Yes.
Vote is 4-0.
Ordinance 22007, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 8938 by amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan for property commonly known as WXEL and described herein, changing the land use designation from recreation to office commercial, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Shall I read the next one as well? They go hand in hand. Ordinance 22008, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending ordinance 02013 to rezone a parcel of land described herein and commonly referred to as WXEL from recreation to office professional, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
I believe we have the applicant's representative here. If you'd like to state your name for the record.
Of course. Good evening, Mayor. Bradley Miller with Urban Design Studio, 610 Clematis Street in West Palm Beach, here representing this. After that prior thing, now I am officially hungry and officially thirsty. With WXEL, considering the hour, I'm going to make this brief, and then if there's questions, I'd be happy to address them. WXEL in South Florida PBS has been out on Congress Avenue since 1989. The city originally sold the property to them And there's a deed restriction that has continued to be part of the property to keep the use as a broadcasting facility. What didn't get changed was the land use and the zoning that goes along with the use like that, which is what we're doing. The land use and the zoning for the property is considered recreation now, and it needs to be changed to office. That's what this application is for. It takes 2 readings. Ultimately, what they plan on doing is expanding the building and expanding some of the services that South Florida PBS does for all of us. I do have some representatives here if there's some questions for them, but just to keep it short, given the hour, I'll stop at that and address any questions you might have.
First question, is there a site plan associated with this rezoning?
There is not. It's just land use and zoning. The expansion actually falls below the thresholds to come to you guys. So it's about 7,000 square feet of additional space that'll be used for some event space. They have a very cool domed, like a theater type thing that they're putting in to complement the facilities that they already have.
So the concern that I have is that, like, as you mentioned, it's below the threshold for the next, for a commission to approve the minor site plan. I would definitely pass the reading for tonight, but I would like to see.
We can fast forward and I can show you some elevations, but actually I was asked to take the site plan out of the presentation because it's not part of it.
So, but I'm asking you to give us an overview.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you. And so I'll ask for a motion to approve ordinance 22-007.
So moved.
Second. Is there any further discussion?
I just have a brief question. Mr. Miller, I'm a big fan of PBS and local programming. Could you mentioned there would be an increasing of services. What did you mean by that?
Well, in this space, I'll be able to show the floor plan now next time in the second reading. But there's an event room. There's some space for like art studio. There's space for they may have some recitals there. And then again, there's a name for this domed theater. But if I said the name, you would say, "Thanks for telling me there's a domed theater." And we've seen them at Disney, and this is in a smaller version.
It sounds like a wonderful community asset, so I'm very much excited to see all of this.
I think that's
a good thing.
I think it's called a planetarium.
It's not a planetarium. It doesn't open up, but they would show like 3D movies. You want more of an explanation?
I would love to hear what you have planned. It sounds very exciting, and it's going to be a jewel for Boynton.
Spent the night here, so
We're
why not?
excited that you're excited because we're very happy about it. And it's an immersive igloo, so it's like a dome.
Sorry, could you introduce yourself for the record?
Sorry, Janacia Squee. I'm the VP of Marketing and Communications for South Florida PBS. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gene Talley. I'm the Senior VP of Technology for South Florida PBS. So the company in question is out of the UK. It's called Igloo Vision. So it's a 360-degree dome. It's powered by a projection system. It has ambisonic sound. They're installing these a lot in STEM organizations. So we want to bring the communities in. We want to educate children and, basically, do our mission that we do in the city.
It'll have educational content as well as arts and cultural content and music. Music's going to be a big part of it.
I love that.
Yeah, no, I'm looking online and that looks amazing. So,
Very big investment.
What are the hours going to be? Do you know yet?
It's going to be, we haven't really fleshed everything out, but it's going to be open 7 days a week.
Okay, it's really sound like a win-win. You guys been there forever, and it's been an asset to the city, and I appreciate it.
When it's time for a tour, please let us know.
Oh, of course. Yes, for sure.
So I believe I have a motion and a second for the first ordinance 22-007. Is that correct, Crystal?
Correct.
All right. Is there any further comments on this item before I move for Mr. McNolly, did you want to have an item on education and family on this? Yeah. You have that opportunity to speak when we read an ordinance. So yes. Yes. Yes.
Hi, Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach. I've lived there since November of 2020. You're not sure of the hours? Or you're not sure, it's open 7 days and you're asking for an approval and you're not sure of the hours? Am I allowed to ask that?
You're allowed to.
I said, when you asked about the hours, he said, well, we don't, it could be, we'll have shows, I guess now the tap room can go in there, so now we'll have, no? So it's gonna be a dome for education for kids? Is that what you're really saying?
Igloo Vision.
Excuse me?
Igloo Vision.
So you're telling me, whatever this thing is you're approving, whenever I go there, it's gonna be a dome and they're gonna be showing things for kids? Okay, you got my approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hay. Commissioner Katz.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Romulus is absent. Commissioner Pincirga.
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
Vote is 4-0.
Ordinance number 22-008. May I have a motion to approve?
Move. Second.
Seeing no further discussion, may I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Katz.
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus is absent. Commissioner Pincirga.
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0.
Now we're moving on to item 8C and D. First is approve the request for a new major site plan for the 1320 South Federal Highway project to allow construction of a 10,898 square foot commercial structure and associated site improvements on a 0.51 acre parcel located at the northeast corner of South Federal Highway and Riviera Drive in the mixed use zoning district. Approve the request for the master plan modification for 1320 South Federal Highway to amend the previously approved master plan to be consistent with proposed revisions to the concurrent new major site plan application located at the northeast corner of South Federal Highway and Riviera Drive in the MU1 zoning district. And item D is approve request for a height exception for 1320 South Federal Highway to allow tower elements and architectural features to be constructed at 54 feet 10 inches in height, 9 feet 10 inches above the maximal allowable height of 45 feet in the MU1 zoning district.
Mayor, these are quasi judicial, so anybody who intends to testify, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
All right. Your time has begun.
Thank you. If I could, Mayor, I'd like to present both of these in one presentation. If I could have my presentation up. And I am here again, Bradley Miller of Urban Design Studio at 610 Clematis Street in West Palm Beach, and representing the applicant. And with me here tonight is Dr. Ty Eriks. It's a dentist here in town. He's the principal of the ownership that bought this property in February. This is at 1320 South Federal. You can advance, please. And it's located on the east side of Federal Highway, just a little bit north of Woolbright Road. Across the road is Dunkin' Donuts and One Boynton. To the south is Snug Harbor. To the north is Colonial Center, which is an office development. And then to the east is the Riviera Single Family Residence. Advance, please. Looks like this is, okay. Looks like this is an old presentation, but There's some history here. Back in 2005, this property was, prior to 2005, was an IHOP restaurant. It was torn down in 2005 and it's been vacant ever since. So we're going on 17 years. In 2018, I represented an application for this very same project that's before you tonight, for a 3-story building that included some retail space on the ground floor, art museum on the ground floor, and then medical office space on the upper 2 floors. That along with it was the height exception for the building that I'll show you here in a little bit. The tenant that was to be coming into that project, I was representing the developer, but they had a tenant who was supposed to be a dermatologist. After the approvals, there was a falling out on that deal. The dermatologist went away, and so it's been sitting ever since. In February of 2021, Dr. Eriks purchased the property from the prior owners and then was working toward working with architects on moving forward permitting, working on funding. And then there were some discussions with city staff, and between city staff and myself, we got to advise him that the site plan had expired. So the remedy of an expired site plan is to come back through the process again. That's what we're doing here tonight. We submitted the exact identical set of plans in December of what was approved in 2018. Staff was amazing in doing a very quick turnaround for us to look at just a couple of things that the code now is different than before. If you can move on to the next slide, please. So this was the plan that was approved before. It's a, again, 3-story building that's on the west side of the property up against Federal Highway. It's part of the mixed use zoning district. So part of those regulations are for the building to be up on the road, on the main arterial. We had 32 spaces, parking spaces in the parking lot, and 13 parallel parking spaces along Riviera Drive. Advance, please. The proposed plan is, sorry, just side note, it would really help for a presenter to have a remote. As said, this is just seems to be just a PDF version of my plan. Anyway, I've done this before. What we had to do, the blue part is the building itself. We had to move the building 2.5 feet to the east. The pedestrian area that's in yellow from the original plan was 16 feet that met the code then, and it was changed in between to 18.5 feet. So we moved it 2.5 feet to the east. In doing so, we then had to shift a parking space down to the south. That's the red arrow that's there. And then the last thing is the darker gray line that runs along the property edge, which is the staff asset. We do a 5-foot sidewalk. There was one other thing, that the islands themselves, parking islands, be 10 feet instead of 8 feet from the original plan. So all that was accommodated in this modified plan, but it's still the same basis of the plan. Again, with this, out of this revised plan, we lost 1 parking space out of that because of the adjustment. So we've gone from 44 to 43 spaces. Advance, please. This is just this is the old plan that's rendered, and I'm showing it more so for the landscaping. Landscape palette remains the same across both projects, or both applications, I should say. Next slide. Architecturally, personally, I think this is a fantastic looking building. Jim Williams, who's been around town for a while, did a great job of designing this. Again, 3 stories. This is the western elevation. You can advance. So that's facing Federal Highway. This is the elevation that faces to the east towards the residential. And in this, I thought he did a great job. The stairwells are the darker sides on both sides there of the building are actually open air, but they have louvers. So it's a great architectural feature to give it some of an oblique elevation, but yet provide that outdoor space for the stairwells. At the bottom, there's going to be doors that'll be locked and controlled. There's also the trash room that's underneath the first level of the stairs. Next slide, please. These are just the east and west elevations where you can better see. The one on the right side is north and south elevations. This is north elevation, and Federal Highway would be to the right side of the screen. So the building was designed to cantilever over the ground floor, which will provide some shaded space for the pedestrian zone that's underneath. And then it does actually the same thing on the west side of the building, where there's a drop-off area for patrons coming to the building. Next slide, please. The height exception it's an interesting part of the code, actually one that's been frustrating for me several times, because the height of the zoning height that's allowed here is 45 feet. Our roof deck actually is at just 40 feet, 8 inches. And then the parapet goes up to 40 feet. The parapet's actually allowed to go above the 45-foot limit. But regardless, if that's done, we still have to ask for a height exception, even though it says you're allowed to do that, but you got to come through this process. So the roof deck is fine. The parapet is fine. The part that goes over the height limitation are the 2 stairwells on each corner. And then the highest part is the elevator shaft. The original intent of the dermatologist that I had mentioned before was to use the space for meditation and yoga. That was part of his program. Dr. Eriks doesn't want to have anything like that. There was misconceptions out there that this was going to be a bar and rooftop bar. That's not the case at all. I've had meetings with the neighbors and have explained that, and hopefully that cleared up that misconception. What he would like to use it for, he wants to create a green roof and allow his employees, the employees of the building, to have an outdoor space that they can go up there and use at lunchtime or breaks and be able to use that space. I'll go through some things that we've had some discussions with neighbors that controls that space even more. The other part of it is that at the P&D, there was a suggestion of, well, can't you just have a hatch to get to the mechanical equipment that's on the roof? I almost had the architect jump through the phone the next day when I asked him about that. He goes, nobody's doing that anymore because of the safety and the liability issues for servicemen trying to get up and down those stairs. Or a ladder that would go to a hatch. The stairs would allow that to happen, and then you have the ADA requirements, which is where the elevator comes in. So the height exception is really just for those 2 corners of the stairwell and for the elevator shaft itself. Next slide, please. This gives you an elevation. It's looking west, obviously an evening sunset, and this is when the landscaping would be fairly new into the property. This is right at the curve of Riviera Drive. And then if you go to the next slide, it shows how that landscape will mature and block out more of the building as you come down that roadway. Next slide, please. So what this slide is showing is the site plan inserted into the aerial surrounding that neighborhood with Snug Harbor and Colonial Center. and with the single family on Riviera. I have met with them a couple of times. We've had a continuous email and texting dialogue really since before the Planning and Development Board. And if you can go to the next slide, I'm a little curious to see where this goes, because, okay. This was actually the presentation for P&D and not for what I prepared for you guys, so.
Bradley, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have another presentation of yours that's 39 slides. Is that the one you would prefer?
That was the one I was hoping to show.
Okay, I can bring that up.
That's why I got, okay. So my name's Bradley Miller.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, that actually, I'm now I get to bounce around. Thank you for bringing that up. This is actually, it ties in really with the height exception. So this is good. I had this at the beginning of the presentation before. Dr. Eriks has a drone, and so he was able to take his drone up to 55 feet, which is higher. It's actually higher than the tallest point of the elevator shaft, to show what the vision is. That's looking to the southeast across Snug Harbor, and you can see Riverwalk being constructed in the background. I think it's go to the prior slide. This is looking directly south to Snug Harbor. That's Federal Highway on the right-hand side, and then advance 2. Yeah, that's one more. That's looking across Dunkin' Donuts, and hopefully we can get to the next slide to show Dr. Snyder that we're not, didn't get there.
That one there.
There we go. That's looking directly east down Riviera. With the existing vegetation there, it's really difficult even to see houses, let alone the pools and Dr. Snyder in her bathing suit.
Bradley, I have a brief question while you're on this angle. When you showed that slide with the design of the building and the elevation, and there was this rooftop access, is that facing north or south? In other words, if somebody were to go up there, could they see this very angle? Or is it, which direction is that rooftop?
Well, let me look here. I think I have some.
Maybe it's easier if we go to that slide with the, whatever you called it, the rooftop access.
It's really,
is it facing
it's more
Federal?
emphasized on the west side.
On the west, so would it be
The
facing?
mechanical equipment, and this is a conceptual design from 2018. The mechanical equipment was put on the north side. And then, so that the roof deck it really hasn't been fully designed, but that's something that, to jump into your head, we could probably talk about limiting, an area that's up there.
If the roof deck is facing west, then it can't be seeing any of this. This is facing east, right? No.
That's facing east.
This
Even
picture's
if you
facing-
were standing on top of the elevator shaft, that's the view. And we're going to be, the roof deck is 15 feet lower than this height. So it's even a lower angle.
Okay, that gives me some clarity. Thank you.
Okay, let me see.
So if somebody is 5 feet, that means they're 10 feet below this view.
Right. Their eyes, if eyes were, yes, correct.
Their eyes was at 5 feet.
Correct. Okay, now I got to catch up here. If you can go to 16, please, slide 16. That'll get me back on track. You get the speedy version of the animation.
Stop right there. I'm sorry. Could you just one slide back? I think that would answer my question earlier. So on the south side, the roof deck isn't even facing the south side. It's facing, I'm sorry, it's facing.
Yeah, the south side is actually blocked by the elevator shaft and the stairwell for the eastern half of the building.
Okay.
So the southwest corner would be open, which is basically looking down Federal Highway. And then on the north side, the elevator shaft is in the northeast corner of the building. So that also, plus the mechanical equipment was originally laid out on the north side of the building. So does that answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So if you can go 2 more. What this slide is showing is with the granting of the height exception, the original building is on the left-hand side and the elevations, both the west and the east elevation. If the height exception is eliminated, the building still works. The access to the roof is not there. This is my opinion. I think architecturally, it's much nicer to have the other building. I think what the concerns of neighbors have been, and they'll speak for themselves, is more so the use of that area as opposed to the architecture itself.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
one of the residents had communicated, I don't know if it was just me or the whole commission via email, that there was a concern that by virtue of approval of this, with the 9-foot height exemption, that somehow an additional story would be snuck in and created in place of just the rooftop access. Are you able to elaborate as to whether that is legally or physically possible?
It's no, it's not physically possible because it's all predicated on that roof deck height. If we added another floor in there, we have about 11 to 12 feet between these floors with all the design of mechanical equipment and microfiber and everything else that runs between floors these days. So it would go way up above the allowed height.
Understood. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Next slide, please. And you can keep going. You can go to 21. So it was a week ago Thursday, I think it was, that we I first met with the neighbors out on the property, had a good discussion. I felt it was a good discussion with both the residents from down Riviera as well as from Snug Harbor. And then one lady actually lives on Riviera and has involvement in Colonial Center. So it was a good cross section and good discussion. And then we took some of that information and came back and looked to see what we could do, what we couldn't do. And then on last Thursday, we came back again, and some of the things that we committed to there were some concerns about allowed uses. You can advance the slide. There was a concern about what are the uses, what's going to be in the building. And so again, the misconceptions of bars and rooftop bars, and we just took that right off the table. Dr. Eriks has gone a long way here in trying to be the good neighbor, trying to be the guy. I mean, it's going to be an owner operator situation, so he's there. He wants to be that good neighbor. So what we agreed to at that meeting was to propose voluntary conditions to you tonight that would restrict the building to just medical, dental office, and professional and business office for the entire building. Takes away the retail, takes away the restaurants, takes away the sober homes, takes away a lot of the concerns of uses that the neighbors had. In conjunction with that, we said we're okay to limit our hours of operations from 8 to 7. And since the meeting and since I put this slide together, I've had further conversation to further restrict that to be Monday to Saturday, no Sunday operation at all on the property. So we've addressed the uses in that way. The rooftop, you can click, please. The rooftop, again, what Dr. Eric has intended there is to limit that space just for employees of the building. He's going to have control of the access up to the rooftop, and then it would be during the business hours of the building, which are in number 1 above. What the height exception does, as I mentioned, is it's going to give us safer access, not only for those employees, but also for servicemen. And then the elevator part is an ADA compliance factor. Next slide, please. Another concern was what's going to happen during construction. Construction trucks, we've agreed to, actually, I think it's a code requirement, but we're putting it into conditions, which I'll actually, can I ask you to distribute these? I'm going to hold on to one of them. So these are proposed conditions that are really following what's on the slide. That there would be a construction fence and regular maintenance and picking up of litter and debris during the construction, and that the contractors would actually, we've changed this condition as well on the handout to say that any contractor is required to turn around on the property. One of the concerns and the issues that the neighbors have today is that people go down their roadway, and at the very eastern end, the cul-de-sac is substandard to what it is today, so they have trouble with trucks getting turned around. So this would deter the contractors and try to keep them as much on site and then back out to Federal Highway as quickly as possible. You can advance, please. A couple of things with signage. Since the building is pushed up to the property 18.5 feet from the property per code, Colonial Center has a sign that's right at their southwest corner. The building's going to block the visibility. Dr. Eriks has agreed to replace that sign and move it to a better location so it's more visible for Colonial Center. The other part of signage is that he has agreed to do some signage for the residents on Riviera Drive to, if nothing else, to identify their community better, and then have some verbiage which we can work on of no commercial traffic, some, again, to further deter people other than themselves and their guests to come to that area. Next slide, please. The one that we're stuck on is the driveway access and the on-street parking. Originally, going way back, IHOP had a driveway off of Federal Highway, and they also had a secondary driveway really very close to the same place that we're proposing a driveway on Riviera Drive. Traffic has increased considerably on Federal Highway. DOT won't allow a permit curb cut on Federal Highway anymore to access this property. We do have our traffic engineer here if you want to get into more of those details, but that's just off the table. DOT won't allow that access directly from Federal Highway. So our only access point is off of Riviera Drive. The other part is the parallel parking spaces. Yes.
Parking spaces was on the side. Oh, I'm sorry. You talked about before when it was allowed to be on US 1 and the side, on the south side.
I don't know the answer to that. I wasn't able to find an old plan for the IHOP or or even an aerial to go back from before it was taken down. So I honestly don't know how many spaces were there.
Excuse me, we'll let everyone from the audience that would like to speak and have an opportunity to speak once the applicant is finished.
So the on-street parking in the CRA area, there's code that allows us to use that on-street, and in fact, staff encourages on-street parking for projects in the CRA area, which we are in. So even going back to 2018, we had the same 13 parking spaces that we have, 7 on the north side and 6 on the south side of Riviera Drive. So we're caught in this no man's land of using the code that's there, addressing the encouragement of staff to use that, designed that way, got it approved. Unfortunately, the expiration of the site plan, now we're back in with the same plan, but the residents have some concern with those parallel spaces. After my meeting on Thursday, and I will say thank you publicly to Dr. Snyder for all the coordination here, but late Friday afternoon, she sent me a text that just said, "You worked really hard today." So Friday, I spent all day actually going through different alternative plans, trying to find other ways to get more parking spaces on the site. The idea that was discussed at the meeting, which I thought was a good idea, I just needed time to look at it and plug in all the criteria for it, was that we have parallel parking spaces on the southern part on the property, and then a 7-foot buffer. And the thought from one of the residents, a good one, was, well, what if that 7-foot buffer moved into the right of way where the trees and the landscape would go, and then that area could be used for angled parking. Once the next day on Friday, I was able to pull code and look at the dimensions. The space we have there is 28 feet from property line to another one of the islands within the property. To get angled parking spaces in that same spot, you need 39 feet. So just mathematically, it doesn't work. Deep into these 39 slides, which I don't need to show you all of them. If you want to see those concepts, I'd be happy to show them. But if you can advance here, so we're stuck on that. But what we to try to help, again, more commitment from Dr. Eriks, is that he will have his employees and the tenants of the building use those parking spaces. So in theory, they show up once in the morning, they leave at night. So it's not a more frequent situation out on the road. And then we do have one extra space. So if we can take one out of that, that would be helpful, and go down to the very minimum. So there's adjustments that we can do there. I've also talked to staff about, although the code says we can't reserve it for our own use, and the reason why that last line is in yellow, I think it's in your hands to control the hours of those parking spaces. One of the concerns is that somebody's parking there all night long. The city could implement signage that restricts the parking there after the business hours, whatever those hours might be. You can advance one more slide, please. This is the code section, and you can click here a few times. I think some lines are going to be coming up. And this is I'm not going to go through all this in detail, but these are the criteria that are looked at when there's on-street parking being proposed. Staff has looked at this twice, the first time in 18, again this time. The very bottom line is that this needs to, or the item C actually, is that the city engineer look at it. Gary Dunmeyer has looked at it twice. I talked to him again today. He's still fine with the on-street parking. So it's a portion of the code that's there that we're using, and we're encouraged to use that. So you can move forward and just keep going. One of the things that on-street parking has been used for, West Palm Beach uses it a lot for traffic calming. It gives a sense of narrowing the roadway, but it actually doesn't narrow the roadway. So if you can click again, please. Keep going. This section is an article that I found that talks about the parking and the speed. One of the concerns I heard from residents was the speed of the traffic on the road. Another was trucks coming in and out, and that's going to be too tight. So with this, you can see that by widening the road, this is from a professor that involves himself in these, is that, and actually Gary Dunmeyer and I spoke about the same thing today, that a wider road actually promotes faster speeds. What we would be proposing to do here is that the roadway width, right now the roadway is irregular. Some places it meets code, some places it doesn't. We will make it all uniform to meet the code of, and the cross section at 22 feet of pavement width. And then outside of that would be the parallel parking spaces. And that in itself, the 22 feet is the minimum, like any road that's in the city for a local roadway. And then it would be the parallel spaces on the outside of that, and then a sidewalk. So you can advance the slide again. This gives you an example. This is actually in West Palm Beach, but that's a commercial entity that's on the corner. Federal Highway is on the right-hand side. And as you look down that street, there's single-family residential behind it, and all the way down the street is on-street parking. I did measurements on that. It's the same right-of-way width, very similar street width from what I had to pull that information from. So it does get used and is proven to be a traffic calmer and slow the traffic down, but at the same time leave enough space for vehicles to be able to pass each other. Next slide, please. So one more graphic on this. The blue arrow is generally the location of our driveway into the property, and then the lighter white line is a sidewalk that go along. And I guess I was lucky with this aerial because there's actually a car parked, parallel parked, right next to the pavement. Right now it's just a grass swale area, but that's really what it would be. So if you can click here actually a few times. If you added the cars in that we have, this would gives a little better representation of what it would be. Again, the pavement width would be 22 feet. The parking spaces, parallel parking spaces are 9 feet. And then the sidewalk on the north side is 5 feet wide. There is about 3 feet between the sidewalk and the property line, that in a final design we could play with that and try to better that situation if it helps the situation out on design. You can advance, thanks. So these are the conditions that we agreed to. I'm just going to read through them. into the record from the handout because there are some minor revisions. There's 8 of them total. The first one is use of the building is limited only to medical/dental office and business professional office. The operating business hours for all uses within the building are limited to 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday to Saturday, closed on Sundays. Number 3 is access and use of the rooftop is to be controlled by the property owner and only used by employees of the tenants of the building during business hours and for service of mechanical equipment or structure. Number 4 is upon full occupancy of the building, the owner and tenants will be responsible to instruct employees to park in the on-street spaces for less frequency activity on the street and to allow more spaces on site for patrons and customers. Number 5 is prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the property owner shall be responsible for the permitting and relocation or installation of one sign for Colonial Center. Number 6 is prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy, the property owner shall be responsible for the permitting and installation of one sign at the entrance to the single-family community to identify the community and have verbiage to deter additional traffic. Number 7 is during site development, the property will be fenced to deter access and regularly maintain litter and debris. And then number 8 is during site development, construction vehicles are to be instructed to turn around on the subject property. So these were our efforts here to try to respond to the residents' concerns. I think that's going to complete my presentation. But Dr. Eriks is a great guy, not saying that just because he's in the room. He's a great guy. He's actually been my personal dentist for the last like 5 or 6 years. And honestly, when he bought, I had no idea he was buying. And when he called me, he said, "Wait, are you my client?" And we had one of those light bulb moments. And great guy, huge asset to Boynton Beach. He already has a business here, but he's leasing that space. So this is taking his investment and trying to implement the investment that he thought he was buying with this full 3-story building. And then it didn't, again, with the conditions of approval, we feel like we've adapted to the point that we can to address the concerns of the neighbors. So I will leave it at that. And if I could have some time at the end to respond to any of the comments made.
All right, thank you, Bradley. And the one,
thanks for your patience.
Yeah, the one question that I had, I guess, for staff is that if the rooftop, is that square footage included in the parking requirements? So if the rooftop is not fully utilized, there would be less parking requirements, or is that all? Are the 43 spaces only for the first 3 floors?
Mike Rump, Planning and Zoning Administrator. No, it's not tabulated. It's being open air. It's almost equivalent to patio space, so it's not included.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
The question that I have is on number 8. Doing the site development construction. You say the vehicles are going to be instructed to turn around. Who's going to be doing that? Is going to be someone always there, or who's going to enforce that?
The property owner will have that responsibility that I'm sure will be passed on to his contractor or foreman who's there on site during construction activity.
All right.
I will acknowledge, and maybe you're leaning this way, there's some of these that I might be jumping into Mr. Sheriff's category that might be challenging for the city to enforce. We're trying to convey that we're willing to do this in whatever form that is. I've explained to the residents that typically when there's conditions like this, it gets adopted as part of the development order, and then the staff has that for code enforcement activity or action later if it's not in compliance. But I wanted to get them out there on the table and offer these up. We're sincere about doing all of these in whatever final form you and the city attorney give us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor, I'll
yeah.
ask one brief question for now. I know there's still many residents who'd like to speak. Bradley, I spoke with Dr. Snyder, and she had a series of suggestions that could reduce on-site parking. Have you and her had the opportunity to discuss those recent suggestions?
Continually. Yeah, there's areas on the property, like in the very northwest or northeast corner, that's a triangular shape, and there's, yes, is there room there for a car to a parking space? There is, but to get the drive aisle to it and to not conflict with other cars pulling out and backing in to the other spaces, it's not going to pass muster from a staff standpoint and a code standpoint. From the efforts made in 2018, my clients then, they were very maximize the developers. And I bet I'm guessing at 12 to 15 different ideas and concepts of how this to lay out and have as many parking spaces on the property as possible, as recently as last Friday with these new concepts that really didn't produce anything differently than what the proposed plan is showing.
All right.
And with those, it would require variances for buffers, and those get into hardship issues. It would be a lot more complicated, and it was ending up in a few of the concepts, it was ending up with fewer spaces than what we're proposing.
All right, thank you. I'll reserve my comments after the public has spoken.
Sure.
And so I have Kim Beaumont, who has her hand raised, if you'd like to speak. Kim, can you hear me? Oh, I'll come back to you. And so if anyone from the audience would like to speak, please step up to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Shirley Casa. I live at 650 Snug Harbor Drive. I'm not opposed to the building, nor the height, nor the gathering area on the roof that's been proposed. The owner of the vacant land at this time proposes to have parking on both sides of Riviera Drive to meet the city's parking demand to build this project. Please take into consideration Snug Harbor. Ability to gate their community would be taken away. With the stacking and needed turn to have the requirements to have a gated community would be prevented with the cars parking on the south side of Riviera Drive. The commissioners and staff would be supporting and favoring the builder who has more options and preventing Snug Harbor from gating. Snug Harbor may become a turnaround for the cars to park on the Riviera's north side of the street. I'd like your support to not allow parking on the south side of Riviera Drive or postpone the vote until this could be investigated by staff. Possibly the builder and the city could compromise the spaces needed on this land to approve this building to be self-contained without including parking on the south side of Riviera Drive. I guess I wasn't timed, but I'd like to, if you're timing me, give the rest of my time to Dr. Schneider.
Is that okay if I use her remaining 2 minutes if I need it?
I didn't have a time for this item.
Well, I did. I mean,
No, that's just 10:30.
no, I timed it. It was She used 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right.
Okay. My name is Carrie Snyder, 630 Riviera Drive, the house closest to the proposed development. And I too am not opposed so much to the building as some of the nuances involved. As you know, Snug Harbor is a development near us that was built in the early 1970s. It's a quiet over 55 age residential condominium complex with nearly 200 units. Lee Manor Isles is what this area was platted as back in, I believe, the 1940s. And included in that are 2 streets, Riviera Drive and Castilla Lane. And these are quiet, mature residential neighborhoods. Next door to the north, as mentioned by Mr. Miller, is Colonial Center, which has been an office complex there since 1985. They have weekday hours only, basically 9 to 5. That's a little bit of a context of the neighborhood. In speaking with neighbors and residents, we've come up with the list of concerns, which Mr. Miller has addressed many of them, but I feel as though I need to go through them to have them in the public record. If access to the building must be on Riviera Drive, we'd like the access to be as far west as it could toward Federal Highway, away from the residents. We have frequent turnarounds in our driveways already, and that's a concern going forward with this increased use. We would like to have all impacts of the proposed building on its 0.51 acre site, including but not limited to traffic, parking, pedestrians, garbage, noise, water runoff, transient people, and construction impacts. We've discussed that dumpsters will not be used for waste removal. Due to safety concerns in the neighborhood, many of the residents want the request for parallel parking eliminated. We'd like all the parking contained on site somehow. There's many creative ways. There's parking co-sharing, perhaps could be done with Colonial. We need to count the motorcycle spot as one and fit as many compact spaces in there. And since the uses to the building have changed to be medical and professional office only, it seems as though the parking may be affected somewhat, but I'm not a planner, so I'm sure that Mr. Miller's looked at that. Also in the code, which was cited earlier, Chapter 4, Article 5, Section 4C2B, which I gave each of the commissioners a copy of it. The one section that was not mentioned is B. Only the on-street parking spaces located within the public right-of-way that abut the frontage of a project may be used to count toward meeting the minimum number of required off-street parking spaces. Riviera Drive does not front the building. Federal Highway does. So if the code is followed as written, it wouldn't seem that they could have parallel parking on the street. I realize up above in applicability, it's worded a little differently, but in B, it's very clear that the street where the right-of-way is would need to front the building. So just in essence, we'd like to try to come up with any way possible to not have the on-street parking at all, and especially on the south side. To be compatible with the residential neighborhood, we request the following be prohibited from current, future land and building uses: bars, breweries, tap rooms, microbreweries, beverage manufacturing, wine bars, distilleries, wineries, liquor stores, vape shops, kava and hookah bars, entertainment, music venues, sober homes, drug, alcohol treatment centers, restaurants, takeout restaurants, and tattoo parlors. Business hours should be restricted to typical weekday office hours and not be held on nights and weekends. Many of the residents want the 4th floor exception denied due to potential uses not being compatible with a quiet residential neighborhood. We have a few children on the 2 streets in Lee Manor Isles, and their parents are concerned about that. If the height exception is granted, there should be no public access to the 4th floor and no tenant or private roof access outside normal weekday business hours. Also, we would like the parking and the sidewalk eliminated on the south side of Riviera Drive. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but just let me look real quickly. I'd like to submit to the public record the 3 documents that I have. It's a copy of the code that pertains to on-street parking, the narrative of our concerns, and also a petition that was signed by many residents in Lee Manor Isles, Riviera Drive, Castilla Lane, and Snug Harbor. So just in closing, we'd really appreciate any relief that we could get on the parking, especially on the south side of Riviera Drive and that sidewalk there. And if it goes through, then there needs to be some kind of buffer because of the first residence there on the right-hand side going east. I think that's it. Oh, the last thing is, I just wonder how all these things that Mr. Miller was so kind as to work in, how it will be memorialized in the documentation so that it is in the official record, so that if the property is flipped soon, that these conditions of site approval will be available, that one could see it going forward. Some of the neighbors are concerned about it could become a bar later. So that was a question that I have. And since the uses for the building have changed, and maybe the parking requirements, does the site plan need to be revised to reflect those so that you're voting on what is truly being presented as to be done with the building? That's just a question that we have and would appreciate knowing the answer. Thank you.
Dr. Snyder, what we would have is that when we vote for the site plan, we would include the conditions of approvals as put in the record by the applicant. So that way it is part of the record that the city's building department would know. As for any other minor site plan modifications, it would not come back to the city commission. So for example, if the way that the medical inpatient use does not require as many parking spaces, then that was not something I believe would come back to the city commission. And so I do understand the whole aspect of having the reduction of parking spaces to not have the on-street parking. There's the catch-22 is that if it's a residential road, then of course it has on-street parking for the residences. And then if it is but then there's the fact that it's a commercial road as well, because there is a commercial entrance to the Colonial Center. So it's a combination of a residential and commercial road where the aspect of on-street parking does have the effect of a traffic calming measure, not necessarily a traffic causing measure.
Our concern is when they turn around, that they'll be turning around in our driveway, especially mine. Even the police pull through my driveway when they want to go the other way. So that is a concern. So we really would like every effort made to minimize the on-street parking, to utilize the economy spaces in the plan, the motorcycle and the compact, to see if they can fit more on site and reduce it, especially on the southern side towards the residents. And Snug Harbor has their concern also if they decide to do the gate later. So I just wonder and hope that we can make some concessions on the parking and maybe co-share with Colonial Center. I can't speak for them, or get a variance. I don't know what would be appropriate, but we really don't want the parking spaces right up against the residential. And if they do that, they should put in some type of buffer there.
And yeah, I do see what your concern is that if someone parks on the last on-street parking space on the south side of the road, it's unlikely for them to be able to turn around and except for going to the end of the road. And so hopefully that is something that our development team and the applicant can move forward with, trying to reduce the south side maybe to 4 or 5 spaces, so that that last one, so that everyone can be able to turn, and try to make that a traffic calming measure, so that it looks like in order to use the on-street parking on the north side, or after using the on-street parking on the south side, they would use the the parking lot as the turnaround spot, not the Colonial Center or the end of the street.
Or driveways, but people take the path of least resistance and turn around as soon as they can, wherever they can. So if you can minimize more than one, we'll take whatever we could get, but we'd really like to see if they can economize on site with the motorcycle space and the compact spaces, and maybe fit 1 or 2 more, and then be sure with the new calculation, with the new uses, that we are not putting more than we have to, and to put the minimum so as to not impact our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're hoping for a happy ending.
Hi, Candy Killian, 642 Riviera Drive. Part of mine is a question, because today I printed the portion of the commission agenda, like, you know, 608 pages or something, but I didn't print all that. The portion that was addressing our issue here. And what I printed and what I looked at is not the updated presentation that Bradley did. So part of my concern is what you have in your packet and what is the formal document inside the city's, you know, commissions to approve is not what we saw. So unless you change that at the 11th hour, what I pulled on the city's website today is not what was presented. We had all talked about, you know, all of that with Bradley and the doctor and so forth, but the packet that you have, your backup documents, is not that. So my concern is, if you're passing this, you have a set of documents that don't match what the truth is.
The issue is that the documents on the agenda are not the finalized documents. Those are more of the backup for us to get it. As you saw with the presentation today, that is more of the finalized document that is part of the record.
Okay. Because it would seem to me that what you should have in your packet is what the presentation should be.
But yeah, I wish that was the case always, but it is not.
Well, I disagree with that, but that's me. Because when Bradley was, you know, he was trying to rework this, and I appreciate, Bradley, everything that you've done, but here were all the different, there's 4 different parking plans, you know, that he was trying to come up with. You know, that's not anything that you guys have seen. You don't, I emailed this to you today, but this isn't on anything that we saw today. You don't have this. I emailed it to you. So the long and the short of it, which, you know, you're going to hear each of us say, is that, you know, the crux of the issue is the parallel parking, the 7 on the north and the 6 on the south. The 7 on the north, okay, so picture this, you come down Riviera Drive, you're heading east, you're going to go to this building to go to the dentist, and the parking spaces on the north side, you have to park facing west to be legal, to be correct. You can't park on the opposite side of the street. You can't drive into that. The police don't like that. So they have to come down and somehow turn around to be able to get their car facing west in those 7 spaces. So right there, that's a problem. That's just, it's not going to work. The 6 on the south side, will interfere with Snug Harbor, who wants to eventually put a gate their property. And that green space there is the space that Snug Harbor needs in order to have a gate and a turnaround and all the stuff that they have to do that. So that north side, because of the direction of it, is going to cause some kind of a turnaround problem. I don't know how you fix that. You know, they say people will go into the building to turn around, but you can see by the curve of our road, they're going to come down the road. So, you know, that's part of, you know, that's part of the reason for our great concern for the parking. I think the building is great. I don't care about the height. I don't care about the rooftop. I care about the parking. I've been a resident there for 34 years and I plan on going out in a box, you know, but the parking is really the issue. We're not West Palm Beach and we're not Fort Lauderdale and we're not urban on that side of the street. The other side, yes, but us, no. So we really ask you to table this until we can come back with something that is workable to you. I won't feel comfortable unless the package you have in your hot little hands is what was presented tonight. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right that what's on your city website is not what was presented. You know, I don't think that's right. So anyhow, thank you, appreciate it, and we will hope for the best. We're happy to have a new building. Thank you.
I do have a comment from a Zane Skinner. An additional point is currently visitors do use the empty lot for day and night parking. By adding the street parking, you are effectively giving overnight parking for visitors opposed to the street parking. I guess if our staff could explain, I'll ask for the answer later, but if our staff could explain what the city could do for preventing overnight parking in the parallel parking.
Andrew Mack, Assistant City Manager, Public Services. We do have this scenario on several other roads. Railroad comes to mind where we've actually had to go out and sign it to where there's no parking from the hour of 6 p.m. or whatever the hours that they're proposing, 7 to 6 a.m. in the morning. And that's enforced through the parking enforcement through the police department. So they would enforce that and write tickets. And then we would tow cars if they were a violation as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily just to their operating hours, something similar to maybe.
But we do that typical as we would sign it and then we restrict it for a certain period of hours.
Thank you. That was Andrew Mack, our Assistant City Manager.
I did say my name, sir.
You did.
I didn't say my name if you were listening, sir.
Thank you.
Gennaro Labasco, 650 Snug Harbor Drive. I also happen to be the president at Snug Harbor. I did send an email to all of you outlining my problem with the parking on the south side. It appears to me that by allowing 6 parking spaces on the south side of Riviera Drive, you're denying Snug Harbor the potential of putting in a gated community, turning it into a gated community sometime in the future. It appears to me that what you're saying, we are going to allow parking on the south side of Riviera Drive to benefit the development of the north side of Riviera Drive, which we greatly appreciate and approve of and everything. But by doing that and allowing them to use 6 parking spaces, you're denying Snug Harbor Drive the ability to put a gate in their community. If you looked at the drawings, the triangular grassed area that abuts Snug Harbor Drive belongs to Snug Harbor. And that would be the logical location to put in a gated for the community without having to redo our entire inside parking area. So it appears to me and other members of Snug Harbor that benefiting one person is not justified by denying something to another person.
So how long have you been the president of Snug Harbor?
4 years.
Okay, and any time in so when did this idea for having a gated community
It's-
come?
I've been the president for 4 years. I purchased in Snug Harbor Drive in 2003, and I've been there for 18 years. And every so often, the idea comes up about gating the community. Unfortunately, over the past few years, as you, as mayor of the town, realizes we've had some major difficulties with some construction problems. And until we get through with all these construction problems, the largest one finally was finalized after 4 years. There's other things that we need to do in between. This is a project that probably would be 3 to 4 years away, but we have to take care of what we need to take care of first before, approaching a gated community scenario. But again, going back, will the town allow us to vacate the many spaces we need? Now they won't have the spaces by allowing us to put in a driveway? And the answer to that is probably no. So if the answer to that is probably no, by allowing parking on the south side of Riviera Drive, in effect, is denying our potential use to something, which may, in fact, the value of Snug Harbor at some time in the future, because a gated community is more valuable than one where you just drive in. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
two quick questions to the president, the gentleman who just spoke, if you don't mind. Did I see in the backup, when was Snug Harbor built originally?
Around 1975.
Okay, so and again, just being honest, so the development's been there for almost 50 years, correct?
That's correct.
It's never been gated before.
Excuse me?
It's never been gated before,
No.
correct?
But times and times change, real estate values change, potential uses change, and what's sellable also changes. It's easier to sell a unit in a gated community than it is in an open community.
And when you say gated community, are you talking about fencing in the entire property or just putting a toll
The
gate?
entire property is presently the entire property,
this would seal it off.
is fenced in already, except for the area of entrance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
May I address the concern of the resident about the backup not matching? I think what we're talking about, did you know, is the PowerPoint the thing that's different versus the regular backup? Because that we publish on Friday and whatever we have at that point gets published. I believe, Bradley, did you meet with residents and update, and that's what you showed tonight? And it didn't get, because we didn't have it to publish it. So that's why it's different. And this is part of an actual public hearing. So that becomes part of the record anyhow. But I just wanted to, that was the difference. It's what we have it in our possession, I guess, at the time of when we published.
Right.
It got updated.
I did add three slides to what was originally submitted.
Okay.
And those slides were showing that street in West Palm Beach. They're all related to that. The sketches that Ms. Killian talked about are actually in here. When I put these together, I usually have some slides at the end that if there's questions about it like those, I can show them to you. They're part of this. So it's really just those three additional slides of the street, the traffic calming article. There was one more. The aerial that showed the cars being parked along the the roadway. It was more just for trying to better show graphics and an explanation of how it would be applied.
Okay, and I just wanted
I
the
think
public to understand, though, that's why that's the difference. We didn't have that at the time that we published Friday. And it's okay for an applicant during a public hearing, Jim, I guess, to bring in additional information or new for the commission to consider. But that's the difference. And that's what I just wanted everyone to understand.
Documents that are presented to the commission during a quasi judicial hearing are the record of the presentation. Without respect to what the agenda backup has, it's the presentation that will bind the applicant in the long run.
With just one add to that, Andrew Mack, Assistant City Manager, we would actually update the conditions of approval to include these voluntary ones as well.
That's
So
correct.
that would be updated to part of that condition of approval because they're agreed to here at the night of the meeting. They will become part of the official record and to be presented that you could get a copy of afterwards.
They're attached to the development order.
Correct.
Thank you.
We have some people on virtually. Ted Kojin.
Yes.
Yep, we hear.
Hello, I'm Ted Kozon, and I'm from 624 Snug Harbor Drive, and I am speaking for the 192 residents in Snug Harbor. The first 2 points I'm just going to make, we are against any of the on-street parking, number one, and number two, we're against the height exception because the building at 3 floors looks fine. Now, Mr. Miller gave a nice presentation talking about having an elevator for an ADA to the 4th floor. And he also talked about having a stairway and an elevator and another stairway. And none of that is necessary if we go to the original plan of only having 3 floors. And number two, he could fit all his parking on site if he shrunk the footprint of the building. He never mentioned that. And that's something you should consider before you vote. With a smaller footprint, all the car parking could be put right on his property. I would also like to mention that traffic coming from on Federal Highway coming south, there's a turn into our Riviera Drive. And there's only 4 spots that allow you to pull into the turning lane. Across from that, we have Dunkin' Donuts, which in the morning has 10 cars backed up on Federal Highway. I think you're looking for disaster if you allow this building to go forward without adding more spaces to that turn-in to Riviera Drive from the South Highway on Federal. I also just wanted to say that Mr. Miller did help us, and we went to some meetings where he agreed to put just professional and medical buildings, but sad to say that's not enough for us. We do not want the parking. When people try to turn around in those spaces, there's going to be a real mess coming into Riviera Drive. They'll also pull into our development trying to make turns. So that increases our chances of having problems. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, Mary Killian, 642 Riviera Drive. I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's late. I'm going to keep it short. I've got to grow up on Riviera Drive. I'm 23 years old, so 23 years. So the parking is just going, people already drive down our street quickly. Like they turn around, come flying down our street. So with that parking, you're just going to have more people coming down the street, turning around. It sounds bad. We all follow the road. We all go really quickly down the road. And it just seems like this plan is not ready to be approved by you guys. It's just not ready. All the sketches, everything. I want families and children like myself that got to grow up on the street to be safe, no cars running down the street really quickly. And it just needs to be redone. I'm for development, business growth, job growth, but to accommodate one developer / owner over 200 plus citizens of Boynton Beach is really disheartening. I'm urging you all to table this proposed project until the site can be self-contained. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone who wrote a comment, my name is Ali Skinner and I live at 635 Riviera Drive. Like my husband Zane wrote, I am also opposed to the on-street parking. The plans may look good on paper, but we are a small, quiet street, and by approving on-street parking, we're causing more traffic that will make our street less safe for kids, bikers, and people taking their daily walks. The building is fine, but we need to contain the parking inside the parking lot. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Rick Seymour, 631 Riviera Drive. I think plenty of points been brought up about the concern about the on-street parking. I think that the consideration should be given to perhaps eliminating a floor to reduce the required number of parking spaces so that we can eliminate this on-street parking. Or one of the existing buildings in the Colonial Center next door actually has parking on the ground level underneath the building. That might give the necessary spaces by giving up the ground floor and parking underneath it. But, obviously this on-street parking is going to create congestion, concerns. While it is a quote unquote commercial/residential road in that area, it's a highly residential area. People are always walking and, kids are riding their bikes, and it's just a safety issue. So any consideration, I really feel bad for the dentist, the doctor. I understand he's a nice man. I don't know him personally, but it seems like he bought something that he thought he had and now he doesn't have it. And as a businessman, I can appreciate that's a concern, but if there's a way that they can minimize this on-street parking, I think that would be a great win. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Kim Beaumont. I'll ask again if you would like to speak. I see that your hand's raised.
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am a 30-year resident of the Colonial Center. As a CPA, I've had a practice there for over 30 years. And I'm very concerned about the parking issues. We have had our own parking issues in the Colonial Center, and there's no extra parking. So there's no way that we could help out this new building at all. And I'm concerned that if they already have parking issues, that they're going to have overflow into our parking that's already a problem. And we've had problems for years. So if their development is going to be using extra parking in our parking in Colonial Center, then we have a major problem. And Colonial Center has been there since 1985. And that's a problem. So to approve a development that already has a shortage of parking before you even talk about putting the extra parking on Riviera Drive, which is definitely a issue because it's unsafe. That road is so short, it's so small. And to put parking, parallel parking on that road is unsafe. I agree with the residents of Riviera Drive, and that doesn't really affect Colonial Center, but Colonial Center already has parking issues. We've had it for years. And so to put a building next to us who can't accommodate their own parking is a problem. I think they need to downsize and create less parking issues in order to accommodate what they want to do. Thank you.
And the confusion is that the building doesn't exist, so we do not know if they actually have parking problems. This is all based upon the city's land development regulations, where according to the building size, not the zoning of the actual businesses there, this is the parking that the city states that the builder must have. So there is no necessarily not enough parking, whereas the city, if it changed its code, could say that there's only so much parking needed for a dentist office, which would then allow for the parking to fit that. I know that I was at Palm Beach Eyes in off of Boynton Beach Boulevard and Industrial, and there is way too much parking there because it used to be a Krispy Kreme, from what I was told. And so with that, and as for the office condos at the Colonial Center, there may not be enough parking because the way that the parking requirements were back in 1985 didn't need to have as many parking spaces per square footage as they do in today's day. And so our building department has tried to create, to their best knowledge, how much parking is necessary for all the employees and the patrons for this business. But exactly is that if the current zoning allowed for a bar or a restaurant or a cafe where you need a parking space for every 100 square feet, or every 2.5 seats, then this might not have enough parking. And so that's something that hopefully we can get clarification and to see if our building department does not require the 43 parking spaces, and that if there's the ability to have a contingency plan for parking similar to what has happened in Riverwalk, because currently we know that there is not enough temporary parking spaces for that location for the current businesses that are there. So I see my commission with their hands raised to speak, so I'll let them speak next. And thank you for your comments. Vice Mayor?
Thanks, Mayor. That's basically where I was going to come from, that anger that you just stated. The chart that I'm looking at, excuse me, says you have 10,898 square feet, and you have 32 spaces on site, and an additional 13 on street, which makes a total of 45 total spaces that's needed for this 10,898 square feet. My question is that 45 total spaces the very minimum that you need to qualify based on our formulas for spaces? Because if you subtract out those 6 spaces that's on the south side, that'll bring you to 39 spaces, and would that qualify you? So maybe we should be looking at some type of variance on the parking if that turns out to be the issue. And therefore we could satisfy the residents from having those 6 on the south side of Riviera Beach, Riviera Drive. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Bradley Miller again for the record. The number of required spaces is 44. Even with this change to converting the space to medical dental on the top floor and business and professional office on the bottom 2 floors, it comes out, the parking calculation comes out to a requirement of 43 spaces. I'm sorry, 44 spaces.
44 spaces.
We have 45. So in my presentation, I did mention that that if there's one that, if we can minimize, if there's one, or if I can work with staff and find that one motorcycle space through this, not to get into the full details of the minutia of the code, but it allows, I think it's 10% compact spaces. So that would be 4 spaces, and we have that on the plan. And then it allows 3% motorcycle parking, which comes out to 1 space. So could we find a place for a motorcycle to park? We probably could. So that could take 2 spaces off the 1 extra and replacing motorcycle with 1 on the street. So it's some of the changes of the use and some of the discussions with the neighbors are bringing us to this. So I don't want to get too far in. I know there's other folks here that want to speak.
And I hear what you're saying, Bradley. I really do. I too go to Palm Beach Eyes and I see all these extra spaces. And I keep wondering, do you really need, when are you ever going to need a maximum capacity at that type of a professional business? And would it hurt to back off of those 6 on the south side? I know we have to meet code. What's
There you go, buddy.
The options here are to meet code. And then through this, what's called sustainability parking that's in the code, it lets you use these compact spaces to squeeze down. It lets you use motorcycle spaces, but you can't, there's other options like a variance. If you got to pick one or the other, you can't use both.
Right.
So we comply with the code, not only in the total of spaces, but where they're located. And actually we exceed it by 1 space that, you know.
I have a question for staff. Yeah. We do lineage variances all the time. What would be the big objections on spaces variance? Just
Well, I think the city attorney will concur with me that if we think that there is regulations are not accurate for a given review or project, we'd rather evaluate a potential code amendment rather than looking for a relief option, because again, we're going to consider variances would be subject to the hardship criteria, and we're creating the hardship based upon building intensity and lot characteristics, if that's the case. If we see that there is a means for a different parking solution, then obviously the first thing addressed tonight were land development regulations and zoning regulations, which is what we do.
So, you know, the way that I'm looking at it, because we had as part of our LDRs that we approved with the required number of parking, and it says that, you know, if it was a financial office, it needed 300, 1 space per 250 square feet, compared to a medical or dental that would need 1 every 200. Does the art gallery, is that considered a business professional area that is 1 per 300, or is it something 1 per 200?
No, it's even less. I think that's why the original plan had that type of display space, because it was almost much less of a parking requirement was probably applied to it, yes.
And so if the first floor is not retail, would that affect the parking requirements?
If it's not retail, if it is not something intense, such as a business professional office or a medical office, sure, it'd be less.
But that was the whole point, is that it has to be. So if it's something where it is more, you know, for example, yeah. So if it's the, you know, considered the art gallery, that's 1 space per 500 square feet, that's something that would greatly reduce the parking requirements. But, you know, are we able to limit that?
That's a question of the applicant, I think.
And so that's the, I guess, part of the applicant's question is that for that first floor, what type of business? And not to say that I'm not approving it as is, but it's something that the applicant may want to do before the final submittal, so that the parking spaces, because what I would request is that extra space on the south side, that it would go from 6 to 5, so that there's the less likelihood of someone who's parking on the south side of the street using Riviera Drive as a turnaround because they're unable to go take a left from way it looks into the office complex. Thank you.
Tom Ward, 650 Riviera Drive in Boynton Beach. I'm a new resident with my wife, and this has been quite an interesting meeting tonight, and I feel bad for a lot of what I heard tonight, and I hope it gets resolved. With respect to the project, I think I'm in agreement with other people. The building's nice. Dr. Eric's a great guy. Bradley's done a great job. We had a nice meeting at the City Hall, and I thought a lot of what we were objecting to, parking being number one, was addressed. And the discussion was to move the trees out towards the road and put the parking behind. I don't know what happened to that, but I would say that I think there's enough confusion here or concerns that a vote not be taken. And I'd also request, as I did before the meeting before, which wasn't the official meeting, that we be allowed time to get our own experts and legal counsel so that we can further review this before this gets voted on. I know there's an appeal process if it does go into vote, but I also wanted to say this thing about traffic calming, I think is a huge stretch. If you want to traffic calm something, calm down Federal Highway, calm down I-95. This is a residential street. Shrinking it even smaller isn't going to do there's no remedy. And we're not West Palm Beach. So West Palm Beach to me is irrelevant in a discussion or even articles about calming. This is a cul-de-sac. It has very difficult, there is no parking on the street. We have no parking signs in front of my house. I have a no parking sign in front of my house. There's one on the other side of the street. And if the maintenance people that come there and so forth, they park to do their maintenance. It's a very narrow street. And then as shown on the earlier slides, if you looked at the width of that roadway and the curvature of the roadway, you know, when people are parallel parking and you've got trucks coming in, I think it's just a program for disaster. So I'd request that you maybe table this until another set of plans can come forward or more consideration. Thanks.
Hi, Susan Neuer, write-in candidate for mayor, 140 Southeast 27th Way. I think Bradley has done an amazing job improving this project. I've spoken with the dentist after the P&D meeting. I think this is such a beautiful project. We do need to resolve the parking issue though, which is obviously the number one issue that all the residents are coming forward on. I mean, I've been down that street too. I remember going to the IHOP as a kid when it was there, and that was an issue then as well. I would ask you to table this. I think we really need to be cognizant of the fact that we have a new commission coming in, and this is one of those times where kicking the can down the road might solve multiple purposes. It would, give everyone time to get the parking issues, the different options discussed and planned, and come forward with them. And it would get this off your back as being an unfinished thing that you dealt with, and then you're no longer on the commission potentially, and you're leaving something half done. So why not push it down the road just a little bit, work on the parking, and I would highly suggest you add more compact parking spaces so that you would be in the parking lot itself, so that you'd be able to take the parking off of the south side of Riviera, and I would also say, or question, how many employees are going to be there? I mean, we know we have the dentist, the doctor, but how many employees does he have? and that's just one floor. If you're looking to put business professional in the other floors, how many employees are each of those businesses going to have? And you need to be able to park your employees, and having, my family's business have this same issue on Ocean Avenue for decades. I can tell you it's a detriment to being able to hire employees if you can't park them. And then once you park your employees, how are you going to be able to park all your customers? In theory, that I look at my dentist and know, they have several people stacked in, for every half an hour, every 20 minutes, whatever it is. And I'm sure he sounds like a fabulous dentist, so I'm sure he's going to have a lot of patients coming in. But what about those other businesses? How many customers are they having come in on top of their employees? And I think maybe you should take the time now, table it, stop and take a look at what potential businesses are going in, because I'm assuming the doctor has other businesses already talking to him about going in the business. I would. It's going to be a fabulous building. He's going to make something absolutely stunningly beautiful, and I can't wait to see it. But we need to stop and look at the parking for the employees and what's left over, and we need to be cognizant of that. And let's take that time now and let's kick the can down the road. So I'm asking you to table this. Thank you. Remember, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one, according to Spock.
Mayor Grant.
Yes.
Hi. Crystal Gibson, City Clerk. I just wanted to clarify for the record that there are no write-in candidates for the March 8th, 2022 election.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, Cortland McGuire, 506 Whispering Pines. I was invited to the Snug Harbor Riviera Drive community event where they spoke of their concerns that were articulated here tonight. That community is a very intimate bedroom community, and I think commercial style spaces is a no-brainer that it really doesn't belong. And I think the obvious answer is to reduce the under air square footage to accommodate for the appropriate amount of spaces, therefore not having to ask for a variance in any kind of code. I don't know why this is not being done. In fact, it's going quite the opposite direction. They're looking for an increased elevation of 9 feet, which I think planning and zoning already recommended against, if I'm not mistaken. So why is that not being discussed, as this should pretty much be reconfigured? That's my personal opinion on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Turkin, 132 Southwest 2nd Avenue. I would like to agree with Ms. Hoyer that this should be tabled and maybe even moved for the next commission to decide.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Henderson. I'm at 654 Riviera Drive. My husband and I moved there in 2010. We were contemplating retirement and we moved. Love the street, residential, quiet, secluded. We have a real issue coming out of Riviera Drive right now. We have people exiting Colonial. We have people who can't see us exiting Snug Harbor. And if you put cars, especially on the south side, this is, for me, it's a war zone. I mean, you've got cars now coming out of a new building, coming out of Colonial. They're coming at an angle from Snug Harbor. I feel like I drive through a war zone now. It will be disastrous. I honestly feel that the building would be wonderful, but not the size it is and not the parking on the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ray Henderson. I live at 654 Riviera Drive. I was my wife that was there. We both agree that shouldn't have parking on the street. That street is very small and it's very tight. The houses are close to the street. And we have a semi or so every now and then that will go down the street and has to back up all the way out from the end. And there's no room for that when you can take a building and shorten it up and small it and make it fit. Because I think that's the way to go. You're asking for variances on height, variances on parking. Just make it smaller. Thank you.
I'm never gonna get a fan club, am I? Huh? Maybe when you become senator, I'll move down there. You let me.
I'll let you speak then.
You know what? You never know, right? You never know. Ernest McNally, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach. I live in a condominium complex, actually side by side, two of them, and it relates very much to the condominiums that are on this general area. And here's what I mean by that. You wonder why a lot of people from the condo association are not here objecting. The reason is because it's an older building and it's got major structural and other problems. And they know, like associations know with municipalities, you know, if you come in and you object too much, we'll come in and we'll start writing some violations on your property. So what I did was, after the meeting, which some people here are very correct, the planning thing said no to a lot of things. No on the height, no on the deck, no on the parking, no on everything. And everyone thought, okay, here we are, we're gonna vote. But then we find out that they voted down, of course, the roof and a lot of the parking issues and wanted some things redesigned. But then the board, the advisory board, approved the building with all these issues about the families and this and that, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what does everybody learn from this? We learn that the city commissions, and it's happening all over the country, and city lawyers, city managers, and homeowners associations, and political, because I decided, after this project came up, I decided to spend 5 days, 6 hours a day at that property. You know, I like to observe things, you know, right, Mayor? You know, I like to observe, right?
Yep.
Good. So what I observed was a lot of major violations in the surrounding buildings, which means those people are never going to come in here and say, don't let this building go up, because you know why? And your building departments and your planning who are trying to get this thing approved with your political, because when you go there, you look at the political signs all around. Isn't it interesting? The political signs. You know what that tells you? And then when you bring in Fort Lauderdale lawyers, right? City lawyer, who's, you know, not far from the building collapse. And now we're hearing, oh, look at the goings on between the homeowners association and the political and the big business and the doctors and this and that. Everybody's making $1 million and they're destroying all the neighborhoods. So I did my study. I went there, I interviewed a lot of people. Everybody in the surrounding condominiums is afraid to come in because their buildings are ready to get, now that that building collapsed, are ready to get major recertification violations. Even without recertification, they have major things. You heard the HOA guy come in and say, oh, we don't have, you know, that building's ready to collapse, by the way. It's got flooding. You don't know how much problems in that area. Oh, what a coincidence. What a coincidence, right in the middle of my speech. Are you kidding? Oh, no, wait, it's back.
It's back.
Oh, she likes to do that just to interrupt my train of thought. Am I right? Yeah, you think it's funny.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. Just don't tell me I'm theatrical, okay?
Well, you are.
What?
Please.
Yeah, I know.
Please.
You look at, let me tell you, Mayor, you look at the deals when you're gone, finally, when people like me, we get to really get investigation into all these HOAs and these commission and then these developers and these dentists and ICER and all these deals and these political that you're making. You know what I mean? It's not going to be funny, because if you really look at what went on at Surfside, Mayor, you know what went on. Look, now we find out the mayor took a $10.5 million payoff to allow the new building to be built higher and about 100 feet closer. And that's why the people were in Surfside saying, well, what's going on? The ceiling's cracking, right? Why? 10.5 million. Then it turns out after the building collapsed, the mayor owns a high rise there with major.
I'm aware.
Please.
This is.
No one's talking to you. How's that?
Please stay on topic.
Mr. McNolly, the situation is that we're not discussing Surfside today.
We are.
No, we're
I'm
not,
trying to show you how.
because we're not talking about a condominium. We're talking about a commercial building.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm talking about the buildings surrounding this thing and why they're afraid to come in here. Because this city has a way of saying, look, if you don't really complain because we got a doctor, he wants to do something. I mean, if you look at this project, where did you ever see a dentist who needs 10,000 square feet? What? I need more time.
I'm starting.
You can't cut me off. I need more time. All the time I spent there trying to help you all postpone this thing till we get a better commission and one that's not politically connected. Because if you look at the political signs there, this is a very political influence deal. And even though someone said that lady can't run for mayor, she can't be assigned, she's got the right idea. This has to go to the new commission. Unfortunately, who I think is going to be the mayor. We're gonna. These people keep talking. Can't you tell them to be quiet?
I'm letting you talk. So
somebody was saying me be quiet. Who said that?
Excuse me, Mr. McNolly. Please speak.
I know, but you got to tell them to be quiet. I'll bet they're saying
our conversation.
Mayor, I'll bet they're saying not nice things about me. Every time I leave here and I give you facts, you don't know what happens to me.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Really? You don't know when I was, after the last meeting, I was by the by your painted intersection? Somebody tried to hit me with a pickup truck and the police wouldn't even investigate it. And they said, oh, the cameras don't work. Really?
Do you have any further comments about the
I'm
proposed?
not talking to you.
office
Be
building?
quiet. Who said, oh, God?
Please, please.
Mr. McNolly, you have a minute 30 left. You have a minute 30 left.
Are you going to control them from commenting?
To control you with the amount of time you have left.
Without people making derogatory comments. Am I right, Mayor? I mean,
Mr. McNolly,
You have the right to speak for a minute and 18 seconds. 15 minutes.
and you know what's funny? The one behind all these troublesome deals in the city is that city lawyer. If you become senator and you don't take him with you, we're very disappointed. And the city manager, take them both. You can have them both. They're yours forever. So when I did those 4 days there, the traffic on Federal, I mean, there's cars that go 80 miles an hour. There's motorcycles that come up, jump on the sidewalk, Harleys, this and that. I mean, it's a disgrace what goes on there. What are you going to do to these people with this building? Listen, if you go there, like every dentist in the world, let them build a one-story, 5,000 square foot building. Who needs 10,000 square feet as a dentist? How many root canals can you do at the same time? I don't get it. And then you're throwing in something's going to be, an art studio. What does that mean? Because the way the dermatologist had it was, you could go up on the roof, you get a massage. It's a rooftop thing with liquor, a real dermatologist dream. Now you're passing it on to the dentist, and you should postpone this. And I got a lot more information. If you approve this deal, when you're gone, you have no idea the stuff I'm opering and finding out about what you all are approving, especially this mayor, city manager,
Thank you, Mr.
and
McMillan.
and that councilman Pensaga.
Thank you.
You see what I mean?
It's cold in here. Yes, I'm aware.
It's what?
Cold.
Oh, you're cold. Thank you.
Dr. Snyder.
Sorry, but I just want to make sure that maybe I'm reading this wrong. I'm sorry. The code, chapter 4, article 5, that was cited earlier, section 4C 2B. Only on-street parking spaces located within the public right-of-way that abut the frontage of a project may be used to count toward meeting the minimum parking spaces. Riviera Drive does not front the building, and it refers to the frontage of the project, and it's defined a building frontage as the width of the building fronting the street, which is federal highway. So I don't even see.
No, on a street. So a drive is considered a street. And the fact that the building frontage is the main entrance, which is Riviera Drive, would allow for the parallel parking to be there.
The way I read it is that the street where the right-of-way is has to abut the frontage of the project, which would be federal highway.
No, because of the main entrance is the building frontage.
Well, I don't get that. And the other thing is, there's no other residential street east of Federal that has parallel parking in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to get my documents in the record that I referenced earlier. I don't, over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where? Thank you, dear.
Okay. So I'm going to close public comments. I'll have the applicant, if you'd like to make some comments or concerns. And if, I guess my request for the removal of the one on the south side that still meets the code, and hopefully that you can work with the building department and the zoning to reduce the parking as needed.
Yes to the one space. The one thing to clarify, well, we're not asking for a variance for the parking. The parking meets the code. The rest of the site plan meets the code. The only thing that is an exception is the height exception, which I think for the majority's sake wasn't a full concern. Even the on-street parking is code. So we've got the building setbacks, the buffers, the parking, everything except the height exception complies with the rules and regulations of the city. As far as it's a parking thing, and the one gentleman said it right. Could it be redesigned with a smaller building? Always can be. Do we want to do that? No. And it is an unfortunate situation here where Dr. Eriks thought he was getting an approved project and didn't. So he's trying to preserve his investment. We're complying with the code. We've tried to do everything that we can do. Actually, if you can advance, I think it's 2 slides. There's some discussions about all these other concepts that I think it's 1 more. Nope. Try 1 more.
Any neighborhood comments? This one.
No, it comes after that. So, and after our meeting, I thought it was a very good idea that they brought up to shift the landscaping out into the right of way and get the parking back into the property. But in order to do that, and our hands are tied by the city's regulations. If you change the angle of the parking spaces from parallel to an angle, you go from needing an area of 28 feet that's wide for parallel to 39 feet that's angled to allow for the ability for cars to pull in and out. The space isn't there. It's just mathematically doesn't work. So as much as, I mean, if we came in without the parking on the street and a variance, I don't think that would fly either. So we're trying, we're truly trying. As far as the Snug Harbor gated access, I heard about that for the first time on Friday, and that was some of the reason for these sketches that I did, was to try to realign that and do a quick analysis of it. If that comes to fruition, all that happens are those parking spaces that are in the location where they may want to move their driveway, just slide over to where their existing driveway is now, and you have a zero net loss in the number of spaces that are on the street. It's not going to deny them their access to do that. It would take some modification to the parking in the street, which would all be part of that program if they choose to go that way. Somebody mentioned that we're shrinking the street. We're actually, pavement, it varies out there now. It's around 19 feet. Some places where it's really eroded away at 17. We have to improve that to 22 feet. It's actually going to be wider than what they have now. So trucks in circulation are still going to be able to get through. Otherwise, your staff wouldn't have signed off on this. So I think, you know, the whole table issue, I don't know what we would do more, frankly. It's you know, tabling would just the end solution is just smaller building. And if you don't feel like we've complied with the code, we may have to go that way, but we ask that you don't, and ask for your approval.
Thank you. So if there's no further comments from the commission, I'll ask for a motion to approve item 6C.
Mayor, I have some comments before a vote.
Yes. Or do we do 6D first? Do we do the height exception first and then the site plan? Or do we do the site plan without the height exception?
Take them in the order they appear on the agenda.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Commissioner Pensurga.
Thank you, Mayor. It is 11:43. I had planned to say many things, but now I'm a little bit hesitant in the interest of time. I do want to say that I've seen this issue develop over these past few weeks. I attended the event at Snug Harbor, wonderful turnout. I heard the concerns, and there were many on the list, lots of issues to be addressed. And then as I found out, you know, Mr. Miller had met with the community and met some of the leadership, and one by one, those issues had been addressed. So I do want to commend the residents and Mr. Miller for compromising, for finding ways to meet each other in the middle. From what I understand of tonight's meeting, we're ultimately down to one issue, which is parking. And of the on-street parking, we're really just down to primarily the south side of Riviera Drive, right? And so we're talking about 5-6 parking spaces. And I'm thinking to myself, really? This is it? This is what it boils down to, just a few parking spaces? Is there, if we made it this far, we can't find another compromise for a few more parking spaces? You know, I heard issues brought up about other designs, maybe using smaller spaces for compact cars and motorcycle spaces. And then there was an extra one that you mentioned. And so maybe we could shave off one there and maybe we could shave off another. I think we're getting closer. And we just need to let there be more time for the parties to keep working together. They've made it this far and they might just be able to solve this. And then all parties are satisfied. You know, I went to the event, and when I went to the event at Snug Harbor, I actually accidentally drove through Riviera Drive. By the way, beautiful street. And as I went in there and I realized I was in the wrong road, I had to make, of course, a U-turn. And of course, there's no on-street parking right now, but I struggled with that, right? It's already a very tight road. And the only way for me to turn around was to go all the way to the end of the street. And so I am personally struggling to imagine how it would all work out if there were spaces on the north of Rivera and also on the south. You know, I really want there to be a resolution because, again, we are so close, and this is just about 5 or 6 more spaces. I would offer a motion to table. What is 2 weeks? What is the harm in spending just a few more weeks until the next commission meeting? We don't need to wait until the next commission, but just a few more weeks to explore questions about the code, questions about could we have compact spaces? Could we have motorcycle spaces? And listen, if then you make those changes and you're left with just 3, and the argument is over 3 parking spaces, I think we can make it work. All right. So I see no harm in just 2 weeks. And I also want to add, I want to say something. I don't know Mr. Eriks, but I do want to say thank you for coming into Boynton Beach, because there's no question, there is a need for professional office spaces. We need that in our city. Medical, dental professionals. So thank you for considering us and wanting to build your business here. But if the fight is going to be over a few parking spaces, I think that's ridiculous. Let's give it 2 more weeks. The motion is to table.
Going once, going twice.
I'll second that.
Okay. Good. Yes,
There is no discussion on a motion to table.
thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay, I wanted to talk more.
So then motion table is denied.
Discussion.
Yes.
To the city attorney. This requires 1 vote, correct? It does not come back after approval?
That's correct.
Okay. So with that being said, and Woodrow, can I ask you bluntly, because you did second the motion to table, did you intend not to vote in support of this tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be a split 2-2 vote because there's only 4 of us here in the first place. What I would do is support the motion to table for 1 meeting because it does require 1 vote. My position is that the south side and the handful of parking spots, if there is some sort of creative math, then that is the solution. I don't have a problem with the building. I don't have a problem with the height. That the height exception is routinely granted because it is not adding an additional story. It is housing equipment, akin to if you had a house and its roof level hit the maximum height foot, and you wanted to put your AC unit on it. I would not envision denying you the ability to put an AC unit. This just happens to be an office building and it has an elevator. If staff can work with Mr. Miller to see if there is any creativity to solve the south parking number. And again, the reason I'm stating all this, other than the fact that I would like to see if there is a solution, is that if we vote on this tonight, it is a split vote with 1 member absent. So it serves no purpose to vote on it tonight if it's a split vote. So with that, if there is no solution, I do intend to support it at the next meeting if we table it. If there is a solution to eliminate those 5 or 6 spots, then everybody seems to get a good deal of what they want. The property owner has conceded a great deal. They've voluntarily restricted their ability to put tenants in the building, the hours of operation. You know, again, as Commissioner Pensurga said, we're very close. If we can get to the mutually beneficial outcome, then so be it. If we can't, then I will support it at that time. So with that, I would make a motion. Do I have to make a motion to reconsider the motion to table?
No. Is that reconsider?
Have to take them.
Because
If there was a vote on the motion to table and it failed because it was a 2-2 vote, somebody that was on the prevailing side needs to make a
Okay.
motion to
So,
reconsider.
before you make that motion, I'll make my comments in the sense is that I really want to thank the applicant, Dr. Eriks, for all the hard work that he has gone through I couldn't believe, when I met him for the first time that he was buying a product or a project that this is going to entail, because I believe it was unanimous 3.5 years ago. And this, I commend our residents to fight for what they believe is correct, in the sense is that there is a fear of unknown of what is going to happen when we go from a vacant lot where people park their cars overnight to having a 4-story building that is going to provide economic activity for our community. The one thing that I would request is that the restriction of the uses of the building might have to change to allow for less parking, as according to our code. Whereas, if it was furniture sales on the first floor, you only need 1 parking space for 500 square feet. So whether they want to do that so that they don't have to have as many parking, that's one of those options that allows our code. If that's kind of the way it works, is that correct? Is it that it's a certain use? I'll ask Mike. Or is it based upon the building, not necessarily the zone?
Mike Rump, your planning zoning administrator. You are correct. Ratios vary by the use. And of course, they're based on square footage and that use.
And so I feel bad for you to come, have to wait the extra 2 weeks to get an answer. But that is kind of where I would want the motion to table is, if it is being made, to allow the developer to find different uses so that not just what he's already promised.
I just basically have confidence that there's some brilliant minds out there that will come up with the solution. A couple of weeks won't hurt anything. And I think if we really focus on this, you guys can come up with some kind of compromise. I want to see it work for both sides, really. But push comes to shove, I just feel that they met code, okay? But I'm trying to hopefully shuffle the deck a little bit more and see what we can come up with.
And so I'll ask you to table items 8, C, and D, if that's your motion.
Oh, you have.
Just add one more point.
Yeah.
I hear where this is going. Just a couple of points. Compact spaces are already in there according to code. Everything is code with the exception of the height. So if we start, we may need some help, both ourselves and the neighbors. If we're looking at trying to eliminate those spaces on the south side, we may need some other relief somewhere else on the property, but we can work on that here. And believe me, there's been a lot of effort into this. Dr. Eriks is not going to like his next bill. Put that out there in the public when there's other people around, because he's a big guy. But we've put a lot of time in it, and I do compliment the residents. They've been great to work with, very respectful. I understand completely where they're coming from, and we've been trying to address it as best as we could, and we will keep working.
Best of luck.
Give me 2 more weeks.
Mayor, to get back to where you were, the 2 individuals on the commission that voted against the motion to table are on the prevailing side. One of them can make a motion to reconsider. And if that passes, then you could have the motion to table voted on again.
So, motion to reconsider the tabling this item.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion to table this item to the next city commission meeting.
Items 6, 8, C, and D.
Both items, correct.
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for that extra step. Process is important.
What happened?
All right, it's midnight, so.
Is it really?
Yep.
Man, let's just,
So we have a couple second readings and further discussion. So let's try to get out of here by 1 o'clock.
how about 12:30?
I'll see what I can do. Proposed ordinance 22-004. Jim?
An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Part 2, City of Boynton Beach Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 27 entitled Advisory Boards and Committees, Article 2 entitled Boynton Beach Art Advisory Board, Section 2724 entitled Purpose and Duties, amending Section 2727 entitled Art Advisory Boards Guidelines and Recommendations, amending Part 3 Land Development Regulations, amending Chapter 1 entitled General Administration, Article 2 entitled Definitions, amending Chapter 4 entitled Site Development Standards, creating Article Roman numeral 14 entitled Mural Standards, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve?
So move. Second.
And I want to thank Catherine and Glenn for carving out the sections that are part of our art district for the art murals.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that that section about the arts district is in the guideline section, not in the mural ordinance section. Just so you're aware of that. So then there's another motion to approve the guidelines for the murals, which comes up as a resolution.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an ordinance, so I have to let you comment. Yep. I did.
Oh. Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, unit. Anybody? 407.
I'll stop by sometime.
Yeah. He's the best. Boynton Beach, 33435. So the ordinance for art, are we, can you summarize for me a little bit so that I can be succinct?
Murals painted on buildings now have a process they must adhere to, except when located in the designated art district.
Is that the one now where you're trying to approve letting people, whatever they want to paint on their houses or garage doors, they can do it?
We can do that.
They already can do that. All right, what is this one for now? What can they do now? They can what?
For commercial properties.
Okay, so for commercial property, they're allowed to paint whatever mural. Well, why don't you just tell me?
No, they're not allowed to paint.
There is a process now being put in place due to a rewrite of previous language that requires them to seek approval on commercial buildings.
So you want to do away with their needing to get approval?
They need to get approval.
And that's what you're voting on?
Yes.
Approval.
Okay, but is it also part of the approval that you're approving letting them do the murals on commercial buildings? Isn't it like a package? Okay. Anywhere in here, does it have anything to do with the intersection, the pride? Nothing to do with the pride intersection, nothing to do with memorializing, nothing to do with that. The only thing this is allowing commercial buildings, I guess all of them anywhere, right? Anything to paint murals, correct?
To follow a process to gain approval to do so.
Okay, and why is it that when I go to the art board and they hear about things that the commission approved, they say, we never heard of that. How's that happening? How is the commission voting on all this? Voting on all, Why, when I went to the advisory, the art commission, and they hear things that you're passing, they're making statements like, how did that happen without our recommendation? How come we're not fine? So I know you're leaving, Mr. Katz, because I know you're part of that, getting things done without going through the boards. You love doing that. Isn't that one of your favorite things? Getting the commission to do things without the board's approval? You love that.
Could you cite one example?
What?
One example of that,
One example?
where I circumvented board approval unilaterally to do.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Where is the road study on removing crosswalks and a handicap intersection to paint that street and then declare it a memorial, which means now if anybody goes near that, it's a federal crime. And when I talk to the art board and all the other boards, they don't know anything about what you approved. Is that a great example? And remember now, if anyone goes near that painted intersection, it's now a federal crime.
To walk on the intersection?
Mayor,
To
may I?
do- You see what,
You know, excuse me, Mr. McNolly?
we're getting off track?
Yes, please.
But he asked for an example.
I know, and he got off track.
That's right. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know. When you memorialized, you know, if somebody goes near that thing now and skid marks and stuff like that, you know, that's a federal crime now. That's like terrorism. Yeah, no? And you have to keep painting it for the next 100 years. No.
A future commission can remove the memorial.
Thank you. Which they should do. But my point was, he asked for an example. A lot of things that you talk about, like now you're talking about art. When I go to the art boards, they say, they don't know what you're doing, so, and then sometimes they'll say, we don't want that. And then they recommend no. And then I come to this meeting and you guys say, well, yes. So what are all these boards for if you don't listen to them and you circumvent them? But you're leaving, so you're going to get away with that thing there. You know, remember you told me you got the road studies, you got nothing. You got nothing, and you memorialized it improperly. And you don't even realize that. And now you made that a federal crime. And you know, I watched that intersection. The minute I see somebody do damage there, which I already did, and I have a picture, when I call the police chief, he won't answer. Spates won't answer. Nobody will answer. That's a federal crime. Isn't that right, Mr. Fasaya? Isn't that what you wanted it to be? A federal crime?
Mr. McNolly, I'm going to ask you to sit down because that is not the question on the ordinance for the.
I got off topic? Okay. Why does everybody comment from the audience when I speak?
I don't have that.
You're supposed to control that, you know.
Mr. McNolly, the mayor asked you to please step away from the microphone and sit
Okay.
down.
Sure.
Okay, that's a warning.
Nice, right?
All right. Yeah, does anyone else have comments regarding the ordinance 22-004?
Yeah, I'll make just a quick comment and just to put something on the record of clarity. I feel I'm as a chairman, Cortland McQuire, 506 Whispering Pines, as a chairman of the Arts Board, I think it's a good move. What it basically does in simple terms is it allows an existing commercial district that has been supporting the arts for a long period of time with art walks, the arts district in particular, to continue doing so without sort of looking over their shoulder about what type of murals they paint on the garage doors during those art shows, et cetera, and let them change them. So I think it was a good move, and I was for it, and I think I welcome the change to the code. Thank you.
So before you leave, did the Arts Commission had an option, had this ordinance in front of them?
Yes, we did.
And did you make a recommendations to approve?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we did have a motion and a second, Crystal. Seeing there's no further comments or questions. No. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus is absent. Vote is 4-0.
Ordinance 22005, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 26 entitled Water, Sewer, and City Utilities by amending Article 1 entitled In General to create 26-6 entitled Conditions for Utility Service Penalties, establishing requirements for utility services penalties for noncompliance and appeals, amending Article 4 entitled Sewers, 26-57 entitled Connections Required, to amend the time period to connect to sewer, providing for severability, conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Just want to thank staff for moving this forward. And I didn't ask it at the very beginning regarding Sandcastle. But I'll ask that for another time. So is there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz, Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramos is absent. Vote is 4-0.
Next, we have approved date change from March 1st City Commission meeting to a special City Commission meeting on March 9, 2022 from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. to accept staff ranking of applications for the notice of funding opportunities for use of the city's American Rescue Plan Act funds and/or funds based upon application eligibility and proposed programming. One of the concerns I had was that this is after the election. And did you put in your notice of resignation? And what was that date of resignation?
That day.
So
I don't have the resignation. I did not think it was
it's with the clerk.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a date certain because you are required to hold office until your successor takes your place, but
it's not the way that Resign to Run is.
I disagree, Mayor. There's a different provision of the Constitution that requires the commissioner to hold his seat until his replacement is seated.
You mean the statute or the Florida Constitution?
I'm talking about the Florida Constitution.
Yeah, the Florida statute changed that.
Now, statute can't change the constitutional provision that requires the commissioner to hold his seat until the replacement is filled, which means the election has to be certified and whoever takes his place has to be appointed.
I would just, the way that I read the state's website for the supervisor of elections is that the resignation is irrevocable and that it occurs.
He's not revoking it. He's not revoking it. Okay.
No. It's the date of resignation is the date of resignation. It's not until the commission approves.
Commissioner, did you have a date certain in your resignation, or?
I had our attorney craft that language. I believe we set it so it complies precisely with whatever the law says, which to my understanding was election day, if I remember correctly, but it was reviewed by the attorney.
You're not referring to the city attorney's office? Okay, thank you. Okay.
So that is my concern. So Crystal, did you receive a notice of resignation from Commissioner Pincirga?
Yes, I did.
Do you have it? Does it include a date?
No, the resignation is effective the earlier of the two dates provided in section 99.012 3D in Florida statute.
So whatever the statute says, I will comply.
Remember, the provision is intended to avoid dual office holding. So he holds his seat until, let's assume for the sake of argument, that he's elected to another seat. He can't hold both seats. That's when it ends. That requires a certification of the election results.
Okay.
So if you're talking about election day.
So you're saying that there is no date certain in that letter of resignation. It was left blank to the earlier of two dates.
Correct.
Okay.
The meeting is on election day, is it not, that we're referring to? The day after?
Yeah.
There's a certified result then.
How quickly can the certification occur? Or it's to be determined?
3 or 4 days.
It just varies depending on what the supervisor of election does. It could vary a few days. It could happen, very late the night of the election. I don't know.
So should the certification come, let's say, on the 10th, 11th, or the 12th, I still remain in this seat until such time. Is that the understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sounds good. It is whatever the law says, we will comply.
Great. And so I think that if we have it for the March 1st City Commission meeting, unless it is before public comments or audience, we would not have the opportunity to review all the different applicants. The concern that I had is that I have heard from multiple veterans organizations that they were told not to apply.
Told by whom?
I believe it was Carice.
Good evening, John Durgan, Economic Development Manager. I haven't heard that comment yet. We wouldn't tell anybody not to apply.
On the call.
Carice, yes, she is on the call.
I'd let her address that.
Yes, hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Commission. That is absolutely not true. There is no one that I had told that they should not apply.
Did you say that none of their requests would meet the requirements?
No, that is up to the evaluation review committee to determine through scoring and ranking.
Okay. So they may have had a miscommunication. So thank you for that clarification. The person that was speaking is Carice Lejeune. All right, so may I have a motion to approve the moving of the date change from March 1st to March 9th from 3 to 5 p.m.
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seeing no further comments. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next, we have review enclosed memorandum summarizing staff research and discuss process for potential parks bond. Thank you for staff for preparing this. The problem then becomes, I don't know if we can use our American Rescue Plan Act funds for any of these because
Not COVID related.
I absolutely disagree that all the different parks and recreational facilities are COVID related, especially if, was it Palm Beach Gardens is able to spend their money on a golf course.
Mayor,
So if that was accurate, if that the headline.
if you recall, I had made a push for that quite some time ago on the eco park, and that was shot down apparently for legal reasons.
Development. But now what, Mayor, what were you thinking of what to do what with the ARPA funds for for something like this?
You know, it's kind of in the sense that the use of expanding our facilities for parks and recreations, if I don't necessarily remember all the different Treasury guidelines that I read back in May, so I can't necessarily find the aspect of where this would fit. But regardless, the only thing that I would request for staff is kind of that last item to put a referendum on the next general election in the city to see if the community wants to have a referendum for a Parks and Rec bond. Because at this point, you're talking close to $250,000 to issue a bond. And right now, it doesn't seem like that's the best use of city funds. Yes.
Can I walk you through a little bit,
Yeah.
just briefly, because I know it's late. So the research that I did, I contacted a bunch of different cities in both Broward and County, and basically came up with like their lessons learned and best practices from going through this process. And the big takeaway for me was we really need a parks master plan that's done by a professional that's analyzing all of our parks and the systems and looking at ways to modernize and upgrade our system in order to meet national trends and just continue to meet the needs of the community, the current needs of the community in terms of our park system. So that's step one, which you approved the master plan proposal tonight. So thank you for doing that. We're really excited to get started on that. The second thing that I found kind of resounding from all the cities that have done this is that they have worked with the Trust for Public Land, which is a nonprofit organization, which is an excellent, excellent resource. They have secured bonds for cities across the country. And that because they're nonprofit, their mission is similar to a government agency where they are interested in equity and cost effectiveness and fiscal responsibility. And so they provide guidance to cities, and they also can do a feasibility analysis that would help kind of put the feelers out to see if there's even an appetite in the community for a parks bond. So the parks master plan is step one that we would need anyways, totally separate from getting a bond, because it's part of the accreditation process, and really we should have one done professionally. So then that's
And we already approved it.
yes, thank you.
So
And then
thank-
step two is engaging the Trust for Public Land, which I've been speaking with them. And so we don't have to spend $250,000 to find out. We do need the Trust for Public Land would probably be around $30,000. That's not immediate. I'm still talking to them. They are right now prioritizing larger projects with counties. And so I'm really trying to build the case. I sent them our FIU study because they really want to focus on low income areas. And so I'm doing everything I can to build the case with them. And the woman that have spoken with has dealt with several cities in Florida and across the country. But really they are a guiding force. They've done this before and successfully. So I would recommend, but probably 6 months or so from now, engaging with them. And then the other big thing is that the education component is huge and vital, because the community really needs to understand what they're committing to, what we want to spend the money on, have a good plan in place, and be able to articulate that in an unbiased fashion, because we're, as a city government, we don't advocate for or against a bond. We're simply the conduit for providing the information. And while we could get a lot of good work done with a bond, we can't advocate either way for it. So the education campaign is really important because it'll give the taxpayers an idea of what it will cost them individually, and also what's going to be funded, and they'll also have the opportunity to give input on it. So basically that's the research in a nutshell. But all the cities that I spoke with, this is not a very quick process, because you've got to do a parks master plan that's estimated at 10 months. And then the education campaign, really a good education campaign is about a year-long process, but we may be able to decrease the timeline on that. But I don't know that you want to, because you really want the public to be involved and to understand. So I don't know if that answers any of your questions, but I can answer any others that you may have.
Well, I think we're already on our way, it looks like.
Yes.
For that. And so, so we appreciate the review, and we'll allow, and so my only other comment is that the Office of Equity and Inclusion, what would their role be in this? Yes, it's hard to see there, Catherine. What would their role be in getting the second thing, engaging the Trust for Public Land?
Our Office of Equity Inclusion?
Yeah.
Well, we don't,
I guess that's the question. When is the Office of Equity and Inclusion supposed to take place?
I'm not sure.
The director position, we've engaged a recruitment firm, because it's going to be hard to find a good one. Find one. It's a popular, rather newer position. So in speaking to a national recruiter, it's going to be difficult. But we've hired someone because we need a national reach to find someone. So they're engaged. We're doing the profile right now. It's 4 to 5 months away probably before we'll actually be selecting a candidate. But I would envision that director to participate and be very much part of what would be, I would think, a staff committee that puts together the engagement opportunities and getting out to the public, because the equity part of it and the social justice part of it are going to be very much part of it.
Yeah. And so that's kind of my thought process, is that let's wait until we hire that position before we engage the Trust for Public Land. Because in order for us to, the next general election besides August or November of 2022 would be August or November of 2024.
Yeah, and that's about the timeline we were advised would be the most, probably most practical.
So I'm glad the commission has decided to start this process and that we will have the Parks Master Plan to move forward.
That also assists with the requirement of our accreditation that we seek each year.
All right. Any other comments from the commission? Next, we have resolution 22-031, approve the Boynton Beach mural guidelines for art in public places.
Hello again. I'm glad to join you so often tonight. The guidelines are just, as you may or may not remember, because they were last passed in 2006, which is the Art in Public Places Guidelines, and have not been amended since that time. I hope to at some point come back and look at that. But these are basically the mural guidelines as part of the Art in Public Places program. So it establishes certain kinds of, I hope you had a chance to look at it. It establishes certain kind of processes by which to go through for the Art in Public Places Committee for approving murals and for evaluating murals that are adopted and supported by the city itself. It does not, there's a second part of the document which I gave you, which is the program, which is how the Art in Public Places will go about distributing, using the $20,000 in this year's fiscal year, which you appropriated for murals. And so those are two different things. The guidelines are the way that they will evaluate murals as presented by the private sector and by itself to the city. I do have a visual presentation. I don't know if you want to go through that or if you feel comfortable with what you have in front of you.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Well, it's already up.
Well, it's already up.
I said, well, it's just the text. It's not pretty. Next slide. So just that there are the three components to what you have tonight. There was the ordinance you already passed. There's the guidelines as the program. Next slide. The ordinance just defined murals, established some restrictions, and maintains the existing approval systems by the Art Board. Next slide. The APP guidelines for murals. They establish what is the compliance with the APP program for murals. It applies to the private sector murals that are a part of the Art in Public Places program and the city murals, and gives the rules for approvals. Next slide. It contains the following sections. What is the criteria for a mural? What is the life of murals? How do you evaluate and approve them? How do you inspect them later for, are they in good condition? How do you remove them? What's the process for removing? And how do you deal with existing murals? It also adds a special section called Artist Walls, which the Boynton Beach Arts District is declared an artist wall. It also gives the Arts Board and the opportunity to declare other artist walls in the city are places that artists could freely create work. Next slides. And then just so you know, it's not part of your motion, but there is the mural program. And so this is, as I said, how we will support new murals that are funded by city funds that come into the Art in Public Places Fund. Next slide. And the primary programs of that are how do we collaborate, how we might do matching grants with the private sector, and how we would evaluate that support for those projects. Next slide. And then the projects which have been under consideration is the Forest Hills Park Sound Wall, which we actually manipulated the tree planting such that the mural could be in place. That if the Water Quality Control Lab goes ahead on Congress Avenue, that there would be murals on that building, and then to reach out very heavily to the private sector to collaborate with them. That's my presentation.
No pretty pictures. Thank you. If there's no other comments, may I have a motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Len, I just have one brief question for you.
Yes,
Was that 20,000 only for murals or 20,000 total?
that was $20,000 for murals in this
Specifically.
fiscal year. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Continued discussion about creation of Citizens Engagement Committee for the Police Department. I spoke with Ray Whiteley this morning about this item. He asked to continue the conversation at another meeting regarding it as a task force. And one of the concerns that I had is that I would want to make sure that the whole city is represented on this task force with people and businesses from all 4 districts to be on this task force, so that it is not just a minority district. It is not just one district that is running the task force, that we have equal opportunity for all of the businesses and residents to make a informed decision with the police chief and the city manager. Yep.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Thanks for the opportunity to continue the conversation regarding the Community Engagement Committee. I prepared a few slides to facilitate a discussion. I also handed out handouts to each of you to follow along and perhaps to use for markups as we cover these topics. If we could pull up the presentation, Yuri, regarding Community Engagement Committee under the unfinished business section. Next slide. So this is a quick highlight, a high-level overview of the different models of civilian oversight panels that have been recognized across this country. There's a number of studies that look at how these types of committees, boards, and the like are formulated and what they do. There's 4 generally recognized models: a review-focused model, an investigation-focused model, an auditor-monitor-focused model, and then a hybrid civilian oversight team, which is goes in a little more detail on the following slides. Next slide. Under the review-focused model, we're generally talking about this is the initial type of panel, a model that was came out with over a decade ago for these across the country, where they narrowly looked at police and complaints, and they reviewed those complaints. They reviewed the complaint process. In some cases, they accepted complaints from the community. That was how the programs initially started out around the country. Next slide. There's also models that focus on investigations across the country. As we all recognize now that the laws are different from state to state, so this looks different from where you are sitting. In Florida, this is not a commonly identified model because of the restrictions provided for in Florida State Statute 112, which limits the ability of independent organizations to investigate police departments. So on the next page, next slide, you see I've got a little bit of a red X across that one because it doesn't generally apply to us, allowing for complete civilian investigatory capabilities. Next slide. The auditor-monitor focused model is also kind of what gaining steam. It came along later. This is where there's a more systemic and large-scale approach to oversight in the police law organization, looking not just at internal complaints and investigations, but also at policies, practices, training, and other areas that may be of concern to the community come up under the auditor-monitor focused approach, where they're not just looking at the specific discipline in one case or the outcome of one particular case, but the pattern, the policy that the department follows in all the cases to try to make a systemic change, not just a case by case, one-off type of change. And then lastly, next slide, again, is the hybrid model. Under the hybrid model, it takes a little bit of elements from the different models that work best for the community. And as we all know, each community is different in each city. The circumstances, the concerns, the problems that come to the elected officials across the country are different. So this hybrid approach is very similar to the auditor approach, where they create a panel that will meet the needs of that specific community's interest. Often it reviews the process for complaint taking, the process for investigating complaints, the training policies, the overall operational policies, and other elements of the police operation, to include the community policing program and the ability of the level of trust and building relationships with the community, particularly what efforts the agency is making with that regard. So it's a little bit more broad and probably more in line with the conversations we've had to date regarding the formulation of some sort of committee or advisory board. Next slide. As I looked across ordinances that were developed in Florida from cities such as Tallahassee, Tampa, St. Pete, Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, and others, Orlando, to include Orlando, there were several common themes that arose from each of those ordinances that were common to them. And I thought that would be a good place for us to have a conversation to get the gist of the things that were important for our commission to ensure the accountability and trust building with the police department here. And then I'll highlight these things that are important. Please add on to other things under these categories. And then we can look to try to start formulating a policy or a ordinance, if that's the consensus around these elements. Looking across all the policies, there's a section that deals with the responsibilities of the committee. In most cases, it includes reviewing of closed IA cases that involve discipline, police actions that resulted in serious injury and or death, complaint filing, tracking of complaints, hiring criterias, interviewing of new hires, reviewing use of force cases, and any other case that was that had a element of importance to the community, reviewing of policies, procedures, and practices, and reviewing of training curriculum and requirements. So my question would be, are there elements there that perhaps you're uncomfortable with or would like to add on to responsibilities of the committee?
So, the thing that I have is that, the complaint can mean multiple things, where there's an IA complaint versus a customer complaint that I guess the superior officer of an officer, sergeant, major would want to say, hey, I'm not trying to file an IA complaint. I just want to let somebody know what happened to me so that I have the ability to see if what happened was correct and to get a better explanation. Not that I want to file an IA complaint, because that is a matter of providing sworn testimony and all these other things. I think it's just having that cursory ability for customer service with the police department, so that if something happens, our residents have the ability to say, well, why wasn't there a probable cause determination?
So you're leaning suggesting more like a quality control ability as opposed to just a complaint tracking and complaint measuring?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. So if you're talking about complaints as an IAs,
Conduct.
Yeah.
We're leaning towards misconduct. That's the theme across these ordinances.
So that's kind of where I wanted to have those two different paths, so that, the residents saying, hey, you know what? There's a lot of different things that are going on. I don't want to do a formal complaint. I want to have that sort of informal customer service question.
So I think that would fall into the category where it talks about those items of importance to the community, that this panel would have the ability of looking at and or reviewing the department's handling of any sort of instant the actual misconduct or an IA investigation, but
It's
broader.
to the fact of if there's domestic violence issue and the police are called and the police and one of the person that made the call asked the police to have someone removed from the property, and then the police don't do anything because they feel that they have the right to live there even though they're not on the lease. And so that's where we're trying to find that understanding of how do we help our residents to know what is required to say within the law. For example, if there is domestic violence and there is any sort of physical harm that is caused by one of the people, then all of a sudden the police have the ability to make an arrest versus a verbal disagreement where the police may not have the ability to make an arrest.
The quality control of call handling as well as education.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And you know, as you know, with my situation that I had over the past summer, where an officer said that they weren't going, you know, felt it was a civil matter, when in fact there is a criminal statute for intent to commit fraud. It's kind of like if I wasn't there to help, what was going to happen. And so that's kind of where I want to make sure this is one of the reasons why I have the Citizens Engagement Committee, is not necessarily to review all of the actions of the police department. It is to give information to our citizens of the actions of the police department. So if they said the wrong thing, they understand what needs to be said, or for someone to take a look at their case because they feel that the officer didn't look at all the different angles.
Got it. Anything further for responsibilities?
I just had a generic question, given the circumstances we find ourselves in. Any of these committees in any incarnation throughout the country, whatever state they're in and their state laws, everything would be subsequent to the conclusion of formal investigations for any of those committees that do have these review authorities. Again, if there's confidentiality until a conclusion of an investigation, boards across the state or across the country that do have review authority are reviewing conclusions. They're not in investigations, correct?
Some states, some municipalities, they do allow the input of these panels during the investigation. That's not the case in Florida because of our laws are different here.
ET. The other responsibility, I don't know if it's the Community Engagement Committee or another task force type committee, is the police and youth involvement. I don't believe we have a PAL League here in Boynton Beach. And so that is something where I would want the police department to have a more active role with or just informing the commission or the community of their roles within the school district, after school activities, nonprofits, and have that task force to help make recommendations. For example, I know for decades they've had Shop with a Cop for the holiday season. And so for me, it's like, okay, can we also help? And, how do we expand that? Not necessarily just for Shop with a Cop, is saying, hey, would you rather use the funds to help for a scholarship 529 plan? What exactly, is a toy the best thing to give a child, or are there other things that we could help use the money for to better our community? And so that's kind of my, not necessarily maybe this Community Engagement Committee, because this is dealing more with the adults, but having that next level after this is formed to talk about the youth and the police department, because from our Citizens Police Academy, I think our police department has a great relationships with our legacy community, the 55 and older. And so we want to try to bridge the gap and meet the kids, because I know that we have the video game Hummer, so to speak. And so is that something that we want to continue? Or is there something else that we feel is a better active engagement with the youth? I know and I don't have that answer, but it's something where we need to try as much as we can, because something may work today and it may not work tomorrow, or something that didn't work yesterday may work today.
I agree with you. And I do also agree with maybe a different group than this particular committee, but I think we should put some more attention on that. Yes. Next slide. This one talks about the board / committee size and appointment standards. That was a common theme in other ordinances across the state as well. Generally, they start at about 5 members and get larger depending on the size of the municipality, and particularly the size of the elected body. In most cases, elected officials had 1 member appointments, but there were other versions of that as well, where perhaps there were 1 member appointments per commission representative of their district, but then each commissioner was allowed to appoint a person from at large across the city. There's a number of different variations of that. So we're looking for input into which direction you might like to go. I also included on there, a number of them allow for the police department to appoint a few members as well. And for a lot of that was also the case. We saw a lot of benefit from that, whereas those the chief appointments were often either law enforcement members, or they were academics and or others who specialized in these areas, and they were able to bring a lot of insight to the board discussions when they were reviewing police practices and training, because they would have some subject matter experts on their committee with them that they could work with on a regular basis over years to build a relationship. Also, consideration was for most of them, all of them I looked at did not allow for any compensation to the volunteers who worked on these committees. They usually set a standard of being an adult of 18 years of age or older. However, I believe Delray and 1 or 2 others actually encouraged a student member to help represent the younger community and get that perspective. Obviously, someone in high school or a senior or something, someone who's mature enough to participate in this type of a discussion about police services. And then some of them also allowed for and or required recommendations for members from civic associations in the community. So these are variations of elements included in ordinances around there, and we just want to get a sense of where you're comfortable with and what direction you guys would like to go.
Would also want to allow business owners who may not necessarily live in the city, for example, a convenience store owner, an office, a medical practice, something in that sense where you have a wider range of people on this with the different perspectives, just like a student would provide this board.
Anything further? No? Okay. Member appointment periods. Most common seem to be 2 consecutive appointment period maximums and a 2-year term. So you could be, if you're appointed, you get a 2-year term, and then you could be reappointed for an additional term after that, which will give you each member a 4-year period as a maximum to be on the board or the committee. And then a number of ordinances allowed for a gap in service, so that if there was someone who did their 4-year term, they could sit out for a term, and then if so agreed upon by the elected officials, they could be reappointed after a sit out period.
And then the other thing is alternates. So it gets to the point where you may not have everyone at every meeting. And so having the different alternate spots available sometimes helps make a difference. So that is something that you might want to look into as well. And that way, they are able to participate in the meetings, and that way you're not necessarily having a complete new board every 2 years, that it's somewhat staggered, the appointment, so that one may be for, the first one would be a 1-year term for some and 2-year terms for others. And that way you have the staggering of the board.
Yes, a number of the committees that were enacted had split the board and group in half, you might say, and half of them for the first year would have a 3-year term, the other half would have a 2-year term, and then every reappointment after that would only be for a 2-year term. A 2-year term, because at that point they're already staggered going forward.
Great.
Next slide. Next slide. Okay, member qualifications, member restrictions. We've discussed age a little bit. Was there any feedback on student membership, or we want to leave it 18 and above?
I think if we have a student and an alternate that wants to be on there, we're having trouble with our Education and Youth Advisory Board, but I'd like to leave that open.
We talked a little bit about business ownership, and most of the others restricted membership to city residents. Passing a criminal background investigation. Many of them mentioned not having felons unless their rights have been restored. Misdemeanors being restricted if it was involving dishonesty, moral turpitude, theft, or fraud, and no pending criminal charges against anyone on the board. And then no complaints on officers in a period of time prior to the appointment.
I would say a year time. Or
I think that might not be quite long enough. I think the intent behind that last bullet is to try to ensure that you don't end up with board members or committee members who have separate agendas because they have just battled the city in a lawsuit, or they're making a complaint against an officer and they're seeking to get on into this position for retribution or something that's aside from community building and trust building. You don't want someone trying to take it in a different direction. Perhaps 2 years, since a complaint might be along that line.
So the question is when the complaint is filed or when is resolved?
Probably resolution.
The 2 years after resolution, so you may have it from 3 years from when the complaint was filed.
Well, all the complaints have to be resolved within 180 days, so it's only 6 months at the max. And the majority of our complaints, I'd say 80% of them fall in 90 to 100-day window resolution.
So if it's a year from resolution, that's at a minimum a year and a half, or a minimum of year, max year and a half, versus 2 versus 2.5.
Could be a yes.
So that's, I think, especially if there is the 180-day window, I think then my vote would be a 1 year, but up to the commission if they want 1 or 2. 1 or 2 years. If the commission has any other comments, if not, I guess I would prevail with the 1. And as for the member restrictions for business owners, it's kind of maybe similar to what our, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee is that there are certain industries that we are looking to get as part of this. So hopefully, someone from the mental health industry, someone from the retail industry, and maybe a few other different industries, nonprofits. Yeah.
As members?
Yeah.
That may take us back to how many
Are you looking at more than 5?
Oh, yeah, I always was looking at more than 5. That was the minimum. I was thinking, if each commission, elected official has one, that's 5. I feel that there should be another, and then the chief has 2, that's 7. I feel that there's the ability to have 4 others, so that is an odd 11. Or do you feel like another 2, which would make it 9? Yeah, I'll
I
defer
think
to
at
you.
some point, perhaps too many cooks in the kitchen might slow the.
And then
slow the recipe down.
so how about this?
Perhaps
We'll
9
have-
might work well. The
so
last
not-
2 being appointed as a consensus of elected officials.
I would say the 2, yeah.
I would say 7 and 2 alternates.
I would say, how about this? We'll get to our 11 in the sense is that we have the 7 between the elected officials, the commissions, the 9 because of the 2 student or the 1 student, 1 alternate, and then 2 other alternates. So we have 11, which there are 3 alternates.
A lot of people.
And
whatever.
Was there consensus that the initial 5 members appointed by the elected officials would be representative of the district, or could a commissioner appoint someone from a different area of the city without regard for districts?
I would say that they can appoint whoever they like as long as they meet the requirements.
Eleven, 3 alternates, no districts. Okay. Next slide. No lawsuits against the city. I imagine that'll be the same 1.5 period we established for complaints. They did talk about specialized orientations, which could include a community police academy or use of force training, and or in our case, state of Florida, be law enforcement bill of rights training. Mandatory ride-alongs, that varied from 2 hours to 10 hours. It can be divided up into 2-hour blocks or 3-hour blocks at the convenience of the person that's being appointed. They would have a period of time to accomplish it, though, within 3 months of appointment or something of that nature, to try to be reasonable. Members show most of them have language that say something to the effect that members should have representation of different racial, ethnic diversity. Members shall attend minimum 75% of all meetings, so you don't have ghost members who sign up but then don't participate. So a failure to meet those requirements would be allowed for removal from the board. And then there was a number of the ordinances mentioned that members on this committee would not be allowed to hold political office or file to run for office. Otherwise, they'd be removed from the board. Anything further?
No.
Next slide. A meeting organization and frequency, that often they would allow the members, once established, to vote for their own chairperson and co-chairperson that would run the meetings and establish rules. Minutes would be recorded. Some of the different boards allowed for live streaming of the meetings, like on Facebook and or other venues, YouTube or something.
I would prefer video recording. Not necessarily live streaming, just in case something happens and that it is not meant to be streamed live.
Publishing after the fact.
Yep.
That would be allowed, like our commission meetings?
Correct.
Okay. Mandatory meetings, most said quarterly, and then they would give the chairperson the liberty to call for additional meetings as they saw fit, if they had enough work to look into and things to participate in more frequently. The chairperson could schedule more meetings. However, at a minimum, they'd have to have one quarterly or semi-annually or thereabouts. So
my comment would be quarterly. Yes, Commissioner Katz.
Question, I guess, for staff is what are the current procedures if any given advisory board wishes to schedule some sort of special meeting or I guess a workshop that's not on the normal rotation? Are they allowed to do so? Or I know with the arts, board, they wanted to do a workshop and they came to us to ask permission for that. I think more about scope than scheduling, but
My recollection is the boards cannot establish special meetings. Only the commission can do that.
okay. So that being consistent, if this committee were to want additional meetings beyond the quarterly or whatever is established, I would say it needs to come by request and approval of the commission, not a chair of any given moment at that time on that committee.
I would agree with that as well.
Next slide.
Agree.
Board committee deliverables. Most of the ordinances called for mandatory either quarterly, semi-annual, or annual report be published from the committee to the commission, the chief, and the city manager. Those reports typically would include statistical activity summaries such as use of force cases reviewed, complaint cases reviewed, recommendations that were made, results of those recommendations, and the like.
For me, I think it's the minutes should be delivered quarterly, as soon as they can, and that any fact finding or recommendations to be, included in those minutes. Whereas, right now, you provide the annual report on the budget hearings, and so my suggestion would be having a semi-annual report in January to see how we look at the calendar year, not necessarily just the fiscal year. So like, I know some crime statistics we look at, as we did with the red light cameras, it was the calendar years, not our fiscal years.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's kind of where let's move to calendar years for reporting the crime statistics, because we do it monthly, not necessarily just our fiscal year. If the commission's okay with that, I think they are.
Got it. Next slide. Basically, anything that we haven't already touched on that is of importance, or you want to ensure we have included in the draft ordinance language?
No, I think that I appreciate the presentation and moving the conversation forward. And that's kind of where the point of this Citizens Engagement Committee is, to having the conversation on a continual basis, and having those meetings when you don't want to, and having the meetings when you want to.
Chief?
Yep.
It is almost 1 a.m. I just want to say thank you for your patience and your work in moving this forward. So thank you, and I hope this is the beginning of many conversations.
So do I. Thank you very much.
Resolution 22-032, adopt the 2021 Affordable Housing Advisory Committee Housing Incentive Report. Oh, I need a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
You want to give us the 5-minute highlight or the 1-minute highlights?
Absolutely. RJ Ramirez, I'm the Community Improvement Manager. So the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee met several times. It was appointed by the Commission starting on August. So this report is pretty simple. The statute changed where this committee used to meet only every 3 years. Now it's going to be annually, and they're going to review the 11 incentives that are set by the CHIP program. So the statute requires for the city to have 2 of the 11 incentives in place, which is the expedited permitting and the ongoing review process, which we have. So the committee itself went through the 11 incentives and made some recommendation for the commission. And it's for the commission to review this incentive. The commission has up until March 31st of this year to either consider the recommendations, to take adopt some of the recommendation or don't adopt any of the recommendations, and just to keep the recommendation as they are on the LHAP. So at this point, once again, the two incentives that are required are already in place. As I explained before, the expedited permitting and the ongoing review process. So at this point, I'll leave this to the commission to use if you have any questions, and if you like to take care of this business today, or if you like to just take the time for you to consider the recommendation of the committee, and you have until March 31st to either adopt any of them or none of them.
Well, so you're saying we can adopt all the recommendations tonight or none of them?
You can do that, or you don't have to do anything because whatever it's required is already in place.
Okay. The one thing that I did like to see is the creating the downtown transit oriented development district regarding the city's tri-rail station. I'm glad we have that. And then all the other recommendations, the only concern that I had is the sliding scale permit fee reduction on affordable housing projects. They're stating that depending on if it's for very low, or workforce housing, there's a different permit cost requirement.
Exactly. Well, what they suggest is to have that sliding scales fee for the affordable housing. However, the staff has some concern that some sort of revenue should come from the general fund to be able to subsidize any scheduling fees.
And I would kind of go against that because I don't know of any other reduction from any of the other counties or other aspects of utilities and things like that. I think, did they make any recommendations on our workforce housing ordinance?
That one, the workforce housing ordinance, they would like to add the affordable housing to the workforce housing, because right now we only have the workforce housing as a part of the incentives, but they would like to include also affordable housings to it. So that I would recommend for the commission to look at these a little closer, because some of these recommendations will require for the ordinance to be changed and everything, and it's a process that go along into it. So it's definitely something to take a look at it once again a little bit closer. And I think Mike here can give me a hand on this just to explain a little bit better if it needs to be. So, but again, some of these recommendations, even though it seems so simple, they definitely require a little bit of attention to them, because we'll definitely need changes to the ordinance that they're in place right now.
And the other question that I had is that did they look at city liens on certain properties that could be used for affordable housing, to have a reduction of liens in exchange for affordable housing?
Not really. I mean, once again, the concentration of these 11 incentives, the committee itself, main focus was to review these 11 incentives. So we didn't really went beyond the required by the statute, by the SHIP statute.
Okay. And so based upon the cover sheet that you have,
yeah,
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notable changes or points of discussion. And I think the one that I wouldn't want necessarily would be the first one, where the staff comment the general fund revenues would be required to budget and subsidize reduction in fees. Or we can table that to the next meeting.
Absolutely. Once again, we have until March 31st for us to decide on this. And these also, the statute doesn't require for this to be adopted by a resolution. So I just doing it formally to put it through a resolution. But again, if the commission would like to take some time to look over, to send me some questions via email, I will be more than happy to answer those questions. That way we can be able to, to consider this one perhaps a little bit more carefully and get some feedback from either Mike from development and kind of take this into a little more in-depth research perhaps.
Well, the problem is I only have till March 1st, so.
Personally,
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, any question, just let me know. If you want to do this right now as well. And I have Mike right here also to help me out.
So I'll ask, and so I guess the only two recommendations that I would wait is on the notable changes or points was the first one for the sliding scale permit fee. I would definitely need to see more information before I could approve that. What does that actually mean based upon, if it's very low or workforce? And then the other thing is recommends mandatory inclusion of affordable housing on any development project consisting of 10 or more units. Is the city allowed to create mandatory affordable housing?
Again, this one, it is under other topics of discussion. Is not part of the 11 incentives. The committee itself kind of discussed inclusionary housing, and they just talk about the idea of for the city to make mandatory for any development that are more than 10 units to include affordable housing. Is something that they just throw out there. Is nothing that there is within the 11 incentives. It's just other topic of discussion that we're talking about.
So that's something that I would want to come back, because I don't know if we can approve that recommendation.
Absolutely.
Without, providing what a buyout option or anything like that. And so, is there any other comments from the commission? If not, may I have a motion to approve as amended with these two items to come back to the city commission at a future date?
Move.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. McNolly? Yeah, I'll give you 3 minutes.
Gotta be kidding.
Got time.
My fault. Believe this? You believe this?
You be careful now. Just say
No, I
what
don't
you
have
got
to
to
be
say about
careful.
this.
I don't have to be
Say
careful.
what you got to say about this.
What?
Say what you got to say about
Vice Mayor,
your comment.
Vice Mayor,
Okay?
you have the.
I don't care who it is.
Running.
Hey, be careful. I don't want anybody
Running.
making sarcastic comments to me.
You got 2 minutes and 36 seconds.
This is typical of you. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Unit 407, Boynton Beach, Harbor Hall Inlet Club 1. I come to all the meetings and I see how CRA and the advisory committees and how development is going here and how politically charged it is, to the point where, like, when you want to make a building and you want to attract, let's say, single people, you guys set up a plan and then you find a location, and then you say, well, the single people are going to want to work in the bars and the clubs, so therefore we're going to make affordable housing, but we're going to make it for the people who work in the bars and clubs. And for everybody else out in the city who needs affordable housing, unless you want to work in the bar or the club or the tap room or the brewery, you don't get affordable housing. Because you know why, Mayor? You're not building any affordable housing. You could be renovating a lot of homes that are dilapidated, and you could be providing affordable housing for people. It doesn't always have to be in these high rises with these bars and clubs and people partying until 2, 3 in the morning. There's a lot of other people who want affordable housing. And affordable housing doesn't necessarily have to be the quote, the state determination. In other words, affordable housing could just be, you got a family in Boynton Beach with 3 kids, and they want to buy a house for $175,000, which is a fair price. What do you, listen, I know what you're buying all these, well, you know, the developers, what they're buying up. You see the way it works? The city lets the houses, you don't enforce the code on the owner. So the renter's in there. And then the plan of the owner who bought 10 houses and rented them is to not improve them so that they become condemned. You could throw the tenant out, then you could knock the houses down and you could put up a fancy high rise. That's what's going on here over and over.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, wait a minute, I didn't finish. Oh, I'm out of time? Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. All right. So we have a motion and a second as amended, or as motion and a second for the amended approval of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board's recommendations.
With the two
coming back as amended. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Ordinance 22-009.
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, chapter 2, article 2, section 2, standard applications to revise, review criteria for future land use map amendments and rezoning, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
And Jim, this is basic, or Mike, this is making a clarified aspect of rezoning property.
After many years of using the same review criteria, it's taking a look at eliminating redundancies, clarifying some things. It's writing them so we take into consideration certain city missions and visions at any point in time, balances, competing interests. It's a cleanup.
Thank you. All right, may I have a motion to approve?
So
motion
moved.
to approve.
Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, may I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Yes.
Commissioner Katz,
Yes.
Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus is absent. Vote is 4-0.
Ordinance 22-010.
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending Article 3 of Chapter 18 of the Boynton Beach Code of Ordinances entitled Municipal Police Officers Retirement Trust Fund, amending Section 18169, requirements for retirement benefit amounts, providing for conflict, severability, and providing an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Katz, Commissioner Pincirga,
Yes.
Mayor Grant,
Yes.
Commissioner Romulus is absent. Vote is 4-0.
Jim, I'll request to move item 12C to announcements at the March 1st meeting. That's okay with the commission?
Okay, that's good.
By me.
And the only other thing that I wanted to add was from Reverend Master's request to get the Office of Justice or Department of Criminal Justice, forgot the exact term that he mentioned, but to see about that request to get a federal agency involved with what is going on in the city.
I do not support that at this time. We have multiple independent investigations taking place, and I am eager to hear the conclusions of them. If at the conclusion of those investigations, the future commission sees a need for further investigation, I would be fine with them pursuing whatever they see fit.
I don't know who they are either, and I would have to find out what are they gonna do and all that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna support it right now.
Okay. Therefore, there's no majority. Yuri, I want to thank you for all the hard work that you do, and I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Meeting's adjourned.